Chapter 701. Little Skull, Metal Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, Water Elite Zombie, and Fire Elite Zombie lined up in a row inside the special boundary field. The 6 new life forms that had gained intelligence were looking at Han Shuo with eyes brimming with anticipation, waiting for Han Shuo's opinion. Among the 6, Little Skull was a low god cultivating in the energy of death, and had reached the mid-stage low god realm. Wood Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, Earth Elite Zombie, and Water Elite Zombie, due to the fortuitous encounters they had ascended to the mid-stage low god realm. Wood Elite Zombie, who had obtained the energy from the Tree of Life, had also reached the mid-stage low god realm, just like Little Skull. Apart from Metal Elite Zombie, the strength of the 6 had increased by an astonishing amount. In addition to the transformations they had undergone after absorbing the energy of gods, each of them possessed the innate talent of their own element. They were born with the ability to utilize the energy of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. With this talent they could cultivate in the energy of various elements. Han Shuo dared not imagine what they would become in the future. The elemental energies on Elysium were so dense that it was indeed a suitable place for them to cultivate. However, there were too many factions on Elysium and many places were filled with dangerous battles. Although the 6 of them had gained intelligence, Han Shuo was still worried. Besides, they could not all stay with him. Otherwise, it would not be a pleasant thing for both them and Han Shuo. Han Shuo was in a dilemma. He was hesitant as he did not know how to decide whether the 6 should stay or leave. "Father, we have thought it through. We want to venture outside by ourselves. Don't worry, after staying in the netherworld for so long, we know how to deal with danger. We also understand the situation on this continent. Just let us go and let us go," suggested Han Shuo. Little Skull had been with Han Shuo for the longest time, and was the one who had evolved the fastest in the party. When he saw that Han Shuo was in a dilemma, he suggested, "How can I do that? How can I do that? This place isn't like the netherworld. Experts are everywhere on Elysium. A lone ranger could very well encounter unimaginable dangers. How can I be at ease?" Han Shuo had a terrible headache. Han Shuo had poured too much emotion into these 6 new lives. Every time he thought of the dangers they might encounter, he wanted to keep them in the netherworld forever. "Father, we can only grow when we encounter danger. Don't worry, Father. We all have innate abilities. As long as we live in a suitable place, we will be able to escape from danger. Father, only the aura of death is abundant in the netherworld. It's simply not suitable for the 5 of us to develop. We want to become stronger. We don't want to always rely on Father's strength. We've all grown up," the Earth Elite Zombie said loudly as he rubbed his head and puffed out his chest. In Han Shuo's eyes, the 6 of them were still children who had yet to grow up. Although Han Shuo knew that they were indeed very safe in some special places with their innate abilities, he still did not dare to let them leave. "Father, we know a little about the situation on this continent. After we leave with you, we will split up and go to the other abysses. Little Water will go to the Divine Dominion, and Little Wood will go to the Life Dominion. In those places we are all people who cultivate in the same profound energy. As long as we don't cause any trouble, we shouldn't encounter any danger. Only by coming into contact with those powerful and advanced life forms can we evolve and become stronger faster." Little Skull looked at Han Shuo and continued to try to persuade Han Shuo. The others also chimed in. They seemed to have already discussed what to do in the netherworld. One reason after another, methods to deal with the enemy, came out of their mouths one after another. Many of those words were very childish, but some of them were indeed very practical. It seemed that they were not acting on impulse. Han Shuo listened to the discussion of the 6 little ones with a bitter smile. He suddenly had the feeling that his son had grown up and wanted to make his own decisions. This feeling made him feel somewhat gratified, but more than that, there was a sour feeling in his heart. The reluctance in his heart could not be dispelled no matter how hard he tried. However, Han Shuo also knew that what the 6 of them said did make some sense. According to them, the netherworld had already been conquered by them. There was no longer anyone or anything in the netherworld that could threaten them. Just like how Han Shuo had insisted on leaving Elysium in the beginning, living in a world without an opponent was a very helpless and painful thing, especially when one knew that there was an even vaster and boundless world out there. After thinking for a long time and under the incessant begging of the 6 little ones, rationality finally won over emotion. In the end, Han Shuo helplessly nodded and said, "All right, I agree to let you leave me and develop in other dominions. Perhaps this is indeed the most suitable opportunity for you. However, you must promise me one thing." "We promise," the 6 little ones said in unison. "No matter what, you must protect your own lives." Han Shuo solemnly exhorted, "Only by living well can you continue to grow stronger. You must remember this." "Understood, father. We will protect ourselves." Little Skull nodded. The other 5 little ones also nodded. "Also, we must keep in touch. Every 50 years we must gather at Ethereal City, the main city of the Space Dominion. No matter what happens, you must come to the main city of the Space Dominion every 50 years. The time will be counted from today onwards." "Understood?" Han Shuo instructed. Upon hearing that they could travel alone, the 6 little ones cheered and expressed their understanding. They immediately agreed to it. Seeing how excited they were, Han Shuo felt helpless. He understood that they had grown up, and did not want to be tied down by a tiny netherworld. There was nothing he could do about it. For a period of time after that, Han Shuo never left the gymnasium he rented. He stayed with the 6 little ones and helped them understand the dangers of Elysium more quickly. He told them about the ways of the world, what they should pay attention to and who they should not trust. Relying on his own experience, Han Shuo shared everything he knew without holding anything back. He did not care if they could comprehend it or not. 2 months later, when Han Shuo discovered that he had nothing more to say to the 6 little fellas who were nagging at him every day, he had no choice but to go to a remote wasteland outside the City of Shadows and summon the 6 little fellas one by one. "Remember, you must live well." Before they parted, Han Shuo exhorted them again and again. Even he himself felt that he was becoming more and more like a long-winded old man. After listening to Han Shuo's lecture for 2 months, the 6 little ones put on bitter faces when they saw that Han Shuo was about to give up. They looked at Han Shuo pitifully and begged Han Shuo to stop. "Anyways, remember everything I've said. Remember every single one of them. Protect yourselves and don't stir up trouble for me." Han Shuo's mouth was parched from talking so much that he finally stopped. He waved his hand and said a bit desolately, Go. Be a bit more promising, I won't be seeing you guys off." "Father, you will be proud of us in the future." The 6 little ones promised one after another. They were all somewhat sad, but more than that, they were happy to be freed from Han Shuo's nagging. After bidding farewell to Han Shuo, the 6 little ones hastily disappeared from his sight, as though afraid that Han Shuo would continue talking. Han Shuo sighed as he watched them turn into tiny dots and disappear from his sight. He knew that the 6 little ones' departure this time was not as simple as returning to the netherworld. In the future, he could no longer rely on necromancy magic to bring the 6 back to his side. However, Han Shuo had no idea that the 6 little ones who left him today would bring a great shock to the Elysium in the near future. Many years later, when the 6 little ones had all become overlords of their own territories, Han Shuo would realize what this separation meant for the Elysium continent. By the time they returned to the City of Shadows, Han Shuo had yet to recover from his desolate state. Before entering the city, Han Shuo handed over his divine tablet and an amethyst coin. After that arrogant divine guard examined Han Shuo's divine tablet, he suddenly put on a somewhat strange expression. "Are you Brian?" The arrogant divine guard suddenly became polite and asked Han Shuo in an amiable manner. Han Shuo nodded and asked, "What's wrong?" The last time Han Shuo and Carmelita entered the City of Shadows through this gate, the divine guard did not recognize Han Shuo. Miss Carmelita is looking for you. If you are that Brian, you'd better go and meet her at once." The divine guard handed over Han Shuo's divine tablet with both hands. The purple crystal coin was also placed on top of the divine tablet. He did not dare to accept it. Han Shuo put on a bitter face after hearing those words. It was only then that he recalled what Carmelita had told him. She had told him to visit her every once in a while. It appeared that the 2 months had indeed passed. It was at this moment that Han Shuo realized just how resourceful Carmelita was in the City of Shadows. Even the divine guards at the city gates received the message with just one command. "Understood." Han Shuo nodded with a bitter face. He casually took the divine tablet and the purple crystal coin and walked into the city. Hey, why doesn't that youngster have to pay an amethyst coin? He's not even a member of the House of Saint. A few people queuing behind Han Shuo started to complain. Shut up. We don't need you to teach us how to do things. If you continue to spout nonsense, none of you will be allowed into the city. The divine guard, who had been polite and amiable towards Han Shuo, suddenly put on a cold face and shouted irritably. The few people who complained lowered their heads and dared not say another word. In the City of Shadows, the House of Saint was royalty. As outsiders, they had all heard of how terrifying the House of Saint was. Therefore, when they heard the divine guard's rebuke, they all shut their mouths. Han Shuo's mood suddenly improved a little when he saw their sullen faces. He thought to himself that it really does feel good to have special privileges. Having brought Han Shuo back to the Saint residence, the divine guards at the gates of the Saint residence recognized Han Shuo. In addition to Carmelita's instructions, Han Shuo was led by a respectful divine guard all the way to the place where Carmelita cultivated. Brat, hurry up and come up here. You took so long to see me. Before Han Shuo could enter, Carmelita's voice sounded from the top of a raised platform on the 50-meter-tall building. The interior of the Saint residence was also protected by a defensive boundary. Unless one was a mid-god, one would not be able to fly above the boundary. Although Han Shuo could use demonic arts to fly to Carmelita's side, doing so would expose his true strength. Therefore, he had no choice but to obediently climb up the stairs. Oh, you're here too, big sister Karina? Han Shuo asked in a friendly manner when he saw the one-eyed fat woman. Han Shuo was rather surprised that she was able to make it to this place alive. Nice to meet you, Brian. If it wasn't for you, my lady and I wouldn't have been able to walk out of that mountain. I have yet to properly thank you. Now that you have come, I will formally thank you, said Karina as she stood up. In a very formal manner, she followed the etiquette of Elysium and greeted Han Shuo. Don't mention it. It's my duty. We are companions to begin with. Han Shuo smiled amiably and hastily walked towards the plump woman to stop her from completing the etiquette. All right, Karina. You may return to what I have instructed you to do. Carmelita waved her hand, indicating that Karina could leave. Karina put on a faint smile, bowed at Han Shuo and left. After Karina left, Carmelita angrily said, God damn it, those bastards disappeared without a trace. By the time our men got there, all that was left was a destroyed piece of heaven's gift. This is infuriating. Even without Carmelita's reminder, Han Shuo had already guessed that this would be the outcome. Since Han Shuo had escaped with Carmelita, and the situation in the Miasma Cloud Mountain range had been exposed, those outsiders who had ventured deep into the Darkness Dominion would have no choice but to flee as soon as possible. It would be a wonder if they would stay there and wait for their deaths. So what if they escaped? You have memorized their faces. As long as you keep investigating, it's only a matter of time before you find them. In the future, when you are stronger, you can go to the Life Dominion and the Water Dominion and get rid of them. You'll have your revenge then. Han Shuo consoled smilingly. Talking to you is so satisfying. Not bad, I'm about to find out who those people are. Humph, when I recover from my injuries and find out where they are, I'll make them pay with their blood, Carmelita said hatefully. Han Shuo thought to himself, you better not go to the Life Dominion and the Water Dominion like crazy. Once your traces are found in those two places, it'll be hard to say what will happen to you. You might die even faster. Han Shuo didn't dare to provoke her verbally. By the way, where have you been hiding all this time? Why didn't you come to see me? Carmelita narrowed her triangular eyes and started interrogating Han Shuo. I consulted you about a lot of the energy of destruction the last time. I took the opportunity to comprehend it, so I didn't come to see you, Han Shuo explained. Carmelita rolled her eyes at him and grumbled. You cultivate in the energy of death, and yet you insist on asking me questions about the energy of destruction. What are you trying to comprehend blindly? How can someone like you achieve anything in the energy of death if you don't focus on proper cultivation? Han Shuo smiled but did not explain. Carmelita didn't seem to care about Han Shuo's strength. She said casually, forget it, since you have come to see me, I have a great deal to recommend to you. What deal? Han Shuo was stunned. The medicinal pellet you gave me last time was very miraculous. I have mentioned it to my second uncle, and he is also very interested in that medicinal pellet of yours. The descendants of our family clans in the City of Shadows are sent to all sorts of places to carry out missions from a young age. Injuries are unavoidable. With that medicinal pellet of yours, our chances of survival will increase by a lot. I have discussed it with my second uncle, and we have officially invited you to become the ace pharmacist of our House of Saint. Not interested. I don't want to be bound by any large family clan, not even your House of Saint. Han Shuo shrugged and rejected this opportunity that many people dreamed of. Ha, I knew you would refuse. Carmelita laughed heartily and said, that's more like it. Joining a large family clan requires you to abide by many rules, but some fools just have to squeeze their way in. Actually what I really meant was for my second uncle to order those medicinal pellets from you. You can also open a shop like this in the City of Shadows and I will advertise it for you. You will definitely make a lot of money. In the City of Shadows, as long as you have money and power, as well as some contributions, you can establish a small family clan of your own. With my protection, no one will dare to do anything to you. Why do you have to suffer the stink of others? It seemed that Carmelita had already thought of everything for Han Shuo. She really wanted to repay Han Shuo for saving her and Karina's life. She had very meticulously thought out every step for Han Shuo. Han Shuo's eyes lit up after hearing Carmelita's words. He was truly tempted. By refining medicinal pellets, Han Shuo was not afraid of being exposed, nor would he have to expose his true strength. On top of that, he could accumulate wealth and, according to Carmelita, he might even have the opportunity to establish a family clan of his own. To Han Shuo, this was indeed a great temptation. Han Shuo had promised Emily and the others that he would bring them to Profound Continent once he had established himself on Elysium. Han Shuo had quite a few friends on Profound Continent. After learning about the convenience and unique advantages of cultivation on Elysium, Han Shuo was even more eager to improve the strength of his friends and family. If Han Shuo could truly establish himself in the City of Shadows, accumulate wealth and power, and gain the qualifications to establish a family clan of his own, Han Shuo believed that his safety would be guaranteed by the House of Saints' strength and status in the city. With that, Emily and the others would be able to come to Elysium ahead of schedule. Carmelita saw that Han Shuo's eyes were glistening and knew that Han Shuo was tempted. With the thought of repaying Han Shuo, she struck while the iron was hot and said, don't worry, with your miraculous medicinal pellets, you will definitely achieve great things in the City of Shadows. As long as you accumulate enough wealth and make some contributions, I will beg my father to grant you the qualifications to establish a family clan. At that time you can bring your friends over, and use your wealth to recruit experts into your family clan. The 4 major family clans have worked their way up step by step. If they can do it, so can you. Han Shuo, who had been tempted for a long time, finally made up his mind after hearing Carmelita's bewitching words. He nodded and replied in a deep voice, all right, I will go all out in the City of Shadows. Chapter 702. Within a discussion hall of the Saint residence, Carmelita and Andre were engaged in a heated discussion. Han Shuo sat across from the two and listened to their conversation with a smile on his face. Second uncle, each of those medicinal pellets is worth at least 100 black crystal coins. Their effects are just too miraculous. Carmelita said in a deep voice. Lass, don't you know what 100 black crystal coins means? Why don't you know how to save it for the family? Andre shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. If I say it's worth 100 black crystal coins, then it's worth it. Don't you believe me, second uncle? Carmelita said in displeasure. At least wait until I see if the medicinal pellets are really that effective. I know that you have a good relationship with Brian, but you have to distinguish between work and personal matters. Andre sighed. He thought to himself, if you don't take care of the household, how would you know the troubles of a large family? If those medicinal pellets aren't worth that price, I will be the first person your father will lecture, not you. Brian, give him a medicinal pellet. Let him find someone to try it on, Carmelita instructed. Han Shuo knew that Carmelita was doing all this to help him and felt rather touched. He took a medicinal pellet and handed it to Andre, explaining how to use it. Brian, don't worry. As long as the medicinal pellets are worth the price, with this last helping you, we won't purposely lower the price. After I try it, we can discuss the details of our partnership. Andre was very polite to Han Shuo out of respect for Carmelita. Of course, Han Shuo nodded smilingly. Andre left with Han Shuo's medicinal pellets. It was time to test the medicinal pellets. Han Shuo was very confident in the pill of rejuvenation he refined and wasn't worried in the slightest. Alright, you should have a shop of your own next. Only then can you expand your business. Carmelita bunched her brows and said. Carmelita bunched her brows and thought for a while before she said. But you only have less than 300 black crystal coins. It is far from enough to buy a shop in the City of Shadows. It would be very troublesome to rent one. How about this? I will buy a shop for you. You can return it to me when you have the money. Han Shuo did not have a fixed residence in the City of Shadows, and had been renting gymnasiums to train himself. He understood that every inch of land in the City of Shadows was worth 1,000 black crystal coins. The remaining black crystal coins in his possession were far from enough for Han Shuo to purchase a shop. However, Han Shuo didn't want to owe Carmelita too many favors. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo took out a lightning divine crystal from his spatial ring and handed it to Carmelita, saying, "How many crystal coins is this divine crystal worth?" Carmelita was a knowledgeable person. She immediately cried out and looked at him in surprise. "Why do you have divine crystals in your hands? Last time in the mountain valley, I happened to pick up a piece from someone's body. How much is it worth?" Han Shuo randomly made up a story. Divine crystals are good stuff. This divine crystal is worth at least 5,000 black crystal coins. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Carmelita took the divine crystal from Han Shuo's hand, shot a glance at Han Shuo and said, "Alright, I know what you mean. I will use this divine crystal to exchange for a shop for you. Don't worry with me around, everything can be settled." When Carmelita wholeheartedly helped Han Shuo, she did things very quickly. Han Shuo followed behind Carmelita and saw that it took her at least 3 days to exchange a divine crystal for a shop not too far away from the Saint residence. The shop was over 40 meters tall and had a total of 3 floors. Although it was a small shop in the City of Shadows, it should be worth more than 5,000 black crystal coins. The reason why Carmelita was able to purchase the shop with just 1 divine crystal of lightning was because of her reputation as a wicked woman. Han Shuo was indeed saved a lot of trouble with Carmelita taking care of all the procedures. On the 5th day, Han Shuo had officially moved into the small shop. However, the shop's counter did not display any valuable merchandise. Han Shuo was not in a hurry. Although the shop was small, he was very satisfied with it. In any case, he now had his own home on Elysium. He no longer needed to stay at the various gymnasiums in the City of Shadows. The shop had 3 floors. Han Shuo temporarily left the bottom 2 floors empty, while Han Shuo converted the top floor into a small gymnasium. Although it was only 200 square meters, it was more than enough for Han Shuo. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Han Shuo, who had just started, was extremely busy. He first purchased some boundary towers and placed them on the 3rd floor. Carmelita helped him construct 2 boundaries to prevent the 3rd floor from being unable to support Han Shuo's cultivation. With Carmelita, a high god, helping to construct the boundaries saved Han Shuo a lot of effort. It was only after the boundary on the 3rd floor was constructed that the gymnasium could be put to use. After that, Han Shuo himself constructed the 2nd floor. He placed many enormous cabinets filled with grids. The cabinets contained many medicinal ingredients that Han Shuo had collected after arriving on Elysium. Other than that, Han Shuo also purchased a set of bottles and jars used by pharmacists. He made it look like he was going to refine medicines using existing materials. The 2nd floor only contained some boundaries to prevent others from observing. Han Shuo could complete the 2nd floor by himself. He didn't need Carmelita's help. Han Shuo used the medicinal ingredients he had collected on Elysium. He didn't use any of the methods used by pharmacists. Instead, he used some rare materials to refine a special cauldron for refining medicines, the 9 tessellation cauldron. With specialized tools, the process of refining medicines became much faster. In just half a month, Han Shuo had refined 300 of the simplest pills, the pill of rejuvenation. Elysium was the material plane with the densest spiritual energy in the universe. Some of the medicinal ingredients in this world contained extraordinary spiritual energy. Han Shuo believed that the effects of the 300 pills of rejuvenation would be very obvious. After refining the 300 pills of rejuvenation, Han Shuo spent another 5 days using the remaining medicinal ingredients to refine a few other types of medicines. For example, the pill of rejuvenation, which was most suitable for children born on Elysium, and the pill of tranquility, which could help to stabilize one's inner demons and empty one's mind, allowing one to comprehend the true essence of one's strength while advancing to a higher realm. By the time Han Shuo had used up all the medicinal ingredients, he had 300 pills of rejuvenation and 200 other medicines of various functions. Han Shuo used dazzling multicolored medicine bottles to store them. It was then that Han Shuo meticulously decorated the first floor of the shop, displaying the medicine bottles with different functions one by one. Before Han Shuo started refining the medicines, he had told Carmelita that no one was to disturb him. Therefore, Carmelita didn't come to visit Han Shuo during this period of time. After Han Shuo placed the medicine bottles on the first floor of the shop and opened the tightly shut doors, Carmelita and Andre came to visit Han Shuo 2 days later. Compared to the previous cold and courteous manner, Andre was much more cordial this time. Before he even entered the shop, he raised his head and looked at the name above Han Shuo's shop. He laughed heartily and said, "Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Haha, although the name is a little strange, it will definitely become famous in the future." Han Shuo was arranging the medicines according to their functions on the first floor. When he heard Andre's laughter, he immediately understood that the effects of the pills of rejuvenation he gave him previously must have been acknowledged by Andre. As expected, before Han Shuo could stand up to welcome him, Andre and Carmelita walked in with a smile on their faces. Andre did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly, "Young man, we have tried the medicines you refined. Not bad, really not bad. The price of 100 black crystal coins per bottle is very reasonable. Brian, we are here to purchase those medicines." "Oh, this is it, the pills of rejuvenation." Carmelita pointed to a purple medicine bottle on the counter and said to Han Shuo, "Put them away. We'll take all 300 bottles. Second uncle, give him 30,000 black crystal coins." Andre put on a faint smile and was about to take out some black crystal coins to pay the bill. Han Shuo looked at Carmelita with a bitter smile and said, "There are only 300 bottles in total. If you take all of them, what else can I sell? How about this, you take 200 bottles first." Andre stared blankly at Han Shuo's words. Shortly after, he laughed heartily and said, "That's good too. Your shop is here anyway. When you refine new ones, we'll come and take them." "That would be best." Han Shuo smilingly put away the 200 bottles of pills of rejuvenation and handed them over to Andre. At the same time, he received 20,000 black crystal coins. 20,000 black crystal coins. On Elysium, this was no small fortune. Generally speaking, a mid-god who joined a large family clan could at most earn around 3,000 black crystal coins for 10 years. Only a large family clan like the House of Saint could afford to pay a mid-god 5,000 black crystal coins for 10 years. The materials used to refine the pills of rejuvenation were harvested by Han Shuo from the surrounding mountain ranges. It only took him slightly more than 10 days to refine them. After selling them to Andre, Han Shuo earned 20,000 black crystal coins. 20,000 black crystal coins was enough for Han Shuo to purchase a decent gymnasium in the City of Shadows. After collecting the heavy 20,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo suddenly felt that it was indeed very fast to accumulate wealth through the use of medicinal pellets. At this rate, it wouldn't take him many years to accumulate a fortune that only a small family clan could possess. The sudden wealth that fell into his hands caused Han Shuo's imagination to run wild. His heart started to soar. "Hey brat." Carmelita lightly patted on Han Shuo's shoulder. When Han Shuo came back to his senses, Carmelita said in a carefree manner, "It's just 20,000 black crystal coins and you are already this happy. You are going to do big business in the future. How can you be satisfied with just this?" Han Shuo put on a carefree smile and said, "Haha, I have only been on Elysium for a short time and I understand the importance of crystal coins. My biggest fortune is only 300 black crystal coins. Now that I have 20,000 black crystal coins in my hands, it's only natural that I would feel a little absent-minded. There's nothing strange about that." Brian, these medicinal pellets of yours are really great. In the City of Shadows, members of large family clans will be sent to various places to temper themselves. It is inevitable that they will get injured, and they will get injured repeatedly. With a supply of these medicinal pellets, it is only a matter of time before you strike it rich. There is no need to make a fuss about it. Right, in the future, our House of Saint will come here every day to order some medicinal pellets in case of emergency. You are going to be very busy. Saint laughed heartily. As long as there are crystal coins to pay, I will be more than happy to. Han Shuo replied with a smile. After thinking for a moment, he took out 3 vermilion medicinal pellets from his space ring. As soon as the pellets appeared, a fragrant aroma filled the air. It smells so good. What are these medicinal pellets? What do they do? Carmelita cried out in surprise. These are for you. Han Shuo handed the pellets to Carmelita and sternly said, these are medicinal pellets that I have specially refined for detoxification. Due to a strange illness that you had when you were young, there has always been a small amount of toxin in your body. After you cultivated the Edict of Destruction, those toxins will naturally no longer have any effect on your divine body. However, those toxins will always remain in your body. That is why your skin has become so rough. The color isn't that great either. I believe that these medicinal pellets will be of some help to you. You can give it a try. Well, what? Carmelita absent-mindedly held the fragrant and intoxicating medicinal pill as she mumbled. It's been so many years. Is it still useful? A large part of the reason for Carmelita's strange personality was her ugly appearance. From this aspect, it could be seen that she was not completely unconcerned about her appearance. Carmelita was also a woman, and as long as one was a woman, there was no woman who could truly remain indifferent in this aspect. I also don't know if it will be of any use. In any case, just take it and give it a try. If it really works, I can refine more for you, Han Shuo said. The toxins in Carmelita's body had been in her body for far too long, and had long become a part of her divine body. As a high god who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction, the divine energy in her divine body was astonishing. Even Han Shuo wasn't completely confident in his ability to refine it. If Carmelita's condition improves, this shop of yours will become the largest in the City of Shadows. I promise you this. Andre solemnly promised to Han Shuo. It wasn't that the House of Saint had not tried to solve the problem that had plagued Carmelita for so many years. However, they had hired many pharmacists to concoct medicines but to no avail. Everyone said that the divine energy in Carmelita's divine body was just too powerful, and that the medicines would have no effect at all. Unless she gave up on her terrifying strength, no one could do anything about it. Carmelita knew the importance of strength. How could she give up on her terrifying strength? Therefore, all along she had been unable to resolve this problem. As time passed, she had completely given up on it. She had long resigned herself to her fate and no longer harbored any illusions. Brian, will it really work? Carmelita's voice was trembling. She couldn't suppress the hope that was reignited in her heart. I can't guarantee 100%, but there will definitely be an effect. Han Shuo replied in a deep voice. It was impossible for the medicine to turn Carmelita from an ugly woman into a beautiful woman. However, if the toxins in her body could really be expelled, at the very least, Carmelita wouldn't be as frightening as she was now. Why is there a new shop here? Celestial Pearl Pharmacy? What a strange name. Ting Fei, are you interested in taking a look? A familiar voice sounded from outside. A moment later, Cage, Tung Fei, and his sister Eve of the House of Lavers walked into the shop. Andre and Carmelita had their backs to them. When they saw Han Shuo standing in the middle, they coldly groaned and said, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Then they walked over with large strides. Chapter 703. Han Shuo really did not expect such a coincidence. Not long after his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy opened for business, apart from Carmelita and Andre, the first customers to arrive would be those people. It was truly a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. Cage, Tung Fei, and Eve walked toward Han Shuo. They did not pay much attention to Andre and Carmelita, who had their backs facing them. They felt that the two were just regular customers of the pharmacy and naturally would not pay much attention to them. When Han Shuo saw the three, he chuckled mischievously and said, "The three of you, our pharmacy is not selling any products for the time being. Please leave. Since the store has opened, there is no reason for us not to do business," Tung Fei said with a warm smile. He did not leave as Han Shuo had instructed but walked straight into the store. "Brat, don't think that just because you are friends with Big Sister Donna, you are really something. Let me tell you, as long as you don't join our House of Lavers, not even Big Sister Donna can protect you." Cage was naturally arrogant and did not take Han Shuo's warning to heart. Andre, who was facing Han Shuo, revealed a rather displeased expression. However, he did not turn his head around. Carmelita, on the other hand, wore a face filled with annoyance. She coldly groaned with her back facing the three and said, "What an uncultured thing. Why are you still here when the store has already said that it is no longer selling? Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of our House of Lavers?" That elegant young lady, Eve, did not forget to bring up the reputation of her family from time to time. But what she did not expect was that the one with her back facing her was the vile daughter of the saint family of the City of Shadows. In the City of Shadows, Carmelita was a god of plague that no one dared to provoke. Compared to her, Eve was on a completely different level. "Little slut, what did you say? Do you think that the House of Lavers is a big deal? Since when did the City of Shadows belong to your House of Lavers?" Carmelita turned around and swept her cold triangular eyes across Eve's body. A terrifying power faintly seeped out from her body, giving people a strong sense of shock. Carmelita's hideous, malevolent face was one of a kind in the City of Shadows. When she turned her head to glare at Eve, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from her body. In addition to her terrifying appearance, Eve was so frightened that she immediately shrieked, "Ghost!" There was nothing more damaging to Carmelita than this sentence. Carmelita, who had only wanted to intimidate Eve, suddenly heard such provocative words come out of Eve's mouth. The pain in her heart felt as though it was being twisted by a sharp knife. Carmelita's silhouette flickered. Eve, who had shrieked "Ghost!" had her fair and tender neck grabbed by Carmelita. She was lifted into the air by Carmelita. With her triangular eyes looking at Eve, Carmelita coldly said, "What did you just say? I dare you to say it again." Eve's legs were kicking and her face was filled with unconcealable fear. With her neck tightly gripped by Carmelita, she couldn't speak even if she wanted to. It was only at this moment that the terrified Eve realized who the woman in front of her was. When she recalled Carmelita, the fear in her heart intensified. Eve's brother Cage was sweating profusely. When he saw that his sister could be killed by Carmelita at any moment, he hastily knelt on one knee and begged, "Miss Carmelita, my little sister is insensible. Please be magnanimous and spare her this once. Our House of Lavers has been loyal and devoted for so many years, helping the House of Saint in handling all sorts of government affairs in the City of Shadows. Please, for the sake of our House of Lavers, forgive us." Tung Fei, who came with the two, had long figured out who that malevolent woman in front of him was. When she saw Han Shuo grabbing Eve, she let go without a second thought. Han Shuo inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. He grabbed the dizzy Eve from Carmelita's hand and shoved Eve toward the dumbfounded Cage. He winked at Cage and angrily said, "The shop has not officially opened. Everyone, please forgive me for not seeing you off." Cage was startled by Han Shuo's loud shout. He hastily reached out to support the stumbling Eve. He looked at Han Shuo with a strange expression and pulled Eve out of the shop without looking back. Tung Fei stared blankly for a moment. He gave Han Shuo a friendly smile and followed Cage out of the shop. Not long after the three left the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Eve seemed to have finally woken up from her daze. Immediately, she started wailing shrilly. She seemed to have discovered that her head had been disfigured. She cried miserably and mumbled something incomprehensible. Han Shuo listened attentively for a moment and heard that she was going to kill him. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What a brainless woman. She doesn't even know that I saved her. It was only after the three had left that Andre turned to look at Han Shuo approvingly. A character like him who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the City of Shadows, of course he could see the real meaning behind Han Shuo's whipping of Eve. The House of Lavers was also a large family clan in the City of Shadows. If Carmelita disfigured Eve just because of that, It would indeed appear that the House of Saint was bullying the weak. Han Shua's sudden intervention could be considered to have indirectly helped Andre. Andre's impression of Han Shua grew even more favorable. He thought to himself that although this youngster's strength was lacking, his way of handling things was remarkable. Serves her right. If you didn't treat her like a pighead, I would have turned her into a real demon. Carmelita was still fuming even after Eve had left. All right, the two of you have finished what you need to do today. You should also go back and test the effects of the medicine, so I won't keep you any longer. Han Shua spoke very casually to Carmelita with a smile. Carmelita was concerned about the effects of Han Shua's medicine. She immediately nodded and said, I will try it immediately when I get back. Upon finishing those words, Carmelita excitedly thanked Han Shua and returned to the Saint residence. She did not even bother about her second uncle Andre. Andre understood his niece's temperament very well, and did not fuss over such trivial matters. After Carmelita excitedly walked out of Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Andre turned to look at Han Shua smilingly, nodded and said, Young man, I really have to thank you for just now. If it wasn't for your quick-wittedness, that young lady would have been disfigured by Carmelita. If that were to happen, although our House of Saint is not afraid, it would still be somewhat troublesome. We would definitely be accused of bullying the House of Lavers. When I first arrived on Elysium, Miss Donna of the House of Lavers had been very kind to me. Although those people might be prejudiced against me, for the sake of Donna I couldn't just stand by and watch them die. You don't have to thank me or anything. I just did it to make myself feel guilty. Han Shua sincerely told the truth. He did it for himself and had absolutely no intention of thinking about Andre or the House of Saint. However, after hearing Han Shua's words, Andre was even more impressed by Han Shua. He repeatedly said, Very good, it is a virtue to be grateful. It is very rare for you to remember this. Carmelita did not misjudge you this time. Right, don't worry, I will inform the patriarch of the House of Lavers. That young man Cage is no fool. He should know that you are doing this out of kindness and will not cause you any trouble. I hope so. Before Eve left, she was crying and yelling that she wanted to kill Han Shua. Although Han Shua had saved her once, if she did not distinguish right from wrong and only remembered that Han Shua had beaten her into a pig's head, it would be hard to say if she would encounter any trouble in the future. Alright, no matter what, I owe you a favor today. Alright, I'll be taking my leave. Do what you need to do, Andre said smilingly, waved his hand, and left the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After Andre and Carmelita left, more and more people came to stroll around. However, as the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy wasn't very famous and the medicinal pellets produced by Han Shua seemed to be exaggerated in their eyes, in addition to the fact that the prices of the medicines were very expensive, no one was willing to spend so many black crystal coins to purchase even the cheapest pellet of rejuvenation. Han Shua wasn't in a hurry. He believed that with Carmelita's help and Andre's help, the medicinal pellets he meticulously refined would one day become popular. And he was certain that that day wouldn't be too far away. In order to thank Carmelita for her help, Han Shua refined a few medicinal pellets that could expel the toxins from her body. If those medicinal pellets could improve Carmelita's condition and bring some changes to her ugly skin, given how active she was in the City of Shadows, the name of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be known sooner or later. The gods that came and went would be scared away by the outrageous prices after taking a stroll around Han Shua's shop. Some of them who could afford to buy the medicine were unwilling to spend the money as they did not know the efficacy of the medicine. Therefore, for 5 days in a row, although there were many people who came to look at the medicine, not a single one of them spent the money to buy it. Han Shua calmly rested in the great hall on the first floor, secretly observing the movements of those around him. Occasionally, he would explain things to others, passing his days in a carefree and unfettered manner. On this day, a beautiful woman arrived at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. She had shoulder-length brown hair, black eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, plump, bright red lips, and a pair of long slender legs. She exuded an elegant and refined temperament. She wore sky-blue, tight-fitting combat clothes that accentuated her alluring figure. It had been some time since Han Shua arrived in the City of Shadows and he had seen many women. However, he had never seen a woman as beautiful as this woman. In his impression, only Donna could compare to her. Han Shuo was rather surprised to see such a beautiful woman arrive at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. However, he did not show any particular enthusiasm. He continued to sit there leisurely, sizing up the beautiful woman who walked in. After the beauty walked in, a group of young escorts walked in one after another. Like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, they dispersed around the beauty. These people were also wearing battle suits, as if they had just come out from a training field. Miss Jia, why have you come to such a store? I think this is just a braggart. How dare he sell his medicines at such a high price? I really don't know where he gets his confidence from, said a golden-haired young man. He had a handsome appearance and a tall and straight figure. He stood out from the crowd of escorts and sneered after taking a look at the markings on the medicine bottles. The beautiful woman named Jia did not pay attention to the words of the golden-haired young man. Her beautiful eyes turned and landed on Han Shuo, who was sitting leisurely beside her. She put on a graceful smile and asked with interest, "Excuse me, are you the owner of this Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Han Shuo nodded but did not stand up to greet her. He casually replied, "That's right. The prices of those medicines are clearly marked and their functions are clearly stated. I won't waste my breath explaining. Please help yourselves. If you're interested, you can purchase them with crystal coins. If you don't believe me, just leave quietly. Thank you for your cooperation." Han Shuo had tried to be enthusiastic a few days ago, but none of the people he met were willing to fork out any money in the end. Now that things had come to this, he couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He decided to wait until Carmelita's promotion was effective. However, Han Shuo's indifferent and arrogant attitude seemed rather strange in the eyes of these people. Every owner of a store would want to sell their goods as quickly as possible. They would enthusiastically explain to their customers when they saw them. Han Shuo, on the other hand, had adopted an indifferent attitude. It was as though he didn't care about them at all. You run a store, right?" cried the beautiful woman named Jia. She obviously did not expect a store owner like Han Shuo to be so rude to her. She immediately let out a soft cry and sized up Han Shuo in a strange manner. "He's only in Low God realm, his strength is meager, there's no mark of a large family clan on him, and I've never seen him before. He must be an outsider. Is he doing business or not?" thought Jia as she looked at Han Shuo. "Hey kid, are you doing business or not? The City of Shadows is so vast, but it's rare to see a store owner as arrogant as you. Are you new to the City of Shadows? You don't even know Miss Jia. Haven't you heard of the Kinson family?" The golden-haired protector shouted in displeasure when he saw Han Shuo's arrogant attitude. The Kinson family, one of the 5 major family clans. No wonder it's her. After hearing the golden-haired youngster's words, Han Shuo's heart jolted. He immediately recalled Jia's identity. She was the daughter of the patriarch of the Kinson family. She cultivated in fighting aura other than the 12 fundamental energies and possessed late-stage mid-god strength. She was a very famous youngster in the City of Shadows. The reason why Jia was famous was not only because of her beauty but also because she did not cultivate in the energies of death, destruction, and darkness as required by her family clan. Instead, she cultivated in fighting aura, a relatively unorthodox energy found on Elysium. However, her cultivation of fighting aura was fruitful and she outperformed many of her peers. She had cultivated her fighting aura to late-stage mid-god realm, slightly stronger than Dana, who was a mid-stage mid-god. Furthermore, she was younger than Dana. This was very surprising. In the City of Shadows, Jia was a genius second only to Carmelita. Furthermore, she was slightly younger than Carmelita. No one could tell what kind of future she had. Of course I have heard of the Kinson family, but this is the rule of my store. The prices and effects are clearly written on it. I don't think I need to explain anything. Well, if you want to buy, then buy. If not, then leave. Don't disturb my business, Han Shuo said unhurriedly. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe that I will tear down your store?" The golden-haired youngster shouted furiously. He saw that Han Shuo seemed to be a newcomer to the city and did not give a damn about Han Shuo. Han Shuo narrowed his eyes and sized him up with a sinister expression. He said, "Why don't you try?" Chapter 704. You are courting death, brat. The blonde youth couldn't stand Han Shua's provocation and was about to tear down the store. Iman! Jia shouted. This store is next to the House of Saint. You aren't really looking for trouble, are you? The blonde youth stared blankly for a moment after hearing Jia's shout. He sized up Han Shua suspiciously and said, This store is next to the House of Saint, but it doesn't necessarily belong to the House of Saint. This brat is obviously a newcomer. Why should I be afraid of him? Jia didn't think so. When she saw that Han Shua didn't show the slightest trace of fear on his face, she felt that Han Shua wasn't that simple. Seeing that Iman wasn't listening to her advice, Jia hastily distanced herself and said, Do as you wish. But if anything happens, I won't interfere. Don't worry, what could possibly happen? Haha, do you think I can't handle this brat? Iman insolently reached for the first cabinet. It seemed that he had made up his mind. Stop! Suddenly an untimely shout came from outside. In a flash, the green-haired youth Anaito who had previously detained Han Shua entered the celestial secret pharmacy with a team of divine guards under Erebus. After entering, Anaito first greeted Han Shua in a friendly manner. Shortly after, he gazed at Iman with cold eyes and asked, Young Master Iman, what are you doing here? Anaito, who had almost destroyed the cabinet, did not expect that divine guards from the Third Corps would suddenly appear at such a critical moment. After staring blankly for a moment, he forced a smile and replied, Nothing much, just looking around. The City of Shadows has its own rules. Even large family clans are not allowed to take advantage of their power to bully others. I hope that all of you know your limits and don't make things difficult for us. Anaito looked at Iman in displeasure and reprimanded righteously. Why would I? Iman put on a fawning smile and repeatedly said that he was only here to look at the goods. I hope so. Anaito nodded. Shortly after, he turned to Han Shua and said smilingly, We are not far away. If anything happens to the store, just give us a shout. After finishing those words, Anaito coldly swept a glance at Iman, bowed slightly to Jia, and left the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with that group of divine guards. Anaito was a squad leader of the Third Corps of Divine Guards under Erebus. He could also be considered as a member of the House of Saint. He was aware of the friendly relationship between Han Shua and Carmelita. Fearing that Han Shua would hold a grudge for what had happened in the past, Anaito had made a special trip to apologize. Even though Han Shua had said that it was fine, Anaito was still rather uneasy. Recently, he had taken the liberty of leading a team of divine guards to watch over this place. Han Shua knew that Annette was nearby and understood that Annette was trying to curry favor with him. That was why he was not afraid of Iman's threat at all. As expected, Annette had indeed coincidentally arrived at the critical moment. Consider yourself lucky, kid. But you won't be so lucky forever. After Annette left, Iman said hatefully, If you don't want to sell anything, then leave. Don't hinder me. Han Shua wouldn't be courteous to Anaito. He once again chased Anaito out. Anaito knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Han Shua today. After glaring fiercely at Han Shua a few times, he was the first to retreat into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Those friends of his also followed him out. However, Jia did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Han Shua with great interest. She was much more observant than Iman. From Anaito's performance and Han Shua's calmness and composure, Jia had a feeling that Han Shua was not as simple as he seemed. Initially, she was just casually strolling around. But at this moment, due to the doubts in her heart, she had an idea. After casually strolling around the first floor for a while, Jia pointed at a bottle of pills of tranquility that cost 500 black crystal coins. She smilingly said to Han Shua, Give me a bottle of this medicine. Miss Jia, why would you believe this guy? That's 500 black crystal coins we're talking about. Why doesn't he just go rob a bank? Those few youngsters who had yet to leave the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy immediately started persuading Jia when they saw her action. Han Shua looked at Jia in a slightly astonished manner. He finally stood up from his chair and walked to Jia. Han Shua opened the boundary on the cabinet, took out a bottle of pills of tranquility, and calmly handed it to Jia. He said, The instructions on the bottle are to be used when you are comprehending the essence of energy. You will get the greatest effect. Here are 500 black crystal coins. Please keep them well. said Jia smilingly as she took the bottle of medicine from Han Shuo. She then put the 500 black crystal coins on the cabinet. She then gazed at Han Shuo with her bright eyes and smilingly said, "I will remember. Thank you." After saying those words, Jia put on a sweet smile again. Her slender fingers twirled the exquisite medicine bottle as she walked away. When she was about to leave, she turned around to look at Han Shuo and said, "If it doesn't work, I will come back for you. Even if you are a member of the House of Saint, if you dare to deceive me, I will not let you get away with it." Han Shuo shrugged and put on an indifferent face. He thought to himself that the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had gained yet another propagandist. For the next few days, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy still had no business. Han Shuo decided to close the shop and stay on the third floor to cultivate the essence of energy. He thought to himself that Carmelita would definitely help him after she had benefited from the medicine. By then, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough customers. Nearly half a year had passed since he left the Miasma Cloud Mountain range. That avatar of Han Shuo's that had been cultivating the essence of the energy of destruction in the cauldron of Myriad Demon had finally advanced to late-stage low-god realm. Those divine essences of destruction that he obtained from the cauldron of Myriad Demon were finally put to good use. Han Shuo once again began to absorb them. While Han Shuo was cultivating in seclusion, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy closed its doors. But little did he know that a storm was brewing in the City of Shadows regarding the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The Lavers family. Donna, who had spent a long time preparing for her trip to the Space-Time Fortress, finally returned from one of the fortresses under the Lavers family. As soon as she returned to the Lavers' residence, she saw her younger sister Eve crying and complaining to her. The bruises on her face had yet to completely subside. "Sister Donna, I was beaten by someone." Eve cried as soon as she saw Donna return. Grief welled up in Eve's heart. Although Donna was usually very strict with her younger siblings, they knew that Donna loved them dearly. Unable to find anyone to confide in, Eve turned to Donna as a breakthrough point. "What happened? Who beat you? Why didn't your father stand up for you?" Donna hastily asked when she saw Eve's appearance. "Father forbade me from taking revenge. My brothers didn't stand up for me either. I was beaten for nothing." Eve cried. "Who did it? There aren't many people in the City of Shadows who would dare to beat you up like that. Could it be those from the House of Saint?" Donna furrowed her brows and said angrily, "Even the House of Saint can't be so arrogant. I have some friendship with Carmelita. Tell me who it is and I will have Carmelita teach him a lesson." It's that friend you brought with you last time. I think his name is Brian," Eve said in a sobbing voice with an aggrieved face. What? Donna was astonished. She softly cried out, "How is that possible? Even if Brian did it out of respect for me, he shouldn't have hurt you to this extent. Are you sure you aren't mistaken?" After hearing Eve's words, Donna faintly felt that something was amiss. She knew Han Shuo very well. She didn't think that Han Shuo would do such a thing. "It's true. It's really him." Eve shrieked, "My brother was there too. He can testify. And Tung Fei." "I'll go ask your brother." Donna was filled with doubts. Soon she found Cage, who was sparring with Tung Fei in the gymnasium. Cage had a grudge against Han Shuo. Although he felt that Han Shuo might have good intentions, he simply didn't like Han Shuo and wanted to ruin the relationship between Han Shuo and Donna. When Donna asked him about it, Cage distorted the truth and told the whole story to Donna. Originally, it was Han Shuo who saved Eve. But when Cage heard about it, he made it sound like Han Shuo was bullying Eve by taking advantage of his friendship with Carmelita. Cage didn't dare to accuse Carmelita of any wrongdoing, so he pushed all the blame onto Han Shuo. When those words came out of Cage's mouth, Han Shuo became an unforgivable, despicable, and unforgivable villain. "Tung Fei, isn't that what happened?" Donna knew her sister-in-law's temperament and still couldn't believe it. She asked Tung Fei, who was looking at her from the side. She thought that Tung Fei had nothing to do with this matter and would report the truth fairly. Unfortunately, Tung Fei subconsciously thought of Han Shuo as a rival for Donna. Plus, he had a good relationship with Cage, so naturally he would help Cage. Under Donna's questioning, Tung Fei didn't say much and only nodded affirmatively. Seeing that Tung Fei also confirmed it, Donna more or less believed it. Anger appeared on her face as she murmured softly, I didn't expect him to be such a person. Because of a small matter in the gymnasium, he actually did such a thing to Eve. No matter what, Eve is still my sister. How could he not give me face? Donna muttered to herself as she slowly walked out of the gymnasium. Seeing the anger on Donna's face, Cage and Tung Fei exchanged meaningful glances. Immediately, the two were in a good mood and their battle strength seemed to have increased significantly. On the other side, in the Kinson family, in a secret chamber in her boudoir, Jia, who was carefully comprehending the power of fighting aura, suddenly woke up from her meditation. She waved the silver longsword in her hand and the entire room was filled with a dazzling radiance, as if thousands of stars were shining at the same time. It was so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. When the radiance faded, Jia stood up with a smile on her face and carefully put away the longsword. Her bright eyes suddenly focused on a medicine bottle on the floor of the secret chamber. With a wave of her hand, the medicine bottle marked with the pill of tranquility fell into Jia's palm. Her bright eyes were filled with surprise as she murmured, Pill of tranquility. What a miraculous medicine. It actually helped me increase my fighting aura condensation rate by another level. 500 black crystal coins is so worth it. Soon enough, Jia walked out of the secret chamber and hastily arrived at a secluded courtyard. As soon as she entered, she shouted, Mother, give me 100,000 black crystal coins. I need them urgently. Bess, the beautiful woman who was as beautiful as Jia but with a slightly more mature charm, looked at Jia in astonishment. She knitted her brows and reprimanded, What have we been teaching you? Our House of Kinson is a prestigious family clan in the City of Shadows. You have to remember some basic etiquette. Yes, Mother. Quickly give me 100,000 black crystal coins. I really need them urgently. Jia pulled Bess's arm in a coquettish manner and yelled, 100,000 black crystal coins is not a small amount. It has to be recorded in the family accounts. You silly girl, I have given you so little pocket money. What exactly do you want? Tell me clearly, Bess said impatiently as she straightened Jia's hair. It's like this. A new shop has just opened in the city. It's called the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Jia knew that her mother would not let her go if she did not explain clearly. After a long while, Bess cried out in surprise and said, Is it really as miraculous as you said? Of course, Mother. Don't you trust your daughter? I have used it myself. I know very well how much that medicine has helped me. Really, 500 black crystal coins is just too cheap. We have to buy it while the other family clans still don't trust that pharmacy. This is no longer just about the value of crystal coins. Jia said hastily, Come, I will go with you. I have nothing to do now anyway. After hearing Jia's words, Bess understood that if Jia was telling the truth, those medicines could be an opportunity to improve the overall strength of the family clan. She immediately took out some crystal coins and left the House of Kinson with Jia. Saint Residence. On this day, Carmelita walked out of her gymnasium. Miss, your face, your face. The plump woman, Karina, suddenly cried out in surprise when she saw Carmelita. She pointed at Carmelita with an expression of disbelief. Carmelita's originally oddly colored and bumpy skin had become a lot fairer and smoother. This transformation made her look less ferocious and ferocious. Although she was still very ugly, her appearance was more acceptable than before. I know. Carmelita repeated those words incoherently. After taking a few steps, she took out a small mirror and looked at herself. Then she raised her head and laughed delightfully. Miss Carmelita, you have changed a lot, the divine guards and maids exclaimed softly. Hey, you little girl, why do you seem to be different? Oh, you seem to have turned fairer. Ah, how did you become fairer? How is this possible? A few aunties exclaimed softly. Waha! Waha! I am not dreaming. Carmelita shrieked continuously as she ran out of the Saint residence. Andre, who was handling family matters at the top of a building, was attracted by Carmelita's shouts. When he lowered his head to take a look, Andre's body trembled. His face was filled with shock as he said, It actually worked. Andre immediately put down the administrative matters in his hands and flew towards Carmelita. One day, Han Shua, who was cultivating in seclusion on the third floor of the gymnasium, suddenly heard a commotion outside. He unfolded his consciousness and discovered that nearly 100 people had gathered outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Those people were yelling, "Open the door! Open the door! We want to buy the divine medicine." Chapter 705. Han Shuo was startled by the sudden arrival of the crowd and the clamor. But soon after he realized the source of the noise. With a face full of joy, he happily walked down from the gymnasium and opened the doors of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that had been tightly shut for a long time. Standing in front of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were many people that Han Shuo recognized. For example, Carmelita, whose skin had turned slightly fairer, Andre, who was all smiles, Gia, who came to purchase a bottle of Pill of Tranquility, Donna, and several youngsters from the Lavers family. However, most of them were people Han Shuo didn't recognize. They were people of all ages and were dressed in gorgeous clothes. They were chatting with Carmelita, Andre, and the others in soft voices. A few gods, who were obviously not of high status, surrounded those people and shouted, "Open the door! Open the door! Damn it, why are there so many people all of a sudden?" Gia, who was among the crowd, complained in a low voice, "We didn't want the news to spread. But that last Carmelita is too eye-catching. Her appearance is unique in the entire City of Shadows. The sudden change in her skin is simply the most eye-catching advertisement for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. On top of that, she has been telling everyone she meets. Who wouldn't know that the change in her skin originated from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Beth, the noblewoman beside Gia, also felt somewhat regretful. She knew that it would be difficult to realize her dream of monopolizing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. "Everyone, what do you want?" Han Shuo asked after opening the doors and sweeping his eyes across the crowd blocking the entrance. "Brat, look at me. What's so different about me?" Carmelita said excitedly. She leaped and stepped on a few heads as she arrived before Han Shuo. Those who were stepped on by Carmelita groaned and were about to denounce her for her actions. But when they saw Carmelita's face, they tactfully shut their mouths. "What's there to look at? I knew those medicines would work," Han Shuo said smilingly. "Brian, make a few more bottles for me. Hurry up." Carmelita giggled mischievously. She was not at all courteous to Han Shuo and immediately requested, Here are 5 small bottles. You can continue to take them. I've already prepared them for you." Han Shuo carefully took out 5 small bottles and handed them to Carmelita in front of everyone. He was very satisfied with the publicity Carmelita had done for him. Carmelita didn't stand on ceremony with Han Shuo. She kept the 5 small bottles like they were precious treasures and patted Han Shuo's shoulder in a carefree manner. "Thank you, Brian. You're too incredible. Brian, how much are those potions worth? Name a price and I'll calculate it for you later." In the crowd, Andre suddenly shouted. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to suppress the noise. Everyone could hear it. Andre was standing alone not far away. The people from the City of Shadows around him kept their distance from him. After Andre spoke those words, the clamorous crowd suddenly quietened down. In the City of Shadows, Andre was in charge of the finances of the House of Saint and indirectly controlled the economy of the City of Shadows. Any business of a major family clan had to go through Andre's approval. In addition to his extraordinary strength, Andre enjoyed an extremely high status in the City of Shadows. Given his status, the crowd naturally fell silent as soon as he spoke. They were afraid that they might drown out Andre's voice and incur his displeasure. To those merchants who needed to make a living in the City of Shadows, Andre was even more important than City Lord Wallace. "That's a different matter. Carmelita and I are good friends. I personally refined these potions for her. Consider it a gift. You don't have to settle the score with me." Han Shuo put on a carefree smile and straightforwardly refused. Andre stared blankly for a moment but did not force Han Shuo to accept the potions. He nodded with a faint smile and said, "All right then. I'll sell all the potions in your shop that can be sold to me at the price you set. That won't be a problem, right?" "How can we do that? We have waited for so long. How can we sell them all to you? Even the House of Saint shouldn't be so overbearing. This is a legal transaction. You can't sell them separately or first come first serve. We have waited for so long. How can we return empty-handed?" Almost everyone was protesting Andre's decision. It seemed that they were no longer afraid of Andre's status in the City of Shadows. It seemed that the temptation of Han Shua's potions was indeed enormous. They had grown bolder all of a sudden. Andre, on the other hand, did not expect that his suggestion would be opposed by the entire crowd. He stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and said, "Brian, just you wait." Han Shua nodded and forcefully suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He said, "Since everyone has given me so much face and waited until now, I can't let you all return empty-handed. How about this? Regardless of your status, each person is limited to 3 bottles. This way, I can guarantee that not everyone will be able to enjoy the potions from my shop." Good. Those who knew that their status wasn't high enough started to make a big fuss. Beth of the House of Kinson, who was about to speak, sighed helplessly. She turned to Jia, who was beside her, and said, "Well, it seems that we can't distribute the potions according to our family clans. How unlucky. We were the first to arrive, but that bastard refused to open the door. Otherwise, all the potions would belong to our House of Kinson. How could things end up like this?" Jia cried out angrily. But soon after, she said regretfully, "If I had known this would happen, I would have brought a team of my family's divine guards. If we distribute the potions according to the number of people, we would have a bigger advantage." All right, stop complaining," Beth consoled. Then she softly said, "But this talent is the most important. As long as he is here, there will be an endless supply of potions. We should be paying more attention to his situation." "That's right." Jia nodded when she heard those words. She paid even more attention to observing Han Shua. She suddenly felt that Han Shua was much more pleasing to the eye. Originally, she had a bad impression of Han Shua, as she felt that Han Shua was arrogant and conceited. But after learning about the miraculous effects of Han Shua's potions, she immediately convinced herself that such a miraculous person should have an eccentric temperament. What a character! Come. Everyone line up and come one by one. Each person is limited to 3 bottles. Please carefully look at the function and price on the bottle, and choose the medicine most suitable for you." Han Shua's gentle voice sounded at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The crowd at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy immediately started pushing and shoving each other to get to the front. They hoped that they could be the first to enter the pharmacy so that they could choose the medicine most suitable for them. They did not want to be left behind and have their medicines snatched away by others. Bang, 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 all of a sudden those with insufficient strength were thrown out of the arena. The powerful leaders of several major family clans stood in front of Han Shua, without the slightest trace of politeness. All of them looked at Han Shua in a refined and courteous manner, asking Han Shua to begin. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. He wanted to berate them, but when he saw the friendly smiles on the faces of the experts from the large family clans, Han Shua was too embarrassed to say anything. He stepped aside and allowed those people to enter first. He then casually called out, "Miss Carmelita, please keep an eye on the outside for me. Don't let them cause any trouble." "Don't worry, I'll take good care of them for you," Carmelita replied straightforwardly after carefully putting away the 5 medicine bottles. "He's just a pharmacist. What's so great about him? Look at that smug face of his." Cage suddenly groaned coldly from behind the crowd. Donna, on the other hand, was astounded. Her thoughts were in a mess. She turned to look at Cage and Eve beside her. She was originally prepared to denounce Han Shua, but now, she suddenly didn't know what to do. Although those few people who entered the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy first were not patriarchs of large family clans, they were still reputable characters in the City of Shadows. Just like Andre, they had high status and prestige in their family clans. Judging from their behavior, Donna believed that they would be willing to offend the House of Lavers in order to establish a good relationship with Han Shua. Not to mention that the vile woman of the City of Shadows, Carmelita, was among the crowd. Even the illness that had plagued Carmelita for many years might be cured. In addition, from Donna's observations, if she were to denounce Han Shua, would Carmelita help her or Han Shua? Most importantly, from the discussions of those around her and Carmelita's deliberate propaganda, Carmelita believed that the medicines in Han Shua's shop were equally important to the House of Lavers. If she were to become enemies with Han Shua, The House of Lavers would very likely end up with nothing at all. When Donna thought of this, she felt so sad that she could die. She turned to look at her two younger siblings beside her. Donna secretly cursed them for being so immature, and only knew how to cause trouble for the family clan. With such thoughts in mind, Eve's swollen face did not look pitiful at all. Instead, it looked even uglier. "Elder sister, are you going to uphold justice for us?" Eve hastily cried out when she saw that Donna's eyes were flickering. Feeling rather disgusted, Donna glared at Eve with a cold face and said, "Look at the current situation. Do you think it's appropriate for us to denounce him?" "Why not?" Eve had yet to see the situation clearly. All she knew was that she had to take revenge on Han Shuo. "Cage, do you think we should find trouble with Brian today?" Donna was too disappointed. She no longer looked at the anxious Eve beside her, but asked Cage who was beside her. Cage wasn't as stupid as his younger sister. He put on an ugly expression when he heard those words. He helplessly sighed and said, "Let's forget about it for today. If we denounce him today, we might offend everyone who came here to buy his medicines. This doesn't seem to be appropriate. Then why are you all still here? Get out of here." Donna cursed softly. She turned around and was about to leave. However, she was smiling bitterly in her heart. "Brian, oh Brian, you really are something. It has only been half a year, and not only did you manage to befriend the House of Saint, the most feared family clan in the City of Shadows, you even made such miraculous medicines. Sigh. Teng Fei, why aren't you leaving?" Suddenly, Cage looked at Teng Fei, who was standing motionless beside him, and asked in a puzzled manner, "You guys go back first. I will buy a few bottles of medicine later and see if they really have that effect." Teng Fei put on a faint smile and said gently. Although Teng Fei also disliked Han Shuo, as a descendant of a major family clan, he would never forget to work hard for the sake of his family clan. If those medicines in Han Shuo's shop really had that effect, Teng Fei would discard his personal feelings and do everything in his power to obtain those medicines. If you were as sensible as Teng Fei, such a talent wouldn't have slipped away from our House of Lavers. Think about it, if those medicines could only be used by our family clan, how great would it be for our House of Lavers? Donna sighed and left in disappointment. You actually believe in that fella's medicine?" Eve asked Teng Fei in a low voice. "So many people have gathered here for his medicines. There are many experts from major family clans in the City of Shadows here. I believe that their judgment is correct. Although I don't really like that fella, I have to stay for the benefit of my family clan. I'm sorry." It wasn't like Teng Fei liked Eve. Just like how Donna looked down on Eve, Teng Fei also looked down on this brainless woman from the bottom of his heart. You actually said that. I'm so disappointed. Brother, let's go." Eve dragged Cage and left in a huff. This time she hated Teng Fei as well. Brainless woman. If you had half of Donna's intelligence, that fella might have become the personal pharmacist of the House of Lavers. Idiot woman, do you really think I care about you? Teng Fei said in a low voice with a sneer after Eve left. Upon finishing those words, Teng Fei squeezed his way to the front in high spirits. He was wondering if he should try his best to build a good relationship with Han Shuo, and draw a clear line between himself and Cage and Eve as soon as possible so that he would not incur Han Shuo's annoyance. The clamor continued. However, under the control of the evil woman, there were no more queue cutting. Those who entered the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy came out feeling both happy and regretful. They were happy that they had obtained medicines and regretful that they had only obtained 3 bottles. Before they left, they repeatedly reminded Han Shuo that he must leave some for them if he refined any new medicines. Han Shuo politely laughed but did not promise anyone anything. He only watched excitedly as the medicine bottles in the cupboards dwindled and the crystal coins in his hand grew heavier and heavier. "Miss Jia, I'm very happy that you did not cause trouble for me." Han Shuo greeted Jia with a beaming smile as he collected a bag full of black crystal coins when he saw Jia walking in with a beautiful woman. Jia's tender and beautiful face was full of smiles. She pleaded, "No matter what, I am your first tester. Can you give me special treatment?" "No problem. You can choose any 3 bottles and I will give you a 20% discount. What do you think?" Han Shuo nodded and said in a deadpan manner, "Scoundrel. Jia cursed smilingly. She looked straight at Han Shuo with her bright eyes and said, "You know that's not what I mean. I don't need you to give me a 20% discount. I would rather buy them at a higher price as long as you give us the rest of the medicines. What do you think?" Han Shuo knew that these descendants of large family clans would not care about the amount of crystal coins. He was just teasing her on purpose. Now that he heard her say this, he immediately said righteously, "How can I do that? How can I do business if I give you everything? In my eyes, everyone is equal. It's the same even if you are of noble status. Stop acting so righteous in front of us. If everyone is equal, why don't you accept crystal coins for Carmelita's medicines?" Jia said bluntly. She was both annoyed and amused. "That's different. Carmelita and I are friends. Those medicines are a gift from me," Han Shuo said with a mischievous smile. "Then we are still friends. Sell everything to me. I am willing to pay a high price." Jia continued to pester Han Shuo. "Hey, can the people inside hurry up? We are still waiting." A few people outside shouted impatiently while Jia was pestering Han Shuo. "5 bottles. Each of you can take 5 bottles. That's all." Han Shuo saw that Jia was pestering him endlessly, and that the people outside were getting more and more anxious. He had no choice but to surrender and give Jia a discount. "Alright, let's call it a day. Next time you refine new medicines, remember to leave more for the Kinson family. Price is not a problem." Jia saw that Han Shuo had made up his mind and knew that she would be offended if she continued to pester him. Only then did she and her mother pick up the 10 medicine bottles and casually throw a bag of black crystal coins on the floor. She smiled faintly and held her mother's hand as they drifted away. "Oh, 5,000 black crystal coins. That seems to be 2,000 too much." Han Shuo waited for a moment. He knew that Jia did not care about the extra black crystal coins. He smiled bluntly and put the bag away. After sending off another 10 or so people, the number of medicines on this floor gradually decreased. It seemed that there would not be any left to sell in the near future. "Hi Brian, we meet again." It was at this moment that Teng Fei walked in with a smile. He immediately greeted Han Shuo in a friendly manner. When Han Shuo saw that it was Teng Fei, the smile on his face disappeared. He calmly said, "So it is young Master Teng Fei. Are you here to purchase medicine from my shop as well?" "Of course. I did not expect that you, Brian, would be such a miraculous apothecary. I really misjudged you last time." Teng Fei did not mind Han Shuo's attitude towards him at all. He laughed heartily and said, "I am just a guest of the Lavers family. What happened last time was a grudge between you, Cage, and Eve. Please don't blame it on me. I am very appreciative of you. Pick 3 bottles of medicine." "I don't have time for you," Han Shuo impatiently urged Teng Fei. "Don't be so heartless. I was indeed in the wrong last time. I am now formally apologizing to you." Teng Fei had a good temper. He was not angered by Han Shuo's bad attitude at all. He chattered non-stop beside Han Shuo's ear. One had to admit that Teng Fei was a talented man. After listening for a while, Han Shuo forced a smile and said, "You were not as eloquent as you were the last time. All right, take your things and leave. There are still many people waiting behind you. Do not hinder my business." "That bastard inside, are you done yet? I will throw you out if you speak any more nonsense." Carmelita did not have a good impression of Teng Fei the last time she saw him with Eve. She suddenly threatened him with a cold voice. I'm leaving." Teng Fei let out a hollow laugh. It was obvious that he was a little afraid of Carmelita. He randomly picked 3 bottles of medicine, left behind 800 black crystal coins, and hastily left with a smile. Chapter 706. All the medicinal pellets refined by Han Shuo were sold within a day, earning a profit of 96,000 black crystal coins. Han Shuo was beaming with joy. He thought that with this amount of black crystal coins, he wouldn't have to worry for at least a few decades. The buyers left the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy one after another. After Han Shuo had sold all his medicines, Carmelita hastily returned to the Saint residence to continue refining the medicinal pellets Han Shuo had specially refined for her. It was only after everyone had left that Han Shuo recalled that Donna had accompanied a few youngsters from the Lavers family. He thought that Donna had come with Cage and Eve to thank him. Little did he expect that Donna had come to reprimand him. Han Shuo was rather puzzled that Donna did not enter the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He had left some medicines for Donna and was waiting for Donna to pick them up. Little did he expect that Donna had left. Han Shuo did not think too much about it. He thought that Donna must have decided to come back another day because there were too many people around. 96,000 black crystal coins. What a windfall. Han Shuo closed the doors of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and started counting the black crystal coins in his space ring. His silly laughter never stopped. He mumbled, 96,000 black crystal coins. That's enough to buy a manor in the City of Shadows, and one that's fully furnished. This is awesome. All the medicinal ingredients he had gathered on Elysium had been used to refine medicinal pellets. Although Han Shuo had earned 96,000 black crystal coins, he had no choice but to gather more medicinal ingredients in order to continue making money. Han Shuo was the only one who knew the ingredients needed to refine the pills. He had no choice but to do it himself. After putting up the temporarily off sale sign again, Han Shuo left the City of Shadows and headed towards the mountain ranges in the vicinity. The City of Shadows was surrounded by rolling mountain ranges. Many of the medicinal ingredients that Han Shuo needed grew in the mountains. With his previous experience, Han Shuo picked as many medicinal ingredients as he could and stayed in the mountain ranges for more than a month. Han Shuo released the demon generals from the cauldron of myriad demon one after another. All of a sudden, he had gained dozens of pairs of eyes. With that, the speed at which he could gather medicinal ingredients increased by more than 10 times. In just a little over a month, Han Shuo had traversed all the mountains in the vicinity. He had gathered enough medicinal ingredients to fill 2 space rings, enough for Han Shuo to refine medicinal pellets for a year. As the mountain range around the City of Shadows was practically free of danger, no enemy forces or god hunters dared to roam around the mountain range. During the month or so that Han Shuo collected medicinal ingredients, he had encountered the divine guards of the City of Shadows a total of 57 times. They formed small teams and frequently patrolled the mountain range to prevent large-scale invasions. Many of those divine guards did not recognize Han Shuo. At first, they thought that Han Shuo was very suspicious. But when Han Shuo flashed the badge given to him by City Lord Wallace, all the divine guards immediately became respectful towards Han Shuo. Not only did they immediately apologize to Han Shuo, they would even report to Han Shuo about any anomalies they encountered in the vicinity. They thought that Han Shuo was a member of the House of Saint. A month passed by in the blink of an eye. When Han Shuo returned to his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he was dumbfounded. Han Shuo did not expect that his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be smashed. As soon as he stepped into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, he discovered that all the utensils on the first and second floors had been smashed. The entire set of medicinal bottles and jars that Han Shuo purchased were now in pieces. Not a single one of them was intact. Even the energy stones in the boundary towers on the 3rd floor of the gymnasium were smashed. From the 1st floor to the 3rd floor, the entire Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was in a complete mess. The more Han Shuo looked, the angrier he became. He wondered who could have done such a shameless thing while he was away. Han Shuo wore a gloomy face. He walked from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor, and from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor, wondering who could have done such a thing. The first people that came to his mind were Cage and Eve of the Lavers family. These two were the first people he offended after arriving on Elysium. The second person was that golden-haired young man named Edmund who came with Jia. Back then, Edmund had the intention of smashing Celestial Pearl Pharmacy but stopped in anger because of Enito's timely appearance. Other than that, Han Shuo couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a thing to his pharmacy. He had only been in the City of Shadows for a short period of time, and had only offended a few people. Han Shuo's return soon attracted Enito's attention. He rushed to the scene with a team of divine guards. When he saw that Han Shuo was sitting on the chair that was missing a leg and wearing a gloomy face, Enito was alarmed. He hastily explained to Han Shuo with a bitter face, "The incident happened 7 days ago. It should have happened late at night. We return to the 3rd Corps every night and therefore don't know what happened. When we returned the next day, the shop was already in this state. Did you find any clues?" Han Shuo asked Anaito with a cold face as he leaned on the chair that was missing a leg and gently rocked. Anaito forced a smile and shook his head. He replied, "We have been investigating for a few days and have not found any traces of anyone. We have no idea who did it. Miss Carmelita has yet to come out from the gymnasium. Lord Andre has instructed us to preserve the scene until someone returns. Therefore we didn't dare to clean it up. Those who want to curry favor with you also didn't dare to touch this place." Han Shuo believed that if it weren't for Andre's order, those nobles from large family clans who were willing to spend a fortune to purchase medicines from him would be more than happy to redecorate this place. They might even make the place even more magnificent than before it was destroyed. That way, when Han Shuo returned, he wouldn't see the scene before his eyes. "Do you know the identity of that Edmund who came to my shop last time?" Han Shuo asked Anaito with his brows bunched after keeping silent for a moment. "He's a member of the House of Buller. However, that fella isn't a direct relative of the House of Buller. That fella doesn't have much status in the House of Buller. After the incident at your shop, the first person that came to my mind was that fella. I have carefully investigated him and found that he wasn't in the City of Shadows at all during that period of time. It shouldn't be his doing. In addition, that fella isn't as bold as you imagine. I believe that after he learned of your relationship with Miss Carmelita, he wouldn't dare to have any designs on your shop," Anaito analyzed to Han Shuo. Han Shuo was even more puzzled after hearing those words. According to Anaito, Edmund didn't have the guts to do so. Based on Han Shuo's observation of Edmund that day, it seemed to be the case. If it wasn't Anaito, then who could it be? "Alright, thank you." Han Shuo suddenly thanked Anaito after pondering for a moment. Of course. Anaito bowed and smiled humbly. He took the initiative to suggest, "Do you want me to get someone to help you redecorate your shop? I know some people in the City of Shadows who are in charge of such matters. What do you think? Then I'll have to trouble you. Here are 500 black crystal coins. If it's not enough, just ask me for more." Although Han Shuo couldn't find any clues from the interior of the shop that was in ruins, he knew that the shop had to be kept open. Therefore, Han Shuo casually tossed 500 black crystal coins to Anaito, indicating for him to help take care of the shop. "Don't worry, I will get it done properly for you." Anaito immediately patted his chest and guaranteed after receiving the crystal coins from Han Shuo. "Alright then, I will leave this place to you. I have some matters to attend to." Han Shuo believed that Anaito would take care of the shop. He nodded at him smilingly and left the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. There were only a few people that Han Shuo had offended in the City of Shadows. If it wasn't for Edmund, Han Shuo immediately thought of Cage and Eve. Han Shuo's anger grew even more when he thought of the two. He thought to himself, if it wasn't for me, Eve's face would have been disfigured. Not only did you not thank me in person, you even dared to attack my shop in secret. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? Therefore, Han Shuo went to the Laver's residence. The two divine guards from the Laver's residence recognized Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who had risen to fame in the City of Shadows, had been the talk of many members of the Laver's residence. As soon as the two saw Han Shuo, they immediately recognized Han Shuo. Their attitudes became very friendly, and they greeted Han Shuo from afar. "Haha, I didn't expect that Mr. Han Shuo is actually an amazing pharmacist. Mr. Han Shuo's medicines have been in a frenzy recently," said the divine guard who had enthusiastically introduced the members of the Laver's family to Han Shuo last time with a chuckle. "Thank you for your reminder last time. Please accept this small bottle of medicine as a token of my respect." Han Shuo naturally remembered the two cordial divine guards and casually gifted them 2 bottles of pills of rejuvenation. "Many thanks. Many thanks." The smiles on the two divine guards' faces grew even wider. They knew just how valuable the medicine of rejuvenation was in the City of Shadows. The price of a small bottle of pills of rejuvenation was equivalent to 3 years of their salary. It would be strange if they weren't happy. "Mr. Han, are you here to look for Miss Donna?" "Unfortunately, Miss Donna has departed for the Space Dominion. She won't be back for at least a year." The divine guard explained to Han Shuo in a rather regretful manner after he carefully put away the bottles of medicine of rejuvenation from Han Shuo. Han Shuo did not know that Donna had visited the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy many times during the period when Han Shuo was away from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to gather medicinal ingredients. She wanted to ask him about what happened to Eve and at the same time, establish a good relationship with Han Shuo. She also wanted to purchase some medicines from Han Shuo on behalf of the Lavers family. Oh, Donna isn't here. Han Shuo started hesitating whether he should enter the Lavers' residence after learning that Donna wasn't around. After all, the only person that Han Shuo knew in the Lavers family was Donna. If Donna wasn't around, it would be inconvenient to talk about many things. Hey, isn't this Brian? Why aren't you going in? Come, let's talk inside. An untimely voice sounded from a distance. Teng Fei appeared before Han Shuo in the blink of an eye. As though he was very familiar with Han Shuo, he pulled Han Shuo towards the Lavers' residence. Han Shuo was practically forcibly brought into the Lavers' residence by Teng Fei. It seemed that it was no longer appropriate for him to leave. Han Shuo had no choice but to follow Teng Fei inside. Donna and her brother have left for the Space Dominion. They will be back after some time. Previously, Donna and I even went to look for you. Unfortunately, you weren't at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Teng Fei smilingly explained Donna's situation to Han Shuo along the way. He then pulled Han Shuo towards the gymnasium. Since Donna isn't here, I'd better leave as soon as possible. I came here just to look for her. Other than Donna, I'm not familiar with anyone else in the Lavers' residence. It's best if I don't stay here. Han Shuo suddenly stopped moving and stopped being pulled by Teng Fei. Since you're already here, why don't you just chat with me? I'm getting more and more annoyed staying in the Lavers' residence. Those two siblings are truly incapable people. It's not pleasant to get along with them at all. Ever since Teng Fei, Cage, and Eve weren't on the same side as before, the relationship between the three had deteriorated. Teng Fei looked down on Cage and Eve. Naturally, he wouldn't try to mend their relationship. Instead, he straightforwardly drew a line between them and decided to get along well with Donna and Han Shuo. While Teng Fei was speaking, he suddenly froze. He raised his head and saw an enraged Cage glaring at him and Han Shuo from the entrance of the gymnasium. Eve, whose face was still covered in sweat, was also glaring at Teng Fei and Han Shuo with hatred. You still dare to come to our residence? Eve shouted angrily when she saw Han Shuo. I'm here to look for Donna. It's none of your business. Eve's ungrateful attitude further enraged Han Shuo. Han Shuo wouldn't give this brainless woman any face. You beat me up last time and I still haven't settled the score with you. And now you're acting so arrogantly in our Lavers' residence. Are you really courting death? Eve flew into a rage. I'm not going to bicker with brainless women. Forget it, it seems that the Lavers' residence really doesn't welcome me. I'd better leave as soon as possible. Han Shuo waved his hand and ignored Eve. He felt that arguing with a woman like her was pointless. Besides, this was the Lavers' residence. He would be the one at a disadvantage if he continued arguing. A mere low god who only knows how to refine some medicines. Since when did you have the right to be so arrogant in the City of Shadows? Serves you right for your shop to be smashed. This is what happens when you act recklessly. Haha. Cage, who was looking at Han Shuo with cold eyes, suddenly started laughing heartily. Han Shuo, who was about to turn around and leave, immediately stopped when he heard Cage's words. He stared at the laughing Cage with cold eyes and asked, "Was it you?" Cage was startled for a moment before he sneered. "None of your business." Haha. You don't need to know if it was me or not. In any case, it was a good smashing. Han Shuo nodded but did not say a word. He put on a gloomy face, turned around and left while Cage was sneering at him. That very night, 3 energy crystal shops owned by Avery of the Lavers family, but actually managed by Cage and Eve, exploded. A total of 7 Lavers family divine guards were injured in the explosions and energy crystals worth 30,000 black crystal coins were destroyed in an instant. Early the next morning, Cage flew into a great rage when he heard about the incident. He jumped up and down and shouted, "It's him! It must be him! I'm going to settle the score with him!" Upon finishing those words, Cage led a team of divine guards directly under his command and charged straight for Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy without notifying his father Avery. Chapter 707. By the time Cage arrived at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with a team of divine guards, he saw that it was bustling with activity. Anaito, who was in the midst of gathering people to reorganize the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, saw that Cage was charging towards him as though he had swallowed gunpowder. He coldly stopped Cage at the entrance and said in a displeased manner, "Young Master Cage, what are you doing? Where is he? The owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Brian? Where is he? Tell him to come out." Cage stood in front of the door and yelled into it, "I'm sorry, the owner of the shop isn't here. Wait until he returns." Anaito was unperturbed. He raised his voice and let out a stern howl. The divine guards of the Third Corps soon arrived and lined up outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They coldly gazed at Cage and his party. It seemed that they had come prepared. Cage's father, Avery, was also one of the chiefs of divine guards in the City of Shadows. However, the divine guards in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were all from the House of Lavers. The two parties immediately clashed with each other. However, it was clear that Anaito's party had the upper hand. On one hand, it was because the Third Corps belonged to the House of Saint. On the other hand, it was because Erebus was more powerful than Avery. Anaito had been stationed near the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy all this time because of Erebus's permission. Therefore, Anaito was not afraid of any conflict with Cage. The towering rage in Cage's heart slowly cooled down as the Third Corps of Anaito's divine guards drew their swords. Cage was a little smarter than his sister Eve. He knew that if he were to clash with Anaito at this moment, he would be the one in the wrong. He would not be able to gain any benefits from the fight. Cage forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and had no choice but to give up. He left behind a few harsh words and left with his House of Lavers divine guards. His face was dark and gloomy as he tried to figure out where Han Shua was. "Young master, are we just going to let this go?" one of the divine guards asked angrily. "Of course it won't be that simple. But we don't know where that youngster is hiding. If we can't find him, we won't be able to do anything," Cage replied furiously. He turned around to look at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and said, let's go find my father." Cage of the Fifth Corps of the City of Shadows rushed over. Inside a secret chamber in the Fifth Corps, Avery's face turned ugly as he listened to Cage's report. The more he listened, the darker his face became. When Cage finally finished, Avery abruptly stood up and gave Cage a tight slap on his face. The slap made Cage stagger a few steps back. Cage covered his swollen cheek and didn't dare to make a sound. He just looked at his angry father with a wronged expression. "How many times have I told you that it's best not to provoke that brat, but you just wouldn't listen to me? Great, now that the three shops have lost so many crystal coins, the responsibility will still fall on my head in the end. Can't the two of you learn from Donna and her sister and cause less trouble for me?" Avery slammed the table in front of him. Looking at his son, who was always causing trouble, he could only feel anger welling up in him. "Father, after what you told us the last time, we really didn't provoke him on purpose. This time he was the one who started all this trouble. I only said a few words to him. How could I have known that this brat would be so ruthless? He destroyed 3 of our shops in one night. He is obviously relying on the protection of the House of Saint to look down on us." Cage covered his face and choked with sobs. He looked as though he had suffered a great grievance. "Did you order someone to destroy his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" Avery bunched his brows and coldly groaned. "No, it really wasn't me. I wouldn't dare disobey father's orders," Cage repeatedly guaranteed. "Then are you certain that it was that youngster who destroyed our 3 shops?" Avery asked again. "It must be him. I provoked him a few times in our family, but he left with a gloomy face without saying a word. That night, 3 of our energy stone shops were destroyed. If it wasn't him, who else could it be?" Cage hastily replied with a face full of hatred. Avery nodded, waved his hand, and instructed, "Go home and look after your good-for-nothing sister. Don't leave the family house on your own for the time being. I will handle this matter. You are not allowed to interfere." After a short pause, when he saw the puzzled look on Cage's face, he angrily shouted, "Do you hear me?" Cage was startled. He had rarely seen Avery so angry. He hastily nodded and replied in a low voice, "Got it." Get lost now. Avery grew angrier and angrier when he saw Cage's reaction. He roared again. Cage hastily covered his face and immediately disappeared from the secret chamber. Avery's anger had yet to subside even after Cage left the secret chamber. He cursed a few more times before he finally calmed down. After a long while, Avery suddenly said, "Number 3, investigate that youngster's background. Find out if he really had anything to do with the explosion of the 3 shops." Yes. An emotionless response was heard from the darkness behind Avery. A shadow twisted for a moment before suddenly disappearing. On the 3rd floor of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo looked at Anaito, who was walking up, and asked, "That youngster left?" "He left. Don't worry, with us around there won't be any danger," Anaito replied respectfully. After a short pause, he immediately asked in a fawning tone, "Are you satisfied with the decorations of the gymnasium on the 3rd floor?" "Yes, not bad. I will have to trouble you for the next 2 days. Stop anyone who comes to disturb me. I need some time to refine medicines," Han Shuo instructed. "Rest assured, my lord, we know what to do." Anaito immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. Soon after, he let out a mischievous smile and said, "Our Lord Erebus is also very interested in your medicines. He has entrusted me to order some medicines from you. The price is negotiable. Would you please fulfill his request?" Han Shuo had long known that Anaito must have received Erebus's instructions for him to stay in the vicinity all this time. Since Erebus had expressed his goodwill so early on, Han Shuo naturally knew what to do. He immediately smiled and nodded, saying, "I know what to do. Please convey my thanks to Lord Erebus." "Haha, thank you very much." After hearing Han Shuo's words, Anaito knew that Erebus's instructions would not be a problem. He immediately retreated with a beaming smile on his face. After he came out, he loudly shouted at those who were decorating the 2nd and 3rd floors, "Be more attentive, or don't even think of getting a single crystal coin." Han Shuo, who was in the gymnasium on the 3rd floor, shook his head and laughed. He did not have a good impression of Anaito's pretentious attempts to curry favor. However, when he recalled that Anaito was busy doing everything for Han Shuo's sake, Han Shuo did not say much. Who could have destroyed the other 2 shops? Han Shuo's imagination started to run wild. Of the 3 energy stone shops owned by Avery of the Lavers family, Han Shuo had only destroyed the smallest shop as revenge for Cage's destruction of his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. When he heard that the other 2 shops had been destroyed in the same way not long after he left, his heart was filled with doubt. He didn't know who had done it. It should be other enemies of the Lavers family, Han Shuo thought to himself. Although he was rather puzzled about the matter, he did not really take it to heart. As time was of the essence, Han Shuo needed to make the best use of his time to refine new medicinal pellets. He did not have the time to care about this matter. At the same time, in an underground secret room covered with boundaries in the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows, Godswamp, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face as translucent as jade was softly asking a person kneeling before him. That person was only a little over a meter tall. His face was covered in wrinkles and he looked like an aged dwarf. His eyes were sparkling with treacherous radiance. "Stice, how is it going?" the elderly man with a head full of white hair asked softly. "Rest assured, master. Everything is going according to plan. Avery has sent people to investigate what happened last night. I believe he will find some evidence to prove that it was that youngster named Brian who did it." Do you want us to launch another attack on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy?" The shorty named Stice replied respectfully. "There is no need for that. At this point in time we can completely stay out of this matter. I know Avery very well. He is the kind of person who doesn't make a move easily. But once he does, he will not leave anyone alive. That fella managed to restrain himself last time, but I believe he will not continue to do so this time. Let's just wait and see. Perhaps the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy and that youngster will vanish from the City of Shadows without a trace tomorrow. About that youngster's medicines, should we? Stice probed. The elderly man with a gentle smile shook his head and softly said, "There is no need to complicate the issue. Avery will not make a move. But once he does, not only will that youngster disappear forever, Avery will also know all his secrets about medicines. The House of Lavers isn't an expert in the production of medicines. Even if Avery had obtained those memories, if he wishes for the House of Lavers to reap the greatest benefits, it is only a matter of time before he comes to us. After all, we have a good relationship with the House of Lavers, and we are the largest pharmacist in the City of Shadows. Who else can he look for but us? Master is wise. Stice did not say anything else but sincerely flattered the elderly man. The white-haired elderly man waved his hand and gestured for Stice to leave. After Stice left, the elderly man fiddled with a piece of dried bone in his hand and muttered, "If the House of Saint takes their anger out on Avery because of this matter, it would be ideal if the two family clans start a war." The elderly man gently caressed the dried bone in his hand. His face was filled with love as he said, "Chrissy, my child, you will not die in vain." At dusk, Avery was sitting at the top of the tallest building in the 5th Corps. He squinted his eyes as he gazed at the colorful sunset. He was holding a wine glass in one hand and a bottle in the other. He was pouring himself a drink and did not seem to be bothered by the explosion that happened in his shop. Something bad is going to happen. His lordship always does something crazy every time he drinks, said a few divine guards of the 5th Corps. They could vaguely see what Avery was doing on the top of the tall building. They shrunk their necks and said in low voices, "I wonder which fella is going to be the unlucky one." His lordship when he's drunk tends to disregard everyone's feelings. We have to be more careful not to make his lordship unhappy, lest we get implicated, said another divine guard in a low voice. Although the sunset was beautiful, it was eventually covered by the darkness of the night. When the sky was completely dark, there were 8 empty bottles beside Avery. His eyes were rather dazed as though he had fallen asleep. He was lying on a chair and looking at the sky with his eyes narrowed. After an unknown period of time, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, "My lord, we have found the medicine bottles sold by the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy from the exploded shop. There are special markings on them. We can confirm that they are from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy." The dazed Avery barely straightened his body. He appeared to be suffering from a hangover. He casually replied, "Oh," and nonchalantly asked, "Where are they?" "Still at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy," replied the person in the darkness. Avery nodded, turned his back to the person and waved his hand. He instructed, "Go to the Laver's residence and keep an eye on those 2 good-for-nothings. Don't let them leave the Laver's residence without my command." "Yes, my lord." The dark figure replied straightforwardly and left without making a sound. Avery rubbed his eyes, gulped down the last mouthful of wine in the glass in front of him, lay on the chair and fell into a deep sleep. When it was late at night, a phantom flew out from his body like a wisp of a ghost and headed straight for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. On the 3rd floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shua had temporarily used the gymnasium as a pellet refinement room. The 9 tessellation cauldron was like a throbbing flame. It was constantly spinning in front of him. Wisps of fragrant smoke were emitted from the patterns on the cauldron and filled the entire gymnasium. A ball of red flame flew into the 9 tessellation cauldron from his palm. The medicinal fragrance in the gymnasium grew thicker and thicker. The 9 tessellation cauldron spun faster and faster, gradually turning into a phantom. Suddenly, crisp and clear sounds of collisions could be heard from the constantly spinning 9 tessellation cauldron. Han Shua was delighted. He knew that a cauldron of pill of rejuvenation was about to be completed. Previously, when Han Shua had been concentrating on refining pellets, he suddenly discovered that his state of mind had become calmer and calmer. During the process of refining pellets, Han Shua discovered that not only did his demonic yuan increase a little every time it recovered due to the enormous consumption, even his omen realm seemed to be rapidly stabilizing. When Han Shua discovered that not only did refining pellets not hinder the progress of his demonic arts, but it actually improved his demonic yuan in a bizarre manner, he became even more enthusiastic about refining pellets. Cauldron Spirit also gave Han Shua an answer. It told Han Shua that as long as he could focus on one task with a clear mind, it would indeed be of great help to his current realm. Ding ling ling. Dozens of medicine bottles suddenly flew out from Han Shua's space ring. Every time those exquisite medicine bottles collided with each other, they would emit a pleasing sound. One after another, the medicine bottles flew towards the 9 tessellation cauldron in an orderly manner. Han Shuo flicked his index finger and a sparkling medicinal pellet flew out from the 9 tessellation cauldron and accurately landed in one of the beautiful medicine bottles. The medicine bottles loaded with medicinal pellets would immediately land on the ground next to Han Shuo. Then, the rich medicinal fragrance in the gymnasium would fade a little. Han Shuo was already very familiar with the process. One medicine bottle after another flew out and medicinal pellets landed next to Han Shuo with a flick of his index finger. In just a short while, there were already 40 medicine bottles next to Han Shuo. When there were a total of 49 medicine bottles next to Han Shuo, the 9 tessellation cauldron steadily returned to Han Shuo's palm. It gradually shrunk until it was the size of a palm before disappearing. At this moment, Han Shuo's 5 fingers moved. His space ring began to shine and the 49 medicine bottles next to him disappeared one after another. Han Shuo took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He began to recover the demonic yuan in his body. This was a good method Han Shuo had recently discovered to increase his demonic yuan. Therefore he was very attentive. Suddenly Han Shuo, who was calmly recovering the demonic yuan in his body, felt his hair stand on end. The feeling came so abruptly that it made all the hair on his body stand on end. Han Shuo immediately tried to sense the surroundings with his consciousness, but couldn't discover anything out of the ordinary. He then released 2 demon generals from Cauldron Spirit, and had them land outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to secretly observe everything. Anaito and his divine guards were in a building not far from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo could see that Anaito and his divine guards were still operating. Han Shuo felt a little relieved when he knew that Anaito and his divine guards were still active. Han Shuo's demon generals continued to observe from afar, but didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. However, the sense of crisis in his body didn't subside. After a while, Cauldron Spirit anxiously transmitted, "There's an enemy. Although his strength isn't that great, he is much stronger than you. He's here." A shadowy figure appeared soundlessly. By the time Han Shuo sensed the shadowy figure approaching him, it was already too late. The surrounding darkness seemed to have condensed into a mass of air and rushed towards Han Shuo's body. He suddenly found it difficult to move. "Deploy the invincible omen body." Cauldron Spirit suddenly shouted in Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo, who turned pale with fright, immediately deployed the invincible omen body that he had recently become very proficient with. The next moment, an irresistible force suddenly rushed into Han Shuo's body. A loud rumble came from within his body. Intense pain instantly flooded Han Shuo's nerves. Any ordinary person would have fainted from the pain, but Han Shuo only became more clear-headed. With just one strike, the shadowy figure was confident that Han Shuo was already dead, and was no longer anxious. Accompanied by the darkness, the shadowy figure gradually arrived in front of Han Shuo and muttered in a low voice, "What a pity. He could have been used by my family." Han Shuo smelled the strong scent of alcohol. Then he saw the shadowy figure raise a hand and slowly press it towards Han Shuo's head memory extraction. Han Shuo immediately understood what he wanted to do. Shadow's strength was beyond Han Shuo's imagination. Han Shuo didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating him. Even with the invincible omen body's defense, Han Shuo knew that his demonic body was severely injured. He wasn't on the same level as that person. Seeing that the hand was about to land on his head, Han Shuo steeled his heart and made a prompt decision. He immediately activated the blood essence in his demonic infant. The meridians in his body were severed. A mist of blood immediately gushed out from his body and shrouded his entire body. "Huh!" The shadowy figure softly cried out. He suddenly lost track of Han Shuo after his hand fell. He became anxious and quickly flew around every corner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. However, he still couldn't find any trace of Han Shuo. He immediately started searching further away from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Chapter 708. Deep into the night, outside the City of Shadows. In the middle of a man-eating shrub, a black shadow suddenly appeared with a bang sound. The black shadow smashed into a swaying man-eating flower, directly breaking it in half. A pungent smell of blood suddenly emanated from the dark figure. The smell of blood seemed to possess the most powerful allure. It caused all the man-eating plants in the patch of man-eating shrubs to become excited. Tenacious branches covered with sharp thorns and banana leaves flowing with intense corrosive liquid suddenly moved from their motionless state. All of them flew towards the dark figure. In but an instant, the dark figure vanished. Layers of entangling branches and leaves appeared, wrapping the dark figure into the shape of a human. The night was cool and refreshing. Time passed silently. The man-eating plants wrapping around the dark figure wriggled and tore at the creature with all their might. The tighter and tighter they wrapped around the creature, as though they were trying to choke, grind, and devour the creature inside. Crack! Strange noises sounded from the center of the human-shaped creature. The tenacious branches that tightened around the creature gradually loosened and retreated at an even faster speed. Crack! Crack! The branches, leaves, and roots of the man-eating plants that were retreating a little slower suddenly split into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Slowly, Han Shuo moved his arms and legs. He felt that every ounce of strength was 10 times more difficult than before. His eyelids also seemed to have grown several times heavier. Even the act of keeping his eyes open had become extremely difficult. With great difficulty, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on the ground and recovered some of his strength. With one thought, Han Shuo's 2 avatars flew out of his body at the same time. The 2 avatars stood on the left and right side, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Han Shuo did not immediately return to the City of Shadows. Instead, his 2 avatars led his main body to a secluded underground cave amidst the many mountain ranges outside the City of Shadows. They carefully concealed all traces of their existence. The 2 avatars made some arrangements outside the cave. Only then did the avatar of death silently leave. In the dead of the night, the City of Shadows was devoid of the hustle and bustle of the day. It appeared very tranquil. When the avatar of death arrived outside the city walls of the laver's residence, it silently released a few demon generals. However, its main body did not dare to enter the city. If he didn't pass through the city gates and entered the city from other areas, he would have to face the merciless attacks of the barrier towers surrounding him. Han Shuo didn't have the confidence to safely avoid them, so he could only stay outside the city. The incorporeal demon generals could pass through the barrier towers that targeted physical attacks. Han Shuo lurked in the dark and observed the situation around him through a few demon generals. After confirming that the target was the laver's residence, the demon general bypassed the barrier towers and arrived at the laver's residence. The boundary inside the laver's residence was even more detailed, but it was not strong enough to prevent the demon generals from entering. The demon generals circled around the laver's residence and soon found Cage in Eve's room. 2 demon generals hid there and secretly observed the duo's every move. "Brother, why doesn't Father allow us to leave the laver's residence?" The gods on Elysium had very little need for sleep. Even in the dead of night, they would spend most of their time meditating. At this moment, Eve was clearly not meditating. She was complaining to Cage. "Father naturally has his reasons for his decision. We just need to listen to him." Cage appeared very calm. Cage seemed very calm. He glanced at the agitated Eve and said solemnly, "Father is really angry this time. I'm sure that we'd better behave for the time being and don't cause any more trouble. Do you understand? But that guy has destroyed 3 of our shops. We have been bullied to this extent. Aren't we going to retaliate?" Eve's voice grew softer. She had rarely seen Cage so obedient. She knew that the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. "Don't worry, Father said that he will take care of it." Cage put on a cold smile and said, "I heard from the divine guards that Father drank quite a lot tonight. Do you know what it means for Father to drink?" Eve was startled for a moment before she seemed to recall something. She became overjoyed and said, You mean? Cage nodded and confidently said, "Someone is going to be in big trouble." "That's great. I knew Father wouldn't let us be bullied for nothing. Haha, that youngster. We probably won't be able to see him again." Eve's mood was much better than before. Her face was filled with a cold smile. The 2 demon generals that were placed to spy on Cage and Eve were withdrawn. They silently retreated towards Han Shuo, who was hiding outside the city wall. There was no need for further investigation. Han Shuo already knew who attacked him tonight. The strong smell of alcohol on the assailant's body couldn't have been faked. After comparing it with Cage and Eve's words, Han Shuo was immediately certain that the assailant was the chief of the Fifth Corps, Avery. Han Shuo knew that Avery was planning to kill him tonight. If he died, even if the House of Saint figured out that it was Avery who did it, they wouldn't go to war against Avery. After all, Avery was the chief of the Fifth Corps and represented the entire House of Lavers. Han Shuo might have some value when he was alive, but he was worthless when he was dead. A dead man who couldn't even refine medicine wasn't worth the House of Saint going to war against him. Perhaps only Carmelita would avenge him. Han Shuo thought in a self-deprecating manner. However, if Carmelita doesn't know who my enemy is, how is she going to avenge me? A series of thoughts flashed across Han Shuo's mind. Although Avery's drunken attack seemed reckless, after careful consideration, Han Shuo realized that Avery was a decisive and ruthless person. Avery's actions must have been carefully thought out before he pretended to be drunk. How could a high god be drugged by alcohol? After figuring all this out, Han Shuo suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He no longer dared to underestimate any high god in the City of Shadows. If a mere Avery was this terrifying, then wouldn't the other chiefs of divine guards and patriarchs of major family clans who were even stronger and more powerful than Avery be even more terrifying? Han Shuo, who had recently become famous in the City of Shadows due to his medicines, immediately calmed down. He realized that his recent smooth sailing had led him to underestimate the experts in the City of Shadows. It was also because he had underestimated how terrifying Avery and the House of Lavers could be that he was almost killed tonight. Han Shuo softly cried out. His demon generals who were retreating from the Lavers' residence suddenly discovered a shadow outside Cage and Eve's house. That shadow had completely merged with the darkness and was gently twisting about as though it was searching for something. Where is it? There must be something nearby. What could it be? The figure of the Fifth Corps that Avery referred to as number 3 looked all around in the darkness, trying to find the unknown threat lurking in the darkness. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find anything. After letting out a soft cry, Han Shuo hastily ordered his demon generals to retreat. Through his demon generals, Han Shuo discovered the shadow in the darkness and immediately determined that it was a mid-god with extraordinary strength and an expert in concealment. Han Shuo had more or less guessed the truth of the matter. Fearing that his demon generals would be discovered, Han Shuo immediately ordered his demon generals to retreat. That night, Han Shuo's avatar of death silently returned to the cave where his main body was. He had no intention of returning to the City of Shadows for the time being. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Enaito's efforts, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been refurbished to the point where it looked brand new. During these days, members of various large family clans visited Enaito one after another, inquiring about Han Shuo's whereabouts. They were eager to purchase new medicines. Many of those who purchased a few bottles of medicine from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had tried the miraculous effects of the medicine. Every single one of them was full of praise for the medicine. They spread the word about the miraculous effects of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy everywhere. More and more members of the aristocratic families in the City of Shadows began to pay attention to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that had just risen to prominence. Enaito knew nothing of what happened that night. Naturally, he couldn't give the people a satisfactory answer about Han Shuo's mysterious disappearance. Erebus, the chief of the Third Corps, had sought him out several times. But as the person in question was not around, where could Enaito go to purchase the medicine? Another month passed. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's reputation in the City of Shadows grew. Many large family clans began to grow suspicious when Han Shuo did not show up for a long time. Some family clans even mobilized their forces to search for traces of Han Shuo in the mountain ranges around the City of Shadows. Carmelita's complexion had become more and more normal after she walked out of her meditation. Carmelita, who was originally extremely ugly, was now only ordinary ugly due to the changes in her complexion and skin, even though she was still far from the word beautiful. Carmelita was so excited that she had even thought of how she could repay Han Shuo. But unfortunately, Han Shuo's mysterious disappearance had greatly disappointed her. Carmelita had heard from Han Shuo about the time when he went to gather medicinal herbs in Han Shuo's daily practice. In addition, she also heard from Enaito that Han Shuo had already gathered all the medicinal herbs when he returned. With that, Carmelita started to feel anxious. By the 4th month, not only Carmelita, but almost all the members of large family clans who were preparing to purchase medicine from Han Shuo believed that something must have happened to Han Shuo. Many believed that Han Shuo might have been killed when the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was destroyed. But Carmelita did not believe it. She had returned from the Miasma Cloud Mountain range with Han Shuo. She had heard from Han Shuo that his life-saving skills were top-notch. The fact that a low god like Han Shuo was able to walk out alive from the perilous situation in the Miasma Cloud Mountain range and even brought her along with him, made her believe it deeply. Carmelita was truly anxious. She ordered the divine guards of the House of Saint to search for Han Shuo everywhere, not only in the City of Shadows, but also in some of the cities and fortresses under the City of Shadows. A large-scale search for Han Shuo was carried out in full swing under Carmelita's leadership. Meanwhile, Andre, an important figure of the House of Saint, had begun to investigate the matter. How is it? Andre narrowed his eyes. His left pupil turned dark purple and emitted ice-cold killing intent. If Han Shuo were here, he would surely discover that Andre was a completely different person from his usual amiable self. A man wearing a white mask was kneeling in front of Andre. Under the white mask there was only a pair of empty eyes. He looked like a lifeless corpse, giving off a very uncomfortable and inhuman feeling. That night, Lord Avery of the Lavers family drank to his heart's content, said the old-fashioned, indifferent voice from the man wearing the white mask. It sounded as though there was no emotion in his voice. Continue. Andre's dark purple left pupil suddenly closed. He looked at the man with his right eye. Avery's son Cage went to the 5th Corps. The two talked in a secret chamber for a while before Cage returned to the Lavers' residence. He has not stepped out of the Lavers' residence to this day. The emotionless voice paused for a moment before continuing, however. There are eyewitnesses who claim that Avery did not step out of the 5th Corps building that night. He fell into a deep sleep after getting drunk and did not wake up until dawn. It would be fine if he wasn't there. But since he was at the top of the 5th Corps Sky Tower all this time and someone saw him, it must be him. It seems that I have to go and have a talk with him. Andre stood up. His left eye opened and turned into the same dark gray color as his right eye. His entire temperament had changed and he had once again become the smiling and gentle Andre. In the 5th Corps, at the top of the Sky Tower where Avery was drunk, Andre suddenly appeared out of thin air and sat on the seat that belonged to Avery. He calmly gazed at the azure sky above his head and gently rocked the chair he was sitting on. Avery, who was handling government affairs, suddenly bunched his brows and instructed the few people in front of him. That's all for now. All of you are dismissed. My lord, there are still a few matters that I need your back off. Before he could finish his sentence, Avery's voice turned cold and he shouted. The few people were startled and did not dare to utter another word. They obediently retreated and only heaved a sigh of relief when they walked out of the room. Avery's body blurred and in the next instant, he appeared before Andre. Lord Andre, I didn't expect to see you here. What can I do for you? Avery was holding a bottle of wine in his hand. As he spoke, he casually poured wine into his glass. Upon finishing his words, he handed a crystal goblet filled with amber wine to Andre and said, This is the 100-fruit wine from the northwest forest of the Life Dominion. Have a taste. Andre accepted the goblet with a smile and took a sip. He put on a pleased expression and said, Not bad, not bad. You sure know how to enjoy life. Avery was full of smiles and was extremely modest. So is Brian dead or alive? After drinking all the wine, Andre gently swirled the wine glass and looked at the empty glass. Then he asked casually. The smile on Avery's face stiffened. He suddenly stopped refilling his goblet. After a long while, he resumed refilling his goblet but with a bitter smile on his face. Avery shook his head and said, I don't know. Chapter 709. Andre abruptly raised his head. His eyes were as sharp as blades as he looked straight at Avery and said, "Don't tell me that you have nothing to do with that matter?" "That's right, I did it. Ever since you came here. I have no intention of denying it." Avery slowly nodded. He knew that Andre wouldn't come here just to taste wine with him. He also didn't think that given the influence of the House of Saint, they wouldn't be able to find out the truth if they investigated with all their might. "Then what do you mean when you say that you don't know?" Andre was rather stunned to hear Avery admit to it. "I don't know if that youngster is dead or alive because he escaped from my hands." Avery gulped down the wine in his cup in one gulp and put on a bitter smile. What? Andre raised his voice and stared at Avery. "Are you sure you are not joking? As the chief of the Fifth Corps, I know very well how strong you are. Brian is but a puny low god. You should have either captured him alive or killed him. How could there be a third possibility?" Facing Andre's question, Avery's smile became even more bitter. He shook his head and said, "It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. That brat really escaped from me. I couldn't tell what kind of power he used, but I gave him a heavy blow. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have survived. However, I couldn't find his corpse, so I said, I don't know." Andre's face was cloudy and cloudy. He kept staring at Avery as though he wanted to see if Avery was lying. After a long while, Andre let out a soft laugh and said, "I find it hard to believe that he could escape from your hands. But even if you were lying, you wouldn't make up such an unconvincing lie. This is going to be a little troublesome. He's just a mere pharmacist. Don't tell me that Lord Andre will really pursue the matter because of his death?" Avery wasn't worried at all. He shrugged and continued to pour himself more wine. "If he didn't help Carmelita, I wouldn't care even if you killed 100 of him." Andre let out a cold groan and continued, "But this fella has the highest chance of helping Carmelita change her current situation. Not only her appearance, but also her eccentric temperament. As a member of the House of Saint, I will naturally treat this matter with caution. The last time I talked to you, I was hoping that you could turn a big problem into a small one. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even give me face. Avery, has the House of Lavers become so powerful that it can go against our House of Saint?" "I wouldn't dare." Avery lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "If he didn't blow up 3 of my shops, I wouldn't have resorted to such drastic measures. Last time I gave the order and they didn't look for trouble with that kid. We can't be blamed for this." Andre stared at Avery, who had lowered his stance. He frowned slightly and said meaningfully, "I think you didn't come here just to avenge the 3 energy shops, right? I know that Brian is a very outstanding apothecary. I think the reason why you have to do it yourself is because of the things in Brian's mind. You don't want anyone else to have those things, so you have to do it yourself, right?" Upon hearing those words, Avery suddenly turned silent and did not say another word. The two of them were old acquaintances and knew each other's temperament very well. Just like how Avery knew why Andre was there, Andre also knew that Avery only needed to nod his head and his subordinates would take care of a mere low god. As the chief of the 5th Corps Divine Guard, Avery was not going to just kill a low god. Forget it. Now that things have come to this, I will no longer pursue your previous actions. Andre stared at Avery for a moment and let out a soft sigh. Then, his left eye gradually turned dark purple. In an instant, he had turned into a cold and emotionless person. Andre looked at Avery with his bizarre left eye and softly said, "If Brian is dead, I will let this matter rest. But if he is still alive and you dare to kill him, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Avery's heart skipped a beat when he saw that Andre's left eye had turned dark purple. He immediately understood that Andre's warning this time was no trivial matter. It wasn't as simple as a casual greeting like the last time. After weighing the pros and cons, Avery nodded and said, "I understand. That's good. Don't worry. Even if Brian is still alive, he won't pose any threat to your House of Lavers. He doesn't have the strength to harm any of your family members. You can rest assured." Andre softly acknowledged. He stood up from Avery's chair and said, "All right, it's getting late. I'll be taking my leave." Upon finishing those words, Andre took to the air and left. After Andre disappeared, A smile appeared on Avery's face again. His body swayed, and the next moment, he appeared in the shadows of the fifth core secret chamber. He opened his mouth and ordered, "Number 4, go home and inform them that the confinement order for those two good-for-nothings can be lifted." "Yes, sir." A cold and indifferent voice, identical to Number 3's, replied from the darkness. In the laver's residence, Cage and Eve, who had been imprisoned in the laver's residence for more than 3 months, cheered when they heard that they had regained their freedom. For Cage and Eve, who were used to wandering around, it was terrible for them to be locked up for 3 months and not be able to take a step out of the family for 3 months. "Brother, that youngster has been missing for 3 months. Seems that he's done for. Since father has said that we can leave the House of Lavers, it means that the House of Saint has done its job. I knew it. Those who go against our House of Lavers will never have a good ending," Eve said to Cage smilingly. She was in a great mood. "All right, from today onwards, we cannot talk about that youngster in front of outsiders, lest some people get suspicious and bring unnecessary trouble to father," Cage reprimanded Eve before he stretched his body comfortably. He said, "It's been a long time since I left the Laver's residence. Let's go and have some fun at Fort Hassel. The sea fruits there are just about ripe in this season. It's been a long time since I've tasted those delicacies." "That's right. Fort Hassel has the most beautiful scenery during this season. Haha, let's go and have some fun there," Eve immediately agreed. After making up their minds, the siblings immediately packed up and left the City of Shadows with a small team of family clan divine guards. They headed straight for Fort Hassel that was under the control of the Laver's residence. Outside the City of Shadows, Han Shua, who was hiding in a hidden underground cave, suddenly opened his eyes from his meditation. With a cold face, he murmured, "So we've finally left the Laver's residence. Iverson, I can't kill you for the time being, but I'm more than happy to help you get rid of those troublemaking sons and daughters of yours. How will you thank me when the time comes?" After staying in the underground cave for 3 months and enduring 7 days of excruciating pain, the condition of Han Shua's injuries had stabilized. After spending more than a month recuperating with medicinal pellets, Han Shua's meridians and bones were reconnected, and his serious injuries were finally healed. After entering the Omen realm, Han Shua's demonic body had become even more tenacious and durable due to cultivating the invincible Omen body. Therefore, Han Shua was able to fully recover from his injuries in just 3 months after using the blood disassembly. After recovering from his injuries, Han Shua was in no hurry to leave the underground cave. He repeatedly evaded the scouting divine guards and members of large family clans and hid himself. He dared not show his face in the City of Shadows. After learning that his opponent was Avery, Han Shua no longer had the intention to confront the Laver's residence. Besides, he was worried that once his whereabouts were exposed, Avery would immediately find him and deal him a fatal blow. With his previous experience, Han Shua believed that if Avery were to strike this time, Han Shua wouldn't even have the chance to use the demonic blood disassembly. Therefore, Han Shua had been hiding and observing the situation of the Laver's residence with his demon generals. He was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark, waiting for the best opportunity for revenge. One day, Han Shua immediately noticed the departure of Cage and Eve. He knew that the opportunity he had been patiently waiting for had finally arrived. The journey from the City of Shadows to Fort Hassel took approximately 7 days. Cage and Eve rode on an airship with a team of divine guards from the Laver's residence. Han Shua knew that this was not the time to strike. He had been following behind the airship using his demon generals while he exited the underground cave and stealthily made his way to Fort Hassel. Using the demon generals in the cauldron of myriad demon, Han Shua was able to observe every movement within a 10-mile radius. He effortlessly evaded any divine guards that came to search for him. He walked out of the mountain range without the slightest hindrance and stealthily made his way to Fort Hassel. On the morning of the 8th day, Han Shua appeared in a vast and boundless ocean north of Fort Hassel. This ocean region, named Neptune's Tier, was one of the most beautiful places in the vicinity of the City of Shadows. Every year during this season, the plants in the depths of the ocean would bloom with wondrous flowers. At first glance, those flowers would look as though they were floating in the middle of the ocean. As the sea breeze blew, many petals would scatter. The entire ocean would be filled with an enchanting fragrance and magnificent scenery. Among the sea flowers there would be a type of large flower bud that would produce a type of sea fruit. The fruit was very sweet and tasty. To gluttons, the sea fruit was an extremely tempting delicacy. Therefore, every year during this season, the Neptune's tear would attract many youngsters from the City of Shadows to come and sightsee. This time was no exception. By the time Han Shuo arrived at this ocean region, after his demon generals had spread out, he discovered that there were many young men and women on various small islands in the ocean region. Cage and Eve were on one of the islands that was filled with lush trees and exquisite leisure houses. Colorful sea flowers were blooming all around the island. The scenery was very beautiful. Fort Hassel was the territory of the Lavers family. As the young master and young lady of the family, it was only natural that Cage and Eve found the best island to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Neptune's tear. For 3 days in a row, Cage and Eve stayed on the island. The group of divine guards from the Lavers family never left the island. Han Shuo could not find an opportunity to attack them. Until today, when Cage and Eve had grown tired of enjoying everything on the island, they planned to go for a swim in the deep waters of the sea flowers and pick some ripened sea fruits. As this was the territory of the Lavers family, the two did not think too much about it. They did not allow the divine guards to follow them. "Brother, let's split up. Let's see who can pick the biggest sea fruits." Eve was in a great mood. Following Han Shuo's death, she had forgotten all the pain that Han Shuo had brought to her. She had devoted herself to the embrace of the ocean. "Sure," Cage replied casually. He was thinking about harvesting more sea fruits so that when he returned to the City of Shadows, he could use the sea fruits to win a certain someone's affection. The young master and young lady of the Lavers family, one in the east and the other in the west, headed in opposite directions of the sea flowers. Eve landed gracefully in the middle of the sea flowers. For some reason, she couldn't help but recall Tung Fei, whom she once admired. She couldn't help but recall Tung Fei's carefree and gentle demeanor. She couldn't help but curse, "That wretched fella. He can't be relied on at crucial moments. Why would I miss him?" Another person appeared in Eve's mind. Her mood suddenly turned for the worse. She cursed in a low voice, "Ever since I was young, no one has ever dared to slap my face like that. You deserve to die." Huh. Eve shook her head and looked at the person in front of her in puzzlement. She mumbled to herself, "Why would I think of him? And why hasn't he disappeared from my mind?" "Miss Eve, thank you for remembering me." Han Shuo, who was standing in front of Eve, first covered the surrounding waters with the banner of hallucination before he said to Eve with a warm smile, "Why can you still talk? Hallucination? I'm hallucinating. It seems that he has really hurt me. Damn it." Eve mumbled to herself as she looked at Han Shuo. "Yes, it's all an illusion. You won't feel any pain when you die." Han Shuo's smile turned cold. The surroundings changed. Layers of illusions suddenly erupted from the banner of hallucination. Many gods who were killed by Eve's bad temper suddenly came back to life. They were dragging their own intestines in their hands. Their bodies were rotting, and some were gnawing on their arms. "Don't come over. Don't come over." Eve suddenly screamed shrilly. She was terrified by the horrifying scenes around her. She screamed and cried hysterically. You've killed quite a lot of people. You deserve to die." Han Shuo sneered. He was not in a hurry to take Eve's life. Instead, he looked at Eve, who was screaming and screaming miserably in the illusions, and slowly tortured her. It was only when Eve was completely scared out of her wits and her mind was completely taken over by the illusions that Han Shuo finally made his move. With a slash of the demonic blades, Eve's head flew into the air. Fresh blood sprayed on the seaweed, creating a bewitchingly beautiful scene. Eve's divine soul was collected by Han Shuo's cauldron spirit. She would soon become a new demon general in the cauldron of myriad demon, forever under Han Shuo's control. Your strength is decent, but it's a pity that you haven't really experienced any major setbacks. Your willpower is too weak to even resist the illusions of the banner of hallucination. It seems that although the strength of these disciples of major family clans is high, they are not as strong as they used to be. Han Shuo mumbled to himself. He put away the banner of hallucination, dove into the ocean, and stealthily crept towards Cage. Back in the underground world of Profound Continent, Donna, Bolton, and the others had also fallen into the illusions. Similarly, Donna and the others who possessed terrifying strength were also affected by the illusions. Ever since then, Han Shuo realized that although the disciples of major family clans on Elysium might possess greater strength than him, they were not as experienced as him. Without constantly wandering between life and death, they would not be able to develop an unwavering willpower, which would make them susceptible to the illusions. Eve had once again confirmed Han Shuo's guess. Soon enough, Han Shuo arrived at Cage's side. Compared to his younger sister Eve, Cage's temperament was considerably more tenacious. He did not retreat in a panic the moment he saw the illusions, but immediately launched a frenzied attack. Han Shuo could tell that Cage was similarly affected by the illusions. He couldn't tell the difference between illusions and reality at all. Even if Han Shuo didn't use the energy of his main body, he could still kill Cage, who was attacking randomly with his two avatars and the banner of hallucination. Illusions were illusions after all. No matter how ferocious or how powerful Cage's attacks were, the illusions would not vanish. Without a physical existence, one could only rely on one's willpower and a heart as hard as a boulder to discern the minutest details. It was obvious that Cage wasn't at that level. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't attack at all. He watched as Cage consumed his divine energy in the illusions. He was using this kind of frenzied attack to conceal the fear in his heart. However, what was the use of this? Get lost. All of you get lost. I can kill you all again. Cage subconsciously shouted to boost his courage as he continued his frenzied attack. Gradually, Cage felt that his attacks were getting heavier and heavier. His mind was getting muddled. It was only then that Cage seemed to realize something. But it was already too late. It was at this moment that Han Shuo finally made his move. Han Shuo suddenly closed in on Cage. Disregarding Cage's feeble counterattack, Han Shuo blasted Cage's head with all his might. Invincible Omen Body withstood 30 waves of Cage's attacks, while Han Shuo's energy blasted into Cage's head. Bang! Cage's entire head exploded. Blood and brain matter sprayed everywhere. Cauldron Spirit collected Cage's divine soul. Han Shuo erased all traces of him from Cage's body. Satisfied, Han Shuo left the scene. Han Shuo also conveniently put away the banner of hallucination. Avery's son and daughter of the Lavers family had both died at the hands of Han Shuo. Han Shuo didn't know if Avery would find out that he was the culprit, but he wasn't afraid. Han Shuo had already regarded Avery as his greatest enemy at present. He was prepared to fight against Avery for a long time. The only thing that made Han Shuo feel a bit regretful was that his relationship with Donna would never be as friendly as it had been in the past from today onwards. Perhaps one day, the two of them would be at loggerheads with each other. This was something that Han Shuo had always wanted to avoid, but had never been able to avoid. Not a single one of the divine guards who accompanied Cage and Eve to Fort Hassel could escape from Avery's wrath. Not a single one of them even had an intact corpse. Who could it be? Who could it be? Avery mumbled to himself amidst the corpses on the ground, ignoring the pungent smell of blood. Could it be that youngster? He only has low god strength. Even if it was a sneak attack, he shouldn't have been a match for Cage and Eve, especially Cage, who was even more cautious. There was no way he would be killed by a low god. So who could it be? Have I offended anyone recently? Avery mumbled to himself. After a while, his brows bunched and his face suddenly turned sinister. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Carmelita has been searching for that youngster. Since Andre knows that it's me, does that mean that she knows as well? That ugly monster is the craziest. She has a close relationship with that youngster. Eve even humiliated her. Could it be her? It should be her." Number 3. Avery softly called out. Under the scorching sun, Avery's shadow responded, "Yes, sir. Investigate Carmelita's recent movements and keep a close eye on her. If she does anything out of the ordinary, report to me immediately." Avery instructed. "Yes, sir." Shortly after, a dark shadow escaped from Avery's shadow under the scorching sun. Like an illusory illusion, it disappeared into the beautiful scenery of lush sea flowers in the distance. Northwest of Fort Hassel in the Greenfire Swamp, Han Shua was hiding in the lush foliage of a large tree. The Greenfire Swamp was an enormous swamp that covered an area of thousands of miles. Faint green flames would burn in the swamp all year round, hence the name Greenfire. From Han Shua's observation, it was because natural gas existed in the swamp. The green flames were natural gas that could be used up. However, the natural gas here was obviously different from what Han Shua knew. It was more flammable and could last longer. That was why the green flames in the swamp never dissipated all year round. In the Greenfire Swamp, there were many magical beasts with low intelligence but astonishing strength. There were also some alien races with high intelligence, such as the eagle-bodied winged beings and the triops that Han Shua had seen in the Abyss Realm. They often appeared in the Greenfire Swamp. Other than the swamp and the green flames that could be seen everywhere, there were also some mountains and rivers. Those mountains and rivers had been burnt red by the green flames all year round. Some of the mountains and rivers produced many beautiful energy crystals. Those crystals had special functions and attracted many gods to come and mine them. Not only were there energy ores, but there were also many medicinal ingredients and even poisonous plants that pharmacists needed. Therefore, the Greenfire Swamp was not a peaceful place. The energy crystals and medicinal ingredients in the swamp had attracted many gods from the surrounding forts and small towns to mine them. Naturally, some people with ulterior motives would also sneak into the Greenfire Swamp. They weren't there to mine ores or collect medicinal ingredients, but to devour people. They were god hunters. Han Shua had come to the Greenfire Swamp purely by chance. After killing Cage and Eve, Han Shua discovered that all the divine guards on the island had gone mad. The divine guards of Fort Hassel, upon receiving the news, had also been mobilized. They started searching for any suspicious people from Fort Hassel. Han Shua believed that Avery would immediately figure out who killed Cage and Eve as soon as those divine guards discovered his presence. Therefore, Han Shua had no choice but to retreat. The 1,000-mile swamp was quite a distance away from Fort Hassel. It was densely forested and sparsely populated. It was the perfect place for Han Shua to hide. When he arrived at the Greenfire Swamp and discovered through his demon generals that a pharmacist who was harvesting medicinal ingredients had been devoured by a god hunter, Han Shua was shocked at first. But after observing for a while, he discovered that the god hunters were either alone or in small groups. Furthermore, they didn't possess particularly powerful strength. Han Shua was relieved. Not only was he relieved, but Han Shua was also overjoyed. He started to change his role and think of himself as a hunter. And the prey was none other than the god hunters who preyed on others. After experiencing Avery's assassination attempt, Han Shua had completely sobered up. He realized that his dream of owning a family clan in the City of Shadows was nothing more than a fantasy. If he wanted to truly gain a foothold in the City of Shadows, just having wealth and the support of Carmelita and the House of Saint was far from enough. Only when he became truly powerful and possessed power that no family clan would dare to belittle, could he protect his wealth and gain a foothold in the City of Shadows. Otherwise, it would all be an illusion. After understanding this, Han Shua made raising his own strength the most pressing matter at the moment. Raising one's demonic cultivation realm often required a suitable opportunity, or some sort of fortuitous encounter. It was very difficult to raise one's strength with just hard work and a moment's effort. However, Han Shua's two avatars were different. This was especially true for his avatar of death, as it had previously absorbed the divine soul of a mid-god. As long as this avatar could accumulate sufficient divine energy, it would only be a matter of course for it to make a breakthrough. When all the divine essences of death had been used up, the fastest way to continue increasing his divine energy was to kill a cultivator of the same energy. Han Shua had already overcome the negative effects of devouring energy and therefore, he was not worried that he would be unable to extricate himself. It would be a little difficult for Han Shua to overcome the mental barrier of killing someone whom he had no grudge against. But it was a different story when it came to god hunters. Therefore, when Han Shua discovered that there were a small number of god hunters in Greenfire Swamp, not only did he not leave immediately, he was secretly delighted. With the help of his demon generals, Han Shuo had become the most terrifying hunter in Greenfire Swamp. Two mid-god god hunters cultivating in the energy of death became Han Shuo's first targets. After hiding for 3 days, Han Shuo finally found the most opportune moment. He was ready to strike. The intruders were a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his early 30s while the woman was slightly older, around 40 years old. Of course, that was only Han Shuo. By the standards of Earth and Profound Continent, the two's actual ages were definitely much higher than that. The funny thing was that the man and the woman were also hiding in the dark, silently observing a cave that had been scorched red by green flames. They seemed to be waiting for some prey, but little did they know that Han Shuo had already treated them as his prey. Han Shuo had been observing the man and the woman for 3 days. Both of them cultivated in the energy of death. The woman was a mid-stage mid-god, while the man was an early-stage mid-god. Over the course of 3 days, the two had attacked twice and successfully devoured an early-stage low-god of death and a mid-stage low-god of death mining energy ores. Phalia, are you sure? The man asked in a low voice. Don't doubt my judgment. The energy ripples on that little girl's body are too intense. She must have a high god artifact on her. If we can get that divine artifact, we'll be rich. The woman called Phalia licked the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with greed and cruelty. A high god divine weapon? That's something that can make us rich. The man laughed softly before he suddenly asked, right, Phalia? How old is that little girl? What does she look like? You know me, damn it, Rugersi, I don't care how you did it. Just get that high god divine weapon first. If you interfere with my business, I won't show you any mercy. Phalia cursed in a low voice. The two of them waited for a long time. Suddenly, a beautiful little girl walked out of the cave. That little girl looked to be around 10 years old. She had purple hair that draped over her shoulders, and her purple eyes were filled with a cold light. Her skin was tender and white like a doll. But the cold aura around her was too strong, so she didn't look cute. Instead, she gave off a feeling of being unapproachable. When the man named Rugersi saw such a beautiful little girl walking out of the cave, his breathing suddenly became rapid. He blushed and softly exclaimed, "So beautiful. Very good. Very good. I like it. Attack. Her guards have yet to come out. Now is the best time to capture her." Phalia was also panting. However, it was obvious that she was panting because of the divine weapon in the little girl's hand. The two suddenly shot out from the dark like two eerie rays of light. The domain of divinity of death abruptly shrouded the little girl and rushed to grab her. Oh no, they're too fast. Han Shuo had been observing the two for 3 days. Han Shuo did not poke his nose into the two's business when they killed 2 people. Instead, through those 2 observations, he had figured out the two's true strength. This time, when he saw a beautiful little girl about to be killed, he finally couldn't help but want to save her. However, Han Shuo did not expect that the two would act so quickly. They had just met and immediately attacked. However, what happened next was even more unexpected to Han Shuo. A splendid curtain of light suddenly blossomed from the little girl's body. Chapter 7:11. At the next moment, Han Shuo, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly felt as though he was shrouded by a peculiar force field. His body felt as though he had sunk into a muddy swamp. A constantly rotating energy curled around him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't break free from it. It was also at this moment that the little girl, who was covered in blood, turned her ice-cold purple eyes towards Han Shuo's hiding place, among the lush leaves of a large tree. The little girl's body was also stained with scarlet blood. The scarlet bloodstains on her cute little dress were like blooming red flowers. But when contrasted with the ice-cold aura emanating from her body, she gave off a very frightening feeling. Han Shuo, who was carefully observing the situation below, had absolutely no idea what energy the little girl was using. The only thing he could be sure of was that she wasn't using any of the 12 fundamental energies. 2 mid-gods were shredded to pieces in an instant. But not only was the little girl not afraid, she even seemed to be enjoying it. This made Han Shuo feel that she was rather strange. "Big brother, there are caterpillars in the leaves. The little girl's purple eyes suddenly lit up. It was as though she could see through all the obstacles between the two of them. Her voice was cold and sweet. Han Shua's heart sank. He knew that his whereabouts had been completely exposed. Han Shua, who couldn't estimate the little girl's strength, pondered for a moment before he flew down from the leaves with a bitter smile. He maintained a certain distance from her and immediately said, "I'm not with them. Don't misunderstand." "Not with them? What's the difference? You saw me kill them." The little girl blinked and looked at Han Shua innocently. But her words were as cold as ice. "Are you planning to kill me?" Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before he put on a faint smile. "Yes, I'm sorry." The little girl bowed slightly, giving Han Shua an apologetic salute. Then she floated towards Han Shua. A strange force field suddenly enveloped the area. This force field was completely different from a divinity's domain. It did not change the elemental distribution in this space at all. Instead, it formed many vortexes that were hard to see with the naked eye. These vortexes contained a strange power that seemed to be able to grind everything around them to pieces. As soon as the force field was formed, Han Shua's keen divine sense immediately sensed the sudden changes in the surrounding space. The surrounding vortexes were hard to see with the naked eye, but Han Shua relied on his divine sense's astonishing ability to sense all things, so he could clearly grasp their location and the changes that were happening. The little girl was not affected by any of the whirlpools at all. When she flew towards Han Shua, her body passed through the whirlpools unscathed. However, Han Shua knew that those whirlpools contained extremely terrifying energy. The sudden disintegration of the two mid-gods proved the lethality of the whirlpools. The force field was still there. The whirlpools were spinning and moving at high speed. Their target, Han Shua, was getting tighter and tighter. Han Shua quietly stared at the little girl who was slowly approaching him. When he discovered that the area he could move was getting smaller and smaller, he slightly bunched his brows. Then, Han Shua's body turned into afterimages as he moved at high speed within a very small area. His body either elongated or shrunk. He had utilized the body metamorphosis to the extreme and forced his way out of the space that was constantly being compressed. Han Shua gently took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind to its peak. He stood in the pool of blood where the little girl was. He casually absorbed the divine souls of the two mid-gods that had yet to dissipate into cauldron spirit. Then, he looked at the little girl who was a little surprised and coldly said, "We will mind our own business. If you dare to attack again, I will not rest until you are dead." That little girl didn't seem to expect that Han Shua would be able to easily escape from the energy field she created. When she looked at Han Shua again, she suddenly felt that he was covered by a layer of mysterious veil. Her brows were slightly creased, as though she was considering whether she should attack again. After a while, she lightly nodded and said in a cold voice, "There is an unknown energy in your body. It is a kind of energy that I have never seen before. You may leave. We will mind our own business." Han Shua was startled when he heard those words. He did not expect that this little girl could see through the demonic arts he was concealing with just a glance. Han Shua was even more afraid to act blindly without thinking. "Master, stay away from this little girl. She is even more terrifying than that guy who attacked you last time." Cauldron Spirit's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shua's consciousness. As soon as Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded, Han Shua's expression remained the same. However, his heart was in turmoil. Han Shua took a deep look at the little girl and did not say anything else. He nodded and concealed himself in the shadows. He immediately vanished from that place. "That little girl, she is even more terrifying than Avery?" Han Shua asked Cauldron Spirit. The astonishment in his heart had yet to subside after leaving that area. "Yes, I can infer that from her biomagnetic field. Moreover, that little girl has a strange thing in her body. It is the so-called divine weapon of this universe. That divine weapon is not bad, but its energy is also very strange," Cauldron Spirit explained to Han Shua after a moment of silence. The Cauldron of Myriad Demon was a supreme demonic treasure. As the soul of the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, the Cauldron Spirit still had the arrogance to disregard any demonic treasure despite having exhausted all the demon generals in the cauldron. If even the cauldron spirit said that the divine weapon was not bad, Han Shuo believed that the divine weapon in the little girl's body must be extraordinary. Han Shuo immediately made up his mind not to provoke her. An expert with unfathomable strength, and a high possibility of possessing a terrifying divine weapon, wasn't someone he should pay too much attention to at this time. Especially since the two of them had no enmity, there was even less need for Han Shuo to look for trouble. After the first two targets were killed by the little girl, Han Shuo had no choice but to search for new targets. 2 days later, Han Shuo once again set his sights on an early-stage mid-god god hunter, who cultivated in the energy of death. This time Han Shuo did not run into any trouble. Given Han Shuo's current strength in demonic arts and the large area coverage of the Cauldron Spirit's demon generals, his sudden sneak attack was not something that the god hunter could defend against. Han Shuo once again experienced the wonderful feeling of having the divine energy of death flow from the god hunter's body to his own. Although two people of the same energy could devour each other, the devourer could not obtain all of the divine energy in the other party's body. In fact, the devourer could only obtain about 10% of the divine energy in the other party's body, or even less. After all, the divine energy that others painstakingly cultivated belonged to them. A portion of that divine energy would forever remain in the cultivator's body, mixing with the skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs. It was not something that could be obtained by devouring. In the process of devouring, the divine energy of the one being devoured would be greatly drained. No matter how skilled the devourer was, when the other party was powerless and could only be devoured, it would mean that the devourer could no longer control the divine energy in his body. While a portion of the divine energy would flow into the devourer's body, a larger portion would flow out from the 7 orifices of the body, the hair, and even every pore of the devourer's body. This was something that no one could stop. In the end, the devourer would have to remove the impurities from the divine energy and fuse it with his or her own divine energy. As such, if a devourer devoured a god of the same level, he or she would at most obtain 1/10 of the divine energy in the other party's body. Therefore, Han Shuo only obtained less than 10% of the divine energy in the early-stage mid-god's body. However, the other party was, after all, a mid-god. Just 10% of the divine energy was enough for a low god like Han Shuo to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, Han Shuo's avatar possessed the divine soul of a mid-god. Therefore, the breakthrough happened very quickly. When the avatar discovered that the divine energy was so dense that it was about to undergo a qualitative change, it immediately entered the cauldron of myriad demon and entered a long period of cultivation. Meanwhile, Han Shuo's main body continued to search for other targets, god hunters cultivating in the Edict of Destruction. For the next 7 days, Han Shuo wandered around Greenfire Swamp in an attempt to find a suitable target for his avatar of destruction to enhance its destruction divine energy. However, the result was far beyond Han Shuo's expectations. He could no longer find any god hunters. Unwilling to give up, Han Shuo continued searching in Greenfire Swamp for another 3 days. By chance, a demon general saw the mysterious little girl killing a god hunter cultivating in the Edict of Darkness in the outer perimeter of the swamp and said, "That should be enough." Immediately, Han Shuo understood why he couldn't find any more god hunters. Since the little girl had killed all the god hunters, Han Shuo had no reason to stay in Greenfire Swamp any longer. As for those gods who came for energy ores and medicinal ingredients, Han Shuo couldn't bring himself to kill them. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave Greenfire Swamp. Should I return to the City of Shadows? Han Shuo thought to himself. Cage and Eve had just died not too long ago. If Han Shuo were to return to the City of Shadows during this sensitive period, he might become Avery's target. The chances of him being killed by Avery was too high. Before he could protect himself, Han Shuo hesitated. Before coming to Elysium, Han Shuo had promised Emily, Phoebe, and the others that he would bring them to Elysium as soon as he could. After witnessing the wonders of Elysium, Han Shuo could not stop thinking about bringing them to Elysium. Elysium had abundant elements and the most mature cultivation system. Elysium was, without a doubt, the best place for any god to rapidly improve themselves. In the City of Shadows, Han Shuo had befriended Carmelita and established a relationship with the House of Saint. In addition, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had made a name for itself. Han Shuo would be able to quickly establish a foothold in Elysium. However, due to his relationship with the House of Lavers and the fact that he was facing great danger, Han Shuo was caught in a dilemma. Han Shuo couldn't make up his mind no matter how hard he thought about it. However, he was already walking towards the exit of Greenfire Swamp. Half a day later, Han Shuo had exited Greenfire Swamp and was slowly walking in the direction of the City of Shadows. He had made up his mind that he would wait outside the City of Shadows for a period of time and enter the city after the commotion had died down. Whoosh! Whoosh! Han Shuo suddenly heard a sound coming from behind him. Han Shuo was startled and immediately turned his head to look. He suddenly discovered a small white dot rapidly approaching. In just a few blinks of an eye, that white dot had transformed into that mysterious little girl. She was gnashing her teeth as she madly charged in his direction. The expression on her face was somewhat sinister, causing Han Shuo to immediately raise his guard as though he was facing a great enemy. The little girl's perception was exceedingly keen. Now that the distance between the two had shrunk once again, Han Shuo thought that she must have discovered him, or perhaps her goal was to kill him. Having witnessed the little girl's fearsomeness, Han Shuo also seemed a bit flustered. He hastily turned to face her, prepared to fight to the death. However, the situation was somewhat beyond Han Shuo's expectations. That little girl's body suddenly swayed unsteadily. She wore a painful expression on her face. When she saw Han Shuo appear in front of her, she seemed rather stunned. She cried out in fear and suddenly fell from midair. Soon enough, a plop sound came from the ocean beneath Han Shuo's feet. A small hand was constantly waving in the water as though it was trying to say something. That little girl is gravely injured. I can sense it. It was at this moment that Cauldron Spirit transmitted to Han Shuo again. Han Shuo, who was initially startled, became even more astonished after hearing Cauldron Spirit's words. He immediately looked all around in suspicion and released a few of the demon generals that Cauldron Spirit had kept away. The little girl's strength was already ridiculously terrifying. Wouldn't the person who could seriously injure her be even more terrifying? With this realization, Han Shuo immediately prepared to leave as soon as possible. The little girl in the ocean below was not cute at all. Han Shuo had seen her kill people effortlessly and had no sympathy for her. He just wanted to get away from this trouble as soon as possible. Save me. Suddenly, the struggling little girl below barely managed to float her drenched head out of the water. She looked at Han Shuo, who was coldly watching from above, and cried out softly with great difficulty. At this moment there was only weakness on her face, as well as a delicate and pitiful look. She had long since lost the ferocity she displayed when killing people at Greenfire Swamp. Han Shuo was still moved by compassion. He sighed softly and leapt into the sea, grabbing the little girl and quickly leaving this place. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly sounded from the direction of Greenfire Swamp. Even though it was very far away, Han Shuo could still hear it. The little girl who was on the verge of death was immediately shocked. She hurriedly said, "Hurry, hurry, they've rushed out of the boundary." Han Shuo did not know who was chasing after her, but when he heard her say this, he did not dare to think too much about it. He immediately fled from that troublesome place as fast as he could. He passed by Neptune's Tier, Fort Hassel, and another village. Han Shuo stopped in the middle of a mountain range. The little girl who was quietly grabbing the corner of Han Shuo's clothes leaned against Han Shuo and said softly, "They shouldn't have caught up. Who is chasing you?" Han Shuo frowned and looked down at the weak and powerless girl. He asked, "What is your name?" After a moment of hesitation, she softly said, "Andrina." As for who was chasing her, she did not say. "Are you feeling better? Can you leave by yourself?" This little girl was too dangerous. She was basically a hot potato. Han Shuo did not want to have someone by his side who could threaten his life and whose origins were unknown. "Are you going to leave me behind?" Andrina blinked her purple eyes and asked pitifully. "Your strength is too terrifying. I don't even know where you came from. If I keep you by my side, who knows when I will become a pile of broken limbs." Well, since we have escaped from the enemy's pursuit, I think it's time for us to part ways. You don't have to thank me, that's all. Han Shuo knew how dangerous the little girl was, and he hastily tried to distance himself from her. If you leave me behind now, I will definitely be killed in less than 3 days. Andrina calmly looked at Han Shuo and softly said, but if you continue to run away with me, I will repay you after I recover from my injuries and swear that I will not harm you. Who is chasing you? Han Shuo suddenly asked after a moment of silence. The god hunters, the most powerful ones. Andrina was somewhat hesitant, but when she saw Han Shuo's serious expression, she knew that if she didn't give an answer, Han Shuo would immediately leave. Didn't you kill all the god hunters in Greenfire Swamp? Why are there still more? Han Shuo was shocked. There are a few new ones. They came specifically for me. They are the leaders of the god hunters. Andrina seemed rather astonished that Han Shuo knew what she did in Greenfire Swamp. However, she still answered honestly. Are they at the level of Bravst? Han Shuo asked in a deep voice. How do you know Bravst? Andrina cried out in surprise. I was nearly killed by that guy. Of course I know his name, Han Shuo replied. Do you have any crystal coins on you? Angelina did not continue talking about god hunters and suddenly changed the topic. Han Shuo wouldn't let her off so easily. He stared at Andrina and asked, you haven't answered my question. I will tell you after I recover from my injuries. Right now I am a seriously injured patient, she said weakly as she looked at Han Shuo with a pitiful expression. Han Shuo casually took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Andrina. He said, eat this, it will help with your injuries. Andrina shook her head and softly said, it's no use. My body is special. No medicine can help me. Do you have crystal coins? Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he casually grabbed a handful of black crystal coins. He handed them to Andrina and said, you are injured to this extent. Why would you need crystal coins? This is... Before he could finish his sentence, Han Shuo suddenly saw Andrina take the black crystal coins and immediately put them into her mouth. Crunching sounds could be heard as the black crystal coins entered Andrina's lower abdomen. Han Shuo noticed that her complexion seemed a little better after eating the crystal coins. Do you have more? Andrina wiped the corner of her mouth and cautiously asked again. Yes. Han Shuo was astonished. He hastily took out a bag of black crystal coins from his space ring and handed it to her. There were about 5,000 of them. Han Shuo was extremely astonished. He didn't expect that Andrina wanted crystal coins not to spend them, but to eat them. Chapter 7:12. Do you have more? Andrina asked cautiously again after all 5,000 black crystal coins had disappeared into her abdomen a few minutes later. Han Shuo's face turned a little ugly. He threw another big bag of black crystal coins to Andrina, his heart bleeding. Do you have more? Do you have more? No more. Han Shuo's face turned livid. He glared at Andrina and said, you ate 90,000 black crystal coins in one go. Are you still not full? He began to fly into a rage. The potions he had painstakingly refined last time had earned him a total of 96,000 black crystal coins. Originally, these crystal coins were enough for Han Shuo to live a comfortable life. He didn't expect that Andrina would finish all of them in just half an hour. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Han Shuo let out a low growl. Andrina also felt guilty. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Han Shuo. She said softly, I'm far from full. But my injuries are a little better now. Well, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. Andrina ignored Han Shuo's murderous gaze and snored heavily. She clutched Han Shuo's arm tightly and fell into a deep sleep. My crystal coins. Han Shuo let out a long howl. Looking at Andrina, who had fallen into a deep sleep, he yelled angrily, what kind of monster are you? How did you eat 90,000 black crystal coins in one go? Unfortunately, Andrina couldn't hear Han Shuo's complaints anymore. After eating 90,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo discovered that Andrina's serious injuries were recovering at a miraculous speed. In her deep sleep, her body was like the most sophisticated machine, breaking down the energy contained in the black crystal coins and distributing them to every part of her body that was injured. Crystal coins on Elysium were a kind of energy ore, and black crystal coins contain the most energy. However, according to Han Shuo's knowledge, although the energy contained in crystal coins had a wide range of uses, they were generally used in interplanar transportation matrices, boundary towers and energy towers, or in refining divine weapons. He had never heard of Andrina directly using it on a human body. Who exactly is this Andrina? Han Shuo was puzzled. She fell into a deep sleep, completely ignoring the dangers outside and placing her safety in the hands of Han Shuo. Han Shuo knew that the god hunters in Greenfire Swamp were still after her and therefore, he didn't dare to stay in the area for too long. After Andrina finished eating his 90,000 black crystal coins, Han Shuo was determined to take her with him. He was going to settle the score with her when she woke up. Half a month later, Han Shuo arrived at a mountain range near the City of Shadows. Han Shuo was very familiar with the area. He easily found the underground cave that he had stayed in for a long time and entered it with Andrina. Andrina slept for half a month. During her deep sleep, her body was constantly filled with energy. Her face, which was on the verge of death, started to have traces of redness. Her heavily injured body was noticeably in better shape. However, the fact that Andrina showed no signs of waking up after sleeping for half a month gave Han Shuo quite a headache. The City of Shadows was right in front of him, but it didn't seem appropriate to bring Andrina into the city while she was in a deep sleep. However, if he were to leave Andrina alone, one could well imagine what would happen to her if someone discovered her whereabouts. Besides, Andrina owed Han Shuo 90,000 black crystal coins, and Han Shuo was still waiting for her to repay the huge sum. Han Shuo had no choice but to stay in the underground cave. His three bodies cultivated together while waiting for Andrina to wake up. During this process, Han Shuo did not stay idle. Using the coverage of his demon generals, he slowly learned about the current situation in the City of Shadows from the patrolling divine guards. Avery, who had lost his son and daughter, had mobilized the forces of the Fifth Corps and the House of Lavers to the fullest. They began to search for any murderers who might have killed his children. Those who had a grudge against the House of Lavers and Avery himself had sleepless nights during this period of time. They were in a state of chaos because of Avery. Several people who were once enemies of Avery, and had coincidentally appeared in the vicinity of Fort Hassel, had vanished without a trace. The higher-ups of the major family clans in the City of Shadows knew that Avery had gone crazy during this period of time. They secretly warned their descendants not to provoke Avery, who had lost his mind. Those family clans that held grudges against Avery had tightened their defenses. After learning about some of Avery's crazy actions, Han Shuo realized that Avery probably did not consider him as the biggest suspect. After all, Han Shuo's strength was far too weak in Avery's eyes. Logically speaking, there was no way he could have killed Cage and Eve without anyone noticing. With that, Han Shuo was secretly relieved. He knew that the pressure on him would lessen after he returned to the City of Shadows. Godswamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Stice kneeled on the ground and reported in a deep voice, "Master, Avery is investigating Carmelita. It seems that Avery suspects Carmelita." An elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face as clear as jade put on a faint smile and said, "Avery is naturally paranoid. Haha, in addition to the fact that the incident was indeed very fishy, he will not only suspect Carmelita, but also every one of his enemies. However, we naturally have to make him point his finger at Carmelita. That way, when the two sides fight, we will be able to enjoy the show." "Master, that youngster has disappeared without a trace. We still can't find a single trace of him," Stice said in a low voice. The white-haired old man subconsciously tapped the corner of his chair with his index finger. There was a look of doubt on his face as he said, "That kid really exceeded my expectations. Avery personally made a move, but he actually failed to kill him. This is really unbelievable. Forget it, it's fine as long as he's not in the City of Shadows. There's no need to worry about him. So many family clans couldn't find his whereabouts. It's only a pity that he lost the medicine formula." Master, what should we do next? Stice asked in a respectful voice. After pondering for a moment, the elderly man suddenly said, Let's use the pawn we left in the House of Saint. We are willing to sacrifice that pawn in exchange for a piece of information. Information that will make Avery certain that Carmelita had sent someone to Fort Hassel. Understood. Stice put on a gloomy smile and respectfully withdrew from the room. On the third day, inside a secret chamber of the Fifth Corps, Avery's face was as cold as a blade. He asked, Are you sure? A divine guard of the House of Saint, when he was drunk last night, unintentionally mentioned that Carmelita had sent someone to Fort Hassel. The time was exactly 8 days before the death of the young master and the young lady. Judging from the time, it fits perfectly. A figure in the darkness replied indifferently. That vicious and ugly woman. It's her. It's really her. All Eve said was that she was ugly, and yet she dared to do such a thing. What a heartless and heartless whore. How dare she? Avery's body was shivering. He gnashed his teeth and roared. My lord, isn't it the House of Saint? The shadow pondered for a moment before he gently reminded. So what if it's the House of Saint? If worst comes to worst, I'll just leave the City of Shadows. With my strength, even if I leave the City of Shadows, I can still survive in the Darkness Dominion. How dare she kill my son and daughter? I will not let her off so easily. Avery bellowed hysterically. His face was malevolent and crazed. The shadow did not say anything else. He knew that once Avery had made up his mind, even if he knew it was wrong, he would continue down that path. All persuasion would be futile. After a long while, Avery gradually calmed down. He calmly said, however, this matter needs to be carefully planned out. That ugly woman possesses extraordinary strength. Even if I were to personally attack her, I wouldn't have the confidence to defeat her. Although Avery was confident that he could defeat Carmelita, he wasn't completely confident. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. Another 2 months passed. One day, Han Shua, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly sensed movement beside him. Immediately, he opened his eyes and looked straight at Andrina, whose long eyelashes were fluttering. Andrina, who had been in a deep sleep for nearly 4 months, was no longer as pale as a sheet of paper. Instead, her fair complexion had a tinge of redness. Andrina's eyelashes fluttered for a moment before she opened her beautiful purple eyes. She stretched lazily and wore a satisfied and comfortable smile on her face. In a melodious voice she said, How long have I been asleep? Phew, I feel much better. My body doesn't hurt as much anymore. Han Shua's handsome face immediately darkened when he saw that Andrina had woken up. He bluntly demanded, Pay me 90,000 black crystal coins. Andrina's small face was full of a bitter smile. She looked at Han Shua pitifully and said, I didn't expect that the first thing I would hear after waking up would be asking me to pay. Aren't you going too far? 90,000 black crystal coins. That's all I have. Do you know what 90,000 black crystal coins mean? Do you know how long I've worked hard? How long have I saved up? Do you know how many things 90,000 black crystal coins can buy? Do you know? Han Shua beat his chest and stamped his feet. His tone was filled with endless resentment. I don't have a single crystal coin, Andrina said concisely after patiently listening to Han Shua's complaints. Han Shua was speechless. Having said so much in vain, Han Shua was crestfallen. He suddenly thought of something and his spirits lifted. He looked at Andrina with a grin like a big bad wolf looking at a little white rabbit. He said with a mischievous smile, Do you have anything valuable? For example, a divine weapon that can be used as crystal coins? No way. Andrina suddenly hugged her shoulders with her hands, as if to protect the things on her body tightly. She took a small step back and said, I don't have anything that I can give you in exchange for gold coins. Don't even think about it. Then how are you going to compensate me for the 90,000 black crystal coins that you owe me? As soon as Han Shua saw that his method didn't work, he immediately abandoned his hypocritical face and put on a ferocious expression. During this period of time, Andrina had been very quiet, and she would often put on a pitiful expression in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo had forgotten just how fierce she used to be. Andrina obviously wasn't afraid of Han Shuo. She even stretched out her hand and pulled on the corner of Han Shuo's mouth. Just as Han Shuo was about to go berserk, she giggled and said, "Don't pretend to be so fierce. I know that you are actually a good person. You are different from those god hunters. Last time, you definitely didn't hide in the shadows with evil intentions. You saved me when I was seriously injured and treated me very well. I know that you won't hurt me." After taking a short pause, Andrina smilingly added, "Also, you can't hurt me now." After hearing Andrina's words, Han Shuo put on a dispirited face. The ferocious expression on his face was no longer there. He said to her in a dispirited manner, "Have you recovered from your injuries? If you have, go and earn some money and return my crystal coins to me. After that, go and do whatever you need to do." "I haven't fully recovered, but it's more than enough to protect myself." Andrina giggled. She twirled her body in front of Han Shuo and smoothed out the creases on her little dress. She then nodded in satisfaction and said, "I don't know how to earn money, but I am willing to protect you for a period of time. Consider it as compensation for eating your crystal coins." "You will protect me?" Han Shuo let out a disdainful groan, but he immediately shut his mouth. When he recalled Andrina's terrifying means and the cauldron spirit's evaluation of her, his mind churned rapidly. After a while, he probingly asked, "Can the current you withstand a sneak attack from an early-stage high god? Shouldn't be a problem. Although I can't defeat him for the time being, it should be more than enough to escape with you. Right, if you can get me that many crystal coins, we won't even have to escape." Andrina thought for a moment and replied. Han Shuo was shocked when he saw that Andrina didn't seem to be lying. Andrina was still confident that she could withstand an early-stage high god under such circumstances. Han Shuo knew that the true strength of this little girl could only be described as terrifying. However, her ability to eat crystal coins gave Han Shuo a huge headache. 10,000 black crystal coins a year. You ate 90,000 black crystal coins of mine and protected me for 9 years. That's it. Han Shuo said straightforwardly. Hiring a high god as a bodyguard would cost far more than 10,000 black crystal coins a year. Han Shuo was prepared to bargain with Andrina. He thought that he would have to keep her for at least a year before letting her go. To Han Shuo's surprise, Andrina did not raise any objections to Han Shuo's proposal. Instead, she very straightforwardly agreed. She giggled and said, "All right, you are a good person and I don't have anything to do for the time being." Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. 90,000 black crystal coins was definitely not enough to hire a high god for 9 years. But Andrina's straightforwardness made Han Shuo rather suspicious. He thought, could she be plotting something? This little girl is definitely not as innocent as she looks. She is a little freak who kills without blinking an eye. Is it a blessing or a curse to keep her around for so long? What are you worried about? Andrina asked as though she could see through Han Shuo's thoughts. No, nothing. Han Shuo put on a straight face and said, "Come, let's go to the City of Shadows." With Andrina by his side, Han Shuo decided not to hide anymore. As long as Avery did not ambush him, Han Shuo did not have to worry about Avery's revenge. Therefore, he openly returned to the City of Shadows with Andrina. After not returning to the City of Shadows for a long time, when Han Shuo stepped into the city, all the large family clans that learned of his return immediately took action. Their target was the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Only those long-established family clans in the City of Shadows were able to receive the news immediately upon Han Shuo's return. Rugus of the House of Kisa immediately put on an awkward smile. He had brought the most divine guards with him, and thought that he would be able to take advantage of the situation. He did not expect that Han Shuo would not distribute the medicines according to the number of heads. Rugus, what's the matter? Do you have any objections? Bess of the House of Kinson covered her mouth and giggled. No objections, Rugis immediately denied with a mischievous smile. How about this? Each family clan can send in a few representatives. As for the divine guards of their family clans, they will remain outside for the time being, Han Shuo suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then Andre of the House of Saint, Bess and her daughter Jia of the House of Kinson, Rugis of the House of Kisa, and Tuyas of the House of Buller walked in one after another. The House of Lavers that Han Shuo was most familiar with, however, did not send anyone. Rugis was the cousin of the patriarch of the House of Kisa, and one of the 7 chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows. He was in charge of the 6th Corps. He cultivated in the energy of death and was an early-stage high god. Tuyas was the uncle of the patriarch of the House of Buller. As his talent in cultivation was limited, he had lived his entire life in the realm of late-stage mid-god and cultivated in the energy of darkness. However, he was a genius in business. Most of the businesses in the House of Buller were managed by him. Brian, why did you disappear for so long? Do you know that all the major family clans have sent people to search for you? Jia asked smilingly to Han Shuo. I went on a trip with a friend but was delayed by something. That's why I came back so late. Hehe. Thank you all for your concern. I will remember it. Han Shuo said smilingly, all right, I have refined more than 1,000 bottles of various medicines. I will take out 1,000 bottles and distribute them among the 4 major family clans. Each family clan will get 250 bottles. Do you have any problem with that? Of course. The crowd replied in unison. Han Shuo had long known that these people would listen to him. He smilingly took out 1,000 bottles of medicines and placed them on the cabinets in front of the crowd. The price and function of each bottle were clearly displayed. Under the gazes of the crowd, Han Shuo divided the 1,000 bottles of medicines into 4 pieces. There were more than 600 bottles of pellets of rejuvenation. Each bottle was worth 100 black crystal coins. There were also some pellets of tranquility and nirvana pills with prices ranging from 300 to 500 black crystal coins. Han Shuo did not treat the House of Saint unfairly. Each family had the same quantity and type of pellets. After Han Shuo divided the medicines into 4 pieces, the representatives of the 4 major family clans took out their black crystal coins one after another and threw them in front of Han Shuo. Each family clan had more crystal coins than the other. Han Shuo didn't need to look to know that there were at least 150,000 black crystal coins in his account. Andrina, who was standing beside him, suddenly stared at the 4 heavy bags of crystal coins in front of Han Shuo with shining eyes. She subconsciously licked the corner of her mouth, as if she was looking at an incomparably sumptuous delicacy. Han Shuo immediately understood what Andrina was thinking when he saw the greedy look in her eyes. Han Shuo really couldn't predict what this mysterious little girl was thinking. He was afraid that she would be unable to resist the temptation in her heart and directly swallow the crystal coins in front of everyone. Han Shuo lightly coughed and waved his hand. His space ring flashed 4 times and the 4 bags of black crystal coins disappeared. After the bags of crystal coins were stored in the space ring, Han Shuo immediately checked the numbers on the bags with his consciousness. He discovered that each bag of crystal coins was exactly 40,000 black crystal coins. The 4 bags of black crystal coins were a total of 160,000 black crystal coins. He had earned more than last time. Hee everyone, are you satisfied? Han Shuo's mood immediately turned for the better. He asked smilingly. Of course we are satisfied. The 4 of them secretly put away their medicines and chatted with Han Shuo for a while. Under Han Shuo's hints, 3 of them left in satisfaction. Naturally, the one who stayed behind was Andre of the House of Saint. After the other 3 families left one after another, Andre put on a gentle smile and said to Han Shuo, Carmelita is currently not in the City of Shadows. Do you know where she is? What is she doing? Without immediately answering Andre's question, Han Shuo took out a bag of black crystal coins and handed it to Andrina, who had been looking at him pitifully. He instructed, go upstairs. No matter what, don't fall asleep like last time. Andrina nodded. Her eyes were filled with excitement. She hugged the big bag of 40,000 black crystal coins that Han Shuo handed to her and hastily headed to the 2nd and 3rd floors. She was unwilling to stay for even a moment longer. After Andrina left, Han Shuo let out a soft sigh and said, I don't know where she went, but I know that she has been looking for me. I believe that her departure has something to do with me, right? Han Shuo wasn't completely ignorant of the situation in the City of Shadows. From the conversations of the divine guards who were searching for him, Han Shuo knew that Carmelita had spared no effort in searching for him. Han Shuo was very touched. He understood that Carmelita truly considered him as a friend. Andre, who had been observing Han Shuo, nodded in his mind. He was very satisfied with Han Shuo's performance. He was not pretentious, but he also revealed his true feelings. This made Andre feel very comfortable. That's right. She has indeed gone to other places to look for you. Carmelita truly considers you as a friend. She doesn't want anything to happen to you. Therefore, I don't want anything to happen to you either. Do you understand? Andre pointed at Han Shuo. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he looked at Andre in astonishment. He couldn't figure out the real meaning behind Andre's words. He asked, You mean, I want you to be alive and well? Andre put on a solemn face and said in a deep voice with a solemnity that was rarely seen on Han Shuo, I have investigated the matter thoroughly. You can rest assured that Avery will not dare to do anything to you again. Han Shuo was startled. He suddenly raised his head and said, You? He didn't understand why Andre would help him so much. He was at a loss for what to do with this sudden gesture of goodwill. Of course, I can only make sure that Avery will not dare to do anything to you again. As for the grievances you suffered last time, as a member of the House of Saint, I cannot do anything to Avery for the sake of the stability of the City of Shadows. I hope you can understand, Andre explained softly. After thinking for a moment, he continued without waiting for Han Shuo to reply. Also, do not mention this matter to Carmelita. I know her temperament. If she were to know that you were seriously injured by Avery, given her usual temperament, she would definitely stand up for you. If that were to happen, it might even cause the House of Lavers to rebel. This is definitely not something we wish to see. After keeping silent for a moment, Han Shuo nodded with difficulty and said, I understand. One day I will avenge myself. When you have the strength to do so, I will not stop you. Perhaps I will even help you. But before that, you still need to be cautious. Alright, I won't say much. Just keep my words in mind. Andre stood up smilingly and walked out of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Han Shuo understood Andre's position very well. It was already beyond Han Shuo's expectations that Andre was willing to keep him safe. Naturally, he wouldn't ask Andre to stand up for him on behalf of the House of Saint and find trouble with Avery. The more power and value a person had, the more respect and status they would receive. Han Shuo knew that his current value was far from enough to make the House of Saint and the House of Lavers turn against each other for him. However, Han Shuo was still unwilling to give up. He believed that one day, he would have enough leverage to make the House of Saint be willing to eliminate Avery for his sake. As long as he had enough strength, nothing was impossible. Is that guy gone? As soon as Han Shuo arrived at the third floor of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Andrina's voice immediately sounded, That guy is pretty good. He almost discovered my hidden strength. She stuffed black crystal coins into her mouth one after another. Her voice was muffled. There are 40,000 black crystal coins in that bag. Remember, you have another 4 years to live. Han Shuo came over mainly to remind her. Also, don't make me sleep for another 3 to 4 months like last time. Got it. This time I will eat them one by one and digest them slowly. I won't be in the same situation as last time. Alright, don't disturb me. Go do what you need to do. Andrina's little face was filled with impatience. Her eyes were glowing as she stared at the crystal coins in her hand. Han Shuo had no choice but to return to the second floor. The second floor had been redecorated and looked even more dazzling than before the destruction. Sparkling and translucent pharmaceutical utensils were placed everywhere. Those who didn't know better would definitely think that Han Shuo was a genuine pharmacist. Little would they know that Han Shuo only used a single 9 tessellation cauldron to refine medicinal pellets. Anaito was standing guard outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with all his might. After all the major family clans had left one after another, Anaito walked in and asked with a fawning smile, did you leave some for our third core? 100 bottles. Only 20,000 black crystal coins from your Lord Erebus. Han Shua had long prepared additional medicinal pellets. As soon as Anaito walked in, Han Shua laid out the medicines on the table. Anaito was also prepared. He immediately took out a bag of crystal coins with a big smile on his face. It was obvious that the bag contained more than 20,000 black crystal coins. He carefully took out 20,000 black crystal coins and respectfully handed them to Han Shua. He said, Brian, as someone who works for others, it is only natural that I cannot be as generous as other family clans. Haha, this is a public expense. Any excess will have to be turned in. So, got it. Take the medicines and hand them in. Thank you for your efforts in my shop these past few days. Han Shua naturally understood that those black crystal coins did not belong to Anaito. He couldn't be bothered to haggle over such a trivial matter. It's my pleasure, my pleasure. Anaito hastily replied smilingly. After taking the medicines, he instructed his divine guards. I will go to the third core to hand in my report. You all stay here. You know what to do if anyone dares to cause trouble. After saying those words, Anaito hastily left. Brian, long time no see, Han Shua, who was about to enter, suddenly heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw Donna standing in front of the medicine door. Donna was as dazzling as ever. However, when Han Shua saw her eyes, they seemed to be tinged with sadness. Although she was still smiling, that smile appeared somewhat forced. Han Shua, who had killed Cage and Eve, had never regretted his actions. He had a clear conscience. Who asked Avery to attack him first? However, when facing Donna, Han Shua still felt somewhat awkward. It was as though he felt that he had secretly done something wrong to Donna. Han Shua chuckled and said, Sister Donna, long time no see indeed. I heard that you had made a trip to the Space Dominion. Aha, I even paid you a visit. Too bad you weren't there. Donna looked at Han Shua, who was praising her in front of her. She let out a soft sigh in her heart and replied with a forced smile, Yes, I did go on a long trip. I didn't expect that when I returned, my two good-for-nothing siblings would be killed. She wouldn't have discovered something and become suspicious of me, right? That's impossible. Even Avery didn't suspect me. Why would Donna? Han Shua's heart skipped a beat. However, the smile on his face did not diminish. He warmly invited Donna in before he sighed and said, Sister Donna, I have heard a little about what happened to your siblings. My condolences. Could it be that it wasn't him? Donna, who had been secretly observing Han Shua's every change in expression, did not see the slightest bit of abnormality on Han Shua's face. No one in the House of Lavers would suspect Han Shua because, to their knowledge, Han Shua didn't have the strength nor the guts to do so. However, Donna, who had been to the Profound Continent and fought side by side with Han Shua, didn't think so. Donna understood Han Shua's viciousness and decisiveness. She had also faintly guessed that Han Shua had concealed his strength. Therefore, when she learned of Cage and Eve's deaths, she only needed to do a little investigation before the first person she suspected was Han Shua. There were many people in the City of Shadows who held grudges against Cage and Eve. However, Donna couldn't think of anyone who would be so decisive and ruthless. Avery suspected that Carmelita was the culprit, but Donna, who was quite close to Carmelita, knew that Carmelita wouldn't be so vengeful. She was sure that Carmelita wasn't the culprit. Donna didn't know why the first person she thought of was Han Shua. However, when this thought surfaced in her mind, she felt that the possibility of it being the culprit was very high. Her suspicions grew even stronger after Han Shua returned safely to the City of Shadows. Donna had arrived at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy long ago, but was not in a hurry to enter. She waited until everyone had left before she met with Han Shua alone. You saved Eve the last time. It's a pity that she didn't know any better and still harbors a grudge against you. I haven't thanked you yet. Donna thanked Han Shua with a dejected expression. She had long figured out what happened last time. Donna kept mentioning Cage and Eve. Looking at her suspicious eyes, he wouldn't be Han Shua if he still didn't know what was going on. Unknowingly, an irreparable crack had appeared between the two who should have been best friends. Donna did not expect this outcome, and neither did Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who had guessed the purpose of Donna's visit, deepened the smile on his face. However, the sincerity in his voice had decreased by a few notches. After a series of half-truths and half-truths, Donna failed to obtain any information from Han Shuo. She left behind a bag of crystal coins and took the 100 vials of medicines from Han Shuo before she left in dejection. After arriving at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Donna examined the vials of medicines in her hand. She softly muttered to herself, "I knew that you would climb to a high position, but I didn't expect that you would step on the corpses of my family members." After letting out a soft sigh, Donna quietly left. Inside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shuo coldly watched as Donna walked further and further away. It was only after her figure had completely disappeared from his sight that he softly said, "I had no choice but to do so." Chapter 7:14. For the next few days Han Shuo lived a leisurely life. Andrina, who was on the 3rd floor, was still munching on crystal coins as though they were biscuits. Her complexion was getting better and better. It was obvious that she had mostly recovered from her injuries. Han Shuo did not go out to collect medicinal ingredients or refine medicinal pellets. Instead, he stayed on the 2nd floor and meditated. He understood that in the City of Shadows, only members of large family clans could afford to buy medicinal pellets with crystal coins. After all, such people were in the minority. If he were to refine too many medicinal pellets, the supply and demand would be out of balance. That would not reflect the rarity and preciousness of his medicines. Therefore, Han Shuo did not continue to collect medicinal ingredients to refine medicinal pellets. He told the public that he had too few medicinal ingredients and that his energy was limited. 3 months went by in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo's avatar that had been painstakingly cultivating the energy of death in the cauldron of myriad demon finally made a breakthrough to the early-stage mid-god realm. With the help of the mid-god divine soul, Han Shuo's avatar rapidly stabilized its current realm and focused on mastering several new energy techniques. Han Shuo's avatar of destruction had become even more adept at using the orb of destruction. He could now use it at will. According to Cauldron Spirit, after his main body was reconstructed, the strength of Han Shuo's physical body had improved to the point that it could withstand a portion of Cauldron Spirit's demon general energy. In other words, Han Shuo could temporarily borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy to dramatically increase his strength for a short period of time. However, this came at a great risk. If Han Shuo's body was unable to withstand the risk, or if he was seriously injured again, he would not be able to recover as easily as before. That was because borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy required the use of Han Shuo's demonic infant. Once the demonic infant was injured, Han Shuo would have to spend far more time to recover than his physical body could. In short, according to Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo's current body could borrow a portion of Cauldron Spirit's energy to dramatically increase Han Shuo's strength in an instant. However, this process would only last for a very short period of time. Once it was over, both his physical body and his demonic infant would pay a heavy price. When Han Shuo learned of this information from Cauldron Spirit, he was rather delighted. The short-term boost in strength would be enough for Han Shuo to deal with some unexpected events, such as Avery's sudden attack. Donna never came to see him again. Although she didn't say it out loud, Han Shuo knew that Donna was suspicious of him. He knew that the two of them couldn't be as close as before. Although he felt helpless, Han Shuo didn't try to salvage the relationship. From the moment he treated Avery as his enemy, he knew that he and Donna would part ways one day. During this period of time, Andre paid another visit and asked Han Shuo if he knew anything about Carmelita. As Carmelita had not returned to the City of Shadows for several months and had not sent any news to the House of Saint for over a month, Andre was rather worried about her safety. Naturally, Han Shuo couldn't provide Andre with any help. He could only honestly admit that he knew nothing about Carmelita's safety. It seemed that Avery of the 5th Corps was also working outside. He hadn't been in the City of Shadows for over 2 months. With Avery not in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo didn't have to be constantly on guard against Avery's attacks. One day, Han Shuo, who was meditating on the 2nd floor, received an invitation. The invitation came from the God Swamp Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. It stated that there was an exchange meeting between pharmacists and Han Shuo was invited. Han Shuo wanted to immediately decline the invitation, but the invitation clearly stated that they wanted to discuss business with him. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo decided to go and take a look. At dusk of the second day, "Where are you going?" Andrina suddenly asked as soon as Han Shuo walked to the door. "There's an exchange meeting between pharmacists. I'm going there to take a look. You can just stay here," Han Shuo replied casually and walked away without paying any attention to Andrina. "I'm going with you." Andrina's petite voice floated down from the third floor. She lightly stepped on Han Shuo's shoulder with her two little feet, giggled and hopped down. "My enemies aren't in the City of Shadows for the time being. You don't have to follow me. It'll be fine." With Cauldron Spirit's assurance, Han Shuo felt much more assured. He believed that if he were to borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy in an instant, even if a high god were to launch a sneak attack, he would at least have the opportunity to escape using demonic blood disassembly. Therefore, he no longer needed to rely too much on Andrina. "No, I want to protect you. I have to follow you all the time." Andrina wrinkled her nose. Soon after, she let out a soft laugh and whispered, "Are you going to do something naughty? For example, fooling around with some woman? Even if that's the case, I will still follow you." Suit yourself. Han Shuo didn't particularly care whether he followed Andrina or not. However, Han Shuo suddenly recalled something. He stared blankly for a moment before he asked Andrina, "You have more or less recovered from your injuries. Will you be able to get rid of an early-stage high god?" Andrina did not immediately answer Han Shuo's question. Instead, she thought seriously for a moment before she answered, "I haven't fully recovered. If that guy continues to fight me, I will definitely be able to kill him. But I will also be injured. But if he immediately escapes when he sees that the situation is bad, I won't be able to kill him." "I see." Han Shuo nodded. Shortly after, he put on a mischievous smile and said, "Little Andrina, there's a guy who wants me dead. Why don't we join forces and get rid of him? Don't worry if you get injured. I will provide crystal coins for you to recover for free. What do you think?" Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it was better to take the initiative and attack. With Cauldron Spirit's assurance, Han Shuo suddenly had a bold idea. He would wait for Avery to return, join forces with Andrina, and use the same method to launch a sneak attack on Avery, eliminating his greatest enemy. Han Shuo could roughly guess Andrina's strength. In addition to the instantaneous eruption of strength that he borrowed Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo believed that if he and Andrina worked together, they would have at least a 70 to 80% chance of succeeding. Therefore, he could no longer suppress his evil thoughts. "No, I'm only responsible for protecting you. I won't help you kill anyone." Andrina flatly refused. When she saw Han Shuo's gloomy face, she giggled and said, "But I can look after you. You can do it yourself and I will cheer for you from the side. If you can't do it, I can save you. How does that sound?" Han Shuo coldly groaned and did not say anything. He walked towards the God Swamp Pharmacy. Even with Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo did not believe that he could easily kill Avery. Without Andrina's assurance, Han Shuo would not take such an unknown risk. When Andrina, who was behind Han Shuo, saw Han Shuo's cold and stiff face, she giggled. She did not get angry and continued to follow Han Shuo. When Han Shuo appeared in front of the God Swamp Pharmacy, Andrina, who had been lively all this time, suddenly turned cold. She immediately reverted to her cold, unapproachable demeanor when there were outsiders around. Her flushed little face was no longer adorable, and gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. The God Swamp Pharmacy was the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows. Before coming here, Han Shuo had learned that the God Swamp Pharmacy was not only famous in the City of Shadows, but also in the entire Darkness Dominion. The God Swamp Pharmacy was also sold in several other major cities that were equally famous as the City of Shadows. Although there were 5 major family clans in the City of Shadows, it was said that the overall strength of the God Swamp Pharmacy in the Darkness Dominion was not weaker than that of the other 4 family clans except for the House of Saint. This piece of information was beyond Han Shua's expectations. He did not expect that a small pharmacy could possess such power. It was for this reason that Han Shua felt that the God Swamp Pharmacy had pointed him in the right direction. He was very curious about the God Swamp Pharmacy, and therefore decided to pay a visit after seeing the invitation for business. The interior of the God Swamp Pharmacy was very spacious. There were quite a few buildings scattered all over the place. Each and every one of them was bigger and more spacious than Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. After handing over the invitation, the guard seemed to take Han Shua very seriously when he learned that he was a pharmacist of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He personally led Han Shua to a tall building at the back that was used to receive guests. They went all the way to the top floor. It was a banquet hall that was 1,000 square meters in size. Beautiful paintings were hung on the walls. Soft, colorless carpets were spread all over the floor. There were many glassware placed in the banquet hall. Some pharmacists with grizzled hair and rosy complexions were holding wine glasses in their hands and chatting cheerfully. It was not necessary for a pharmacist to be strong in the cultivation of physical strength. Most pharmacists use the cultivation of physical strength as a supplement. Most of them cultivated in the elemental energy of fire or water. Fire elemental energy could make it easier for them to refine medicines, while water elemental energy could make it easier for them to refine the essence of medicines. However, as long as they cultivated to the realm of low god, they would be able to handle every step of medicine refinement. Therefore, almost all pharmacists would stay at this realm and spend the extra time studying the true essence of medicine refinement. The guard who led Han Shua to the banquet hall announced Han Shua's name after sweeping his eyes across the people in the banquet hall. The originally noisy banquet hall suddenly quieted down. Those pharmacists who were chatting cheerfully turned their gazes to Han Shua at the same time. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and astonishment. During this period of time, Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had been in the limelight in the City of Shadows. The name of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy would be mentioned in almost every banquet held by the members of large family clans. As fellow pharmacists, it would be difficult for these people not to hear Han Shua's name. Therefore, when the young Han Shua suddenly arrived and stood before them, these elderly pharmacists all turned their attention to him. They wanted to know what kind of person this famous pharmacist from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was. This youngster is the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy? An old woman with green hair and a face as pale as a sheet of paper, dressed in colorful clothes, suddenly cried out in alarm. Senior Guli. This is the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Brian. The guard who led Han Shua confirmed smilingly. He pointed at the eccentric old woman in colorful clothes and continued to introduce, "This is Senior Guli, a famous pharmacist in Mirage City. Senior Guli is the #1 pharmacist in Mirage City. Many large family clans have requested a bottle of medicine from Senior Guli, but it all depends on Senior Guli's mood." After that guard's introduction, Guli arrogantly sized up Han Shua. After a long while, she coldly groaned and said, "What can you refine by mixing heavenly musculus flower and green silver fruit at 500 degrees Celsius for 3 hours? Han Shua smiled and paid no attention to Guli. As a matter of fact, he had no idea what he could refine because he wasn't a pharmacist at all. "Oh right, where is your owner? The invitation says that he wants to discuss business with me," Han Shua said calmly as he looked at the guard who led the way. "Humph, and pharmacist who only knows how to earn crystal coins has already fallen to such a low level. He doesn't seem to have any real talent," Guli sneered. "He might have stolen a medicine recipe from somewhere. If he doesn't study hard at such a young age, he won't amount to much." Firecloud grass, frigid jade and boundless water, mixed at high speed and frozen at -130 degrees with frigid air. What can be formed? Han Shua shot a cold glance at Guli and asked in a similarly arrogant manner, "Well, what is it? I have never heard of the ingredients you mentioned." "Nonsense." Guli stared blankly for a moment before she sneered. Han Shua put on a disdainful face and said in a cold voice, "You haven't even heard of these ingredients and you call yourself the best pharmacist in the City of Mirage? You have lived for so many years in vain. If I were you, I would be too embarrassed to participate in this conference." Han Shua mocked them mercilessly and didn't even look at Guli, who was about to faint from anger. He said to the guards, "Take me to your master or I'll leave right away. I feel that it's embarrassing to be with a bunch of people who don't have any real skills." The guard put on an odd expression and hastily led Han Shuo through the area towards the midget. "This is the owner of our Godswamp Pharmacy, Stice," the guard introduced respectfully as he pointed at the midget. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He did not expect that the owner of the largest pharmacy in the City of Shadows, the Godswamp Pharmacy, would be such an unprepossessing, deformed person. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and asked in a refined manner, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Stice. Are you here to discuss business with me?" With a warm smile on his face, Stice nodded and said, "That's right. I'm very happy to meet the young pharmacist from Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Haha, if you don't mind, let's find a quiet place to talk." "This way, please." Stice led the way. Han Shuo immediately followed behind and headed to a room at the back of the banquet hall. "This way, please." Stice led the way. Han Shuo followed behind and headed to a room at the back of the banquet hall. He stood up and nodded at Stice with a smile, saying, "I still have something to attend to. Sorry, I'll take my leave first." Then Han Shuo opened the door and walked out without another word. Han Shuo definitely couldn't accept this way of splitting the profits. Han Shuo couldn't be bothered to entertain such insincere partners. "Wait, there's still room for negotiation," Stice shouted with a forced smile when he saw that Han Shuo had turned to leave. His face was gloomy and his back was facing Han Shuo. "There's nothing to discuss. I'm really not interested in cooperating with the Godswamp Pharmacy." "Excuse me," Han Shuo said without turning his head and walked out of the room. "Rude brat, I'm going to reason with you today. I'd like to see what you're so proud of in the field of medicine refinement." Guli, who was guarding the door, immediately glared at Han Shuo the moment she saw Han Shuo coming out. She blocked Han Shuo's path and screamed shrilly, "I don't have time for your nonsense." Han Shuo felt that he had been tricked by the Godswamp Pharmacy and was in a bad mood. Seeing that old Gu was taking advantage of his seniority in front of him, Han Shuo immediately pushed Guli away and said coldly. He ignored Guli, who was stumbling, and strode across the banquet hall. Guli had never been treated so rudely before. When she finally steadied herself, she realized that Han Shuo had already left. When she saw the gloating gazes around her, Guli almost fainted from anger. She screamed, "Damn brat, I'm not done with you." After Han Shuo left, the door of the room where he talked to Stice closed again. A side door suddenly opened. An elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face as translucent as jade walked out with a tranquil face. He took a glance at the dwarf Stice and said in an indifferent voice, "This youngster is extremely ambitious. He won't share the medicine for petty gains. It seems that this method won't work. Master, why don't we just get rid of him and extract the memories in his soul?" Stice suggested with a gloomy face. He was extremely angry after being humiliated by Han Shuo. The old man shook his head and calmly said, "Although I don't know how he escaped from Avery, it is obvious that this brat isn't as simple as he seems. Unless absolutely necessary, we should not resort to violence. We, the Godswamp Pharmacy, have been operating in the City of Shadows for many years. Do you think that we can't handle a small character that popped out of nowhere? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, we will teach him a lesson." "Master, you mean?" Stice looked at the old man respectfully. "Just like how we dealt with henna medicine, we will first tarnish the reputation of his medicines. His medicines are his foundation. As long as those people lose confidence in his medicines, I don't think he will be able to survive in the City of Shadows." Inside the small secret chamber were City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows, and a few of the most important members of the House of Saint. After Andre brought Han Shuo into the chamber, He only needed to take one look at Carmelita, who was lying in a medical container, to know how serious her injuries were. "Elder brother, I've brought her," Andre said to City Lord Wallace in a low voice. Wallace nodded, pointed at Carmelita, who was lying in the glass container, and said to Han Shuo, "Her injuries are very serious. She has yet to wake up. I don't know if she can hold on." "Get everyone out," Han Shuo suddenly said in a deep voice. "Brat, who do you think you are? You are just a pharmacist, not a specialized healer. What can you possibly do under such circumstances?" The few best healers in the City of Shadows who were concentrating on treating Carmelita's injuries glared at Han Shuo angrily when they saw that Han Shuo had immediately chased them away. Andre, who had brought Han Shuo over, was also shocked. He did not expect that Han Shuo would be so bold. Generally speaking, such injuries would be treated by specialized healers. Pharmacists would only provide some special medicines. Andre had brought Han Shuo here because he wanted him to be his assistant and trust in the medicines he refined. He had never thought that Han Shuo would be the one to take charge of the situation. Without looking at anyone, Han Shuo stared at City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows and said solemnly, "Let me do it. I am confident that I can make Carmelita recover to her original state. I have no intention of bragging or joking at such a critical moment." Wallace's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Han Shuo's words. He waved his hand to stop the protests of the healers and said in a deep voice, "All of you get out." He was the most powerful man in the City of Shadows. The prestige he had accumulated over the years was not something that these healers would dare to defy. Even though they were full of complaints, they had no choice but to obediently obey. They put down the medical instruments in their hands and left the small treatment room in a single file. "And the rest of you leave," Wallace ordered after taking another glance at the immediate family members of the House of Saint. Those people also left with their heads lowered. Before they left, they sized up Han Shuo with strange gazes. Their gazes seemed to be saying, "If anything were to happen to Carmelita, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Do your best." Wallace patted on Han Shuo's shoulder and consoled him in a low voice. He said, "Second brother, let's go." Wallace and Andre were the last to leave the treatment room. "Elder brother, do you believe in that youngster Brian?" Andre hesitated for a moment before he asked after exiting the treatment room. "I don't know. Let's bet on it. Those healers have been busy for half a day, and there is still no sign of Carmelita waking up." "I don't think we can count on them. That youngster, on the other hand, has a very bright gleam in his eyes. I didn't see it in any of those dejected pharmacists. Therefore I think it's worth a gamble," Wallace said in a deep voice. "You mean confidence?" Andre stared blankly for a moment before he asked. "That's right, confidence. When I saw that youngster's gleam of confidence, I feel that Carmelita can still be saved. Those healers, on the other hand, are all in a flurry. Their faces are gloomy and terrified. They are constantly conveying to me how powerless they are. How can I count on them?" Wallace replied in a low voice. Andre thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. But soon after, he sighed and said in a low voice, "I hope she can pull through this. Have you found any clues?" Wallace took a deep breath. His face was terrifyingly malevolent, like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. "I'm still investigating. It will take some time," Andre said with a gloomy face. "No matter who it is, as long as we find the target, kill them without mercy. This is a direct provocation to our House of Saint. It's been so many years, it seems that some people have forgotten what our family name means." Saint's right hand trembled unconsciously, like a wild beast excited to hunt its prey. "That's right." Andrea did not speak, but nodded his head heavily. Within the treatment room, Han Shuo pressed both his hands on Carmelita's back. His body was wreathed in faint black smoke. Wisps of ink-black smoke twisted and turned in the treatment room, giving this man a sense of evil. Those who didn't know what was going on might even think that some sort of dark ritual was taking place here. Carmelita's body contained the three great divine powers of death, darkness, and destruction. These three types of divine powers did not belong to her, and they had already penetrated deep into every cell and bone marrow of her body, destroying almost all of her life functions. It was obvious that the few of them had joined forces to kill her. Carmelita's own divine energy of destruction had long been depleted. She could no longer organize an effective attack. The most difficult thing was that she had fallen into a coma. In a state of confusion, she could not understand the terrible state she was in. Without her willpower to resist, her divine body would not be able to hold on. The reason why Han Shuo dared to boast about healing Carmelita was because of the miraculous nature of demonic arts. Demonic yuan could be said to be the most miraculous way to use energy. Han Shuo could clearly understand Carmelita's physical condition through demonic yuan. He immediately understood that the most frightening part of Carmelita's body was the divine energy of darkness. Han Shuo had no way of using demonic yuan to purge this powerful energy. He could only slowly extract the divine energies of destruction and death from her cells and bone marrow. The energy of destruction and death that was constantly causing damage to Carmelita's body did not belong to Carmelita at all. This external energy had already deteriorated and was only left with the most basic damage attribute. After extracting it with demonic arts, Han Shuo immediately buried it in the ground. This type of divine energy would only bring harm to his avatars. It would not benefit either of his avatars. After exhausting a portion of his demonic yuan and exhausting himself, Han Shuo was finally able to extract the energy of destruction and death from Carmelita's body. As for the most powerful divine energy of darkness, Han Shuo was powerless to do anything about it. Han Shuo used his consciousness to infiltrate Carmelita's divine soul bit by bit. With the help of Cauldron Spirit's energy, the perception of his consciousness was increased by tenfold. Han Shuo left a strong conviction in Carmelita's muddled divine soul to resist the divine energy of darkness in her body with all her might. Carmelita was, after all, a high god. Although she had yet to awaken, her divine soul started to reorganize the divine energy of destruction in her body by relying on the strong conviction Han Shuo left behind. Han Shuo fed Carmelita a few medicinal pellets in one go. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that the divine energy of destruction in her body was gathering bit by bit. After resting for a while, Han Shuo wiped away the traces of him using demonic arts and opened the door with a weary face. "How is it?" Wallace and the others had been guarding outside. When they saw Han Shuo come out, Wallace hastily asked, "She's fine, but it will take a very long time for her to fully recover." Han Shuo wiped the sweat on his forehead and suddenly said, "There are many divine energies in her body. The most powerful one is the divine energy of darkness. The assailant must be a high god. Also, I feel that the divine energy seems somewhat familiar." Andre's left pupil suddenly turned dark purple. His face turned ashen. He looked as though he had turned into a god of death. Chapter 7:16. Wallace nodded and did not say anything else. He went straight into the treatment room. He seemed to be very anxious about Carmelita's condition. Andre did not enter the room. He kept silent for a moment with an ugly expression. Suddenly he looked deeply at Han Shuo and said, "You said that you felt that darkness divine energy seemed somewhat familiar? What do you mean?" Han Shuo did not think too much about it. As soon as he saw Andre's solemn face, he realized what Andre was suspecting. Han Shuo's face turned cold. That vague feeling suddenly became clear. He lowered his voice and said, "It's him. There's no mistaking it." Andre, of course, knew who Han Shuo was referring to. His expression turned even more unsightly. After another long period of silence, Andre seemed to be thinking about what to do. After a while, he said to Han Shuo in a low voice, "Don't make this matter known. I will investigate this thoroughly. If it really is that person, don't worry. He will not escape death." As the House of Saint could become the most powerful family in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo knew that Wallace and Andre were not benevolent people. After hearing Andre's assurance, Han Shuo knew that Avery would be dead if Andre were to learn of the situation. Therefore, Han Shuo did not say anything. Soon enough, Wallace came out of the room. After checking on Carmelita's injuries, His complexion looked much better. He nodded at Andrei, indicating that Carmelita's life was no longer in danger. Then he said to Han Shuo, "You have saved Carmelita's life twice. I won't make any unnecessary promises, but I know what I'm doing." For someone like Wallace to say so, Han Shuo believed that in the future, as long as he did not do anything that would harm the interests of the House of Saint, Han Shuo would be able to do as he pleased in the City of Shadows. "Elder brother, there are some things I would like to discuss with you alone," Andrei said in a deep voice. "Brian, why don't you go back first?" Wallace smiled faintly at Han Shuo after an idea struck him. Han Shuo nodded and walked away from the two. Before Han Shuo could walk too far, the relatives of the House of Saint came up to him and asked about Han Shuo and Carmelita. Due to their low statuses, these people had been waiting outside the Saint residence all this time and were unaware of Carmelita's condition. After Han Shuo informed them that Carmelita was fine, he walked past the group of healers who were both respectful and fearful of him and headed out of the Saint residence. The healers were all silently preparing themselves, waiting for Han Shuo to be unable to do anything to help. However, when they heard that Han Shuo had stabilized Carmelita's condition, all of them felt very conflicted. They no longer dared to look at Han Shuo with the slightest hint of contempt. On the way to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy after leaving the Saint residence, Andrina suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Why didn't you go in with me just now?" Han Shuo asked puzzledly after glancing at Andrina. "I heard that the City Lord of the City of Shadows is also inside. I was afraid that he could see through my true strength, so I didn't go in with you," Andrina answered honestly. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he asked again, "Why are you afraid that Wallace will find out about your strength? Also, what kind of energy have you cultivated? Why are you able to consume crystal coins to recover from your injuries?" "I will explain it to you in detail in the future. I can't tell you for now," Andrina replied smilingly and avoided Han Shuo's question. He was certain that Andrina was hiding some kind of secret. However, there was nothing Han Shuo could do if she was unwilling to reveal it. After all, Andrina's injuries had mostly recovered by now. Under such circumstances, Han Shuo couldn't force her. Although he was rather displeased, he had no choice but to let it go. The two soon returned to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Much to Han Shuo's surprise, Guli, the pharmacist whom he once humiliated in the Godswamp Pharmacy, was waiting for him at the entrance of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. As soon as Guli saw Han Shuo, she immediately shouted angrily, "Brat, I don't believe that you are that good at medicine refinement. If you can't prove to me that you didn't steal your medicine refinement recipe, I will not let you off." Han Shuo was rather annoyed. Ignoring Guli's attempts to stop him, he pushed Guli aside and headed straight for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with Andrina. With his back facing Guli, he sneered, "I don't have any obligation to prove to you. Don't think that just because you have some status in the City of Mirages that everyone has to bow and scrape to you. We don't welcome you here. Don't stay here and be an eyesore." Han Shuo and Andrina had already entered the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They locked the door from the inside and paid no attention to Guli, who was screaming in exasperation. Guli screamed hysterically outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for a while. Seeing that Han Shuo wasn't paying any attention to her, she finally left with her tail between her legs. 3 days later, Han Shuo, who was quietly cultivating in the middle of the night, suddenly sensed someone approaching. A few demon generals that Han Shuo had placed outside the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy soon discovered that someone was approaching. During this period of time, Han Shuo had been on high alert, fearing that someone would come and cause trouble. When they discovered that someone was approaching, before Han Shuo could take any action, a group of Naito's divine guards that had been stationed nearby had snuck up to them. "What are you doing sneaking around here in the middle of the night? Hand over your divine tablet," shouted one of the divine guards in a low voice. The few of them immediately surrounded the intruder. "I'm looking for Brian. What do you people want? Do you want to fight?" said the person fearlessly. He looked at the divine guards with an angry face. "Capture him." The divine guards of the House of Saint, who were used to running amok in the City of Shadows, upon seeing that the intruder wasn't cooperating, immediately prepared to capture him. It was at this moment that one of the demon generals finally saw the appearance of the intruder. Although he was dressed in ragged clothes and cut a sorry figure like a beggar, Han Shuo could just barely make out that he was Akeley. This was the fellow that Han Shuo got to know as soon as he arrived on Elysium. His temper was as stubborn as ever. He would clamor for a fight at the slightest disagreement. After confirming that the intruder was Akeley, Han Shuo immediately rushed over. Before the two parties started fighting, Han Shuo arrived and hastily said, "He's my friend. Why would Mr. Brian have such a friend?" Although the divine guards were puzzled, they did not dare to offend Han Shuo. They immediately retreated and stopped fighting. Han Shuo was currently a popular figure in the City of Shadows while Akeley was behaving like a beggar. In the eyes of these divine guards, Akeley was a very suspicious person. "How did you become like this?" Lei Lin asked Akeley with an odd expression on his face. Before the two parted, Han Shuo had given Akeley quite a number of crystal coins. In addition, Akeley also had a portion of the Neurowar in his possession. Logically speaking, no matter how bad he was doing, he shouldn't be in such a state. Therefore, Han Shuo found it very strange. Akeley's face turned rather unsightly. He seemed unwilling to talk about this matter in front of those divine guards. He forced a smile and said, "It's a long story. Let's talk inside." Han Shuo gestured to the divine guards and they quietly withdrew. Akeley followed Han Shuo into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. It wasn't long before Han Shuo became a celebrity in the City of Shadows. He was a figure that several large family clans strove to curry favor with. On the other hand, not only did Akeley fail to achieve great things with the crystal coins he had, but he also ended up in such a miserable state. The two of them couldn't help but sigh when they met. "Youngster, you sure have gotten rich fast. It hasn't been long since I last saw you, but after I asked around in the City of Shadows, all the divine guards knew your name. At first, I thought that the person they were talking about wasn't you. But when I heard that you had concocted some medicine, I was sure that it was you. How unbelievable." Akeley looked at Han Shuo enviously. He had once eaten the medicinal pellets Han Shuo gave him and naturally knew how miraculous Han Shuo's medicinal pellets were. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Akeley wouldn't have believed that the most popular figure in the City of Shadows was the Han Shuo he knew. Haha. It's a long story. Even Han Shuo himself did not expect that he would be able to make a fortune so quickly. He smilingly said, "Right, how did you end up in such dire straits? Before we parted, I left you quite a lot of crystal coins. Besides, you still have divine essence mines. There's no way you would end up like this, right? Don't mention those divine essence mines. It's because of those divine essence mines that I'm so unlucky." Akeley put on a furious face and told Han Shuo about his recent experiences. After the two parted, Akeley first found a secluded place and absorbed all the divine essences containing destruction divine energy in his hand. His talent was truly outstanding. He had managed to break through to late-stage low-god realm just by relying on the divine essence mines he had. After absorbing all the destruction divine essences in his hand, Akeley discovered that his strength was progressing too slowly. Therefore, he decided to purchase a few divine weapons to increase his strength. However, the crystal coins Han Shuo gave him were not enough to purchase the divine weapons he fancied. With no other choice, Akeley recklessly took out a few divine essences of wind in an attempt to make a trade. It was precisely those divine essences he took out that landed him in big trouble. As soon as he left the shop with the divine weapons, he was immediately targeted by others. What followed was a long period of pursuit. If it wasn't for Akeley's vast experience and great improvement in strength, he would have long been killed by those who coveted his divine essence mines. After trekking over mountains and rivers, Akeley managed to escape from those greedy pursuers with great difficulty. He no longer dared to take out his divine essence mines. The defenses of the forts and towns under the City of Shadows were far inferior to those in the City of Shadows. Akeley felt that only a place like the City of Shadows could allow him to sell his divine essences safely. On top of that, Han Shuo had told him that he would be in the City of Shadows as well. Therefore, Akeley decided to come to the City of Shadows. Akeley, who was rather paranoid from being pursued, had been wandering around barren mountains and swamps. He had even encountered a few groups of god hunters along the way. By the time he arrived at the City of Shadows, he was already in such a miserable state. Back when we parted ways, I told you not to rashly take out your divine essence mines. But you just wouldn't listen to me. It would be a wonder if you didn't get hunted down. But you sure are lucky to be able to make it to the City of Shadows alive under such circumstances. I truly admire you. Now that you have struck it rich, you start making sarcastic remarks. Who knew that those people would be so crazy? They would attack me as soon as I was alone. Every time there would be several of them. If it wasn't for my top-notch fleeing skills, I would have long been killed by those bastards. Akeley said furiously. Then why did you dare to compete with the Divine Guards just now? You should know that you are no match for those Divine Guards with your strength, right? Han Shuo put on a spurious smile. This is the City of Shadows. What do I have to fear? Do they have the guts to kill me? Akeley put on a smile and lamented, damn it. I have finally understood the situation on Elysium. It seems that the way I used to do things on the Blue Ocean continent is no longer suitable. I can't run amok in the future. After hearing those words, Han Shuo knew that Akeley's situation on Elysium had finally begun to change. But then again it made sense. If Akeley had continued to act the way he did when he first arrived on Elysium, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. Elysium wasn't the Blue Ocean continent. Reality was cruel. But fortunately for Han Shuo, Akeley had recognized the situation. What do you plan to do in the future? Asked Han Shuo. Nothing much. I've traveled thousands of miles to the City of Shadows to seek refuge with you. You wouldn't be so disloyal as to ignore me, would you? Akeley had gone through thick and thin with Han Shuo. He knew that although Han Shuo was cruel to his enemies, he treated his friends well. Therefore, Akeley was determined to stick with Han Shuo. Oh! Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and said, I'm just running a pharmacy. Why would you want to stick with me? Don't give me that. I've asked around. You are doing so well in the City of Shadows. There's nothing wrong with me following you. In any case, since I'm here, you can't just ignore me. We have gone through thick and thin together. Akeley laughed mischievously. He casually found a place to lie down comfortably and mumbled to himself, my goodness, this place of yours is really nice. It's been a long time since I've had a good rest. Right, you go about your business. I'll keep an eye on the door for you, all right? To Han Shuo, it didn't matter if Akeley was as reckless as before. If Akeley was as reckless as before, Han Shuo wouldn't have dared to keep him around. But now that Akeley seemed to have recognized the situation, and based on Han Shuo's understanding of Akeley, Han Shuo felt that Akeley wasn't a bad person. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo nodded and said, if you don't mind my small shop, you can stay. After all, my pharmacy is really lacking in manpower. That would be great. Haha, I knew you are a loyal fella. Akeley felt at ease. Alright, you stay in my pharmacy for the time being. I don't have anything for you to do right now, but I'm sure there will be something for you to do in the future, Han Shuo said. It was impossible for Han Shuo to stay in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy all the time. With Akeley keeping an eye on the door, Han Shuo wouldn't have to worry too much. Besides, Han Shuo's goal wasn't as simple as the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. One day, he would have his own family clan and perhaps his own divine guards. And Akeley was a very good warrior. Good. For you to be able to gain a foothold in the City of Shadows so quickly, I will surely live a good life if I follow you. Haha. Akeley's words were meant to flatter Han Shuo, but it turned out that he was right. Just like that, other than the mysterious and unfathomable Andrina, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy gained the somewhat deranged Akeley. Chapter 717. Asterisk 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 at the Saint Residence. Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows, had been in a bad mood recently. He had changed from his usual methodical approach to the management of the City of Shadows. He had become resolute and decisive in dealing with the affairs of the City of Shadows. He had begun to focus on the issue of the 7 divine guards. There were a total of 7 chiefs of divine guards in the City of Shadows. The top 3 chiefs of divine guards were all from the House of Saint. The remaining 4 chiefs of divine guards were experts from the 4 major family clans. With the excuse of Carmelita's serious injury and the fact that the Dominions of Water and Life had infiltrated the City of Shadows, Wallace blamed the negligence of the 7 chiefs of divine guards and took the opportunity to reorganize the 7 corps. Everyone knew that Wallace was very angry about Carmelita's serious injury. During this sensitive period, no one dared to disobey Wallace's orders. Some of the orders that affected the City of Shadows were smoothly passed down. Avery was not in the City of Shadows for the time being. Therefore, several chiefs of the 5th Corps were assigned to the City of Shadows. The reason was that the 5th Corps might be short of manpower in Avery's absence. All this while, other than the top 3 chiefs of divine guards belonging to the House of Saint, the other 4 chiefs of divine guards were under the control of the 4 major family clans. Wallace had never interfered with them. This time his actions had caused a great deal of controversy. However, Wallace firmly suppressed it. The chiefs of the 5th Corps were complaining about it. The patriarch of the House of Lavers was also very displeased. However, under Wallace's wrath, no one dared to say anything. They merely assumed that Wallace's actions were because he was in a bad mood. They believed that he would change after Carmelita recovered. Andre was the only one who understood his elder brother's intentions. He secretly cooperated with Wallace and began to investigate Avery's actions. The House of Saint was the most powerful force in the City of Shadows. When they were serious about investigating a matter, very few schemes and machinations could escape the eyes of Wallace and Andre, the 2 vicious and merciless brothers. Soon enough, with Han Shua's help, the 2 brothers who had suspected Avery as a suspect gradually found some clues. Some plans and operations were formulated, perfected, and carried out in the dark. On this day, Wallace, who had been in a gloomy mood for a long time, finally showed some gentleness on his face. Looking at Carmelita, who was slowly waking up, he said with concern, "Everything is fine now. Don't worry." Carmelita's body was still very weak. Although the divine energy of darkness in her body had been temporarily suppressed by her tenacious willpower, most of the destruction divine energy in her body had been consumed. Fortunately, the House of Saint was rich and generous. They were not stingy with their precious divine essences. The moment she opened her eyes, she noticed that her father was holding a heavy bag of destruction divine essences in his hand. "Father!" Looking at the concerned Wallace in front of her, Carmelita called out softly. "Don't talk. Rest well. Take this bag of divine crystals and absorb them. Heal your injuries as soon as possible." "Haha. I didn't expect that you would be seriously injured twice in such a short time. The House of Saint is running low on destruction divine essences. But don't worry, I have sent people to contact the other cities and will exchange some divine essences of other elements that the House of Saint has. You just need to recuperate in peace," said Wallace softly. "I'm feeling much better." Carmelita struggled for a moment. Wallace hastily helped her up. After she sat properly, he bunched his brows and asked, "Other than me, who else in that group of divine guards survived?" Wallace sighed softly and shook his head. "Karina, she was covering for me." Carmelita's eyes suddenly overflowed with tears. "I know. You just need to recuperate in peace. We have already found the culprit. Anyone who dares to attack you, no matter who they are, will not be able to escape death," assured Wallace. Of the 2 House of Saint divine guards that went with Carmelita, not a single one managed to escape alive. Carmelita was only able to escape the calamity when she arrived at Skyorchid Fort, where the chief of divine guards, Aobashi, was temporarily stationed. For Carmelita's sake, Karina sacrificed her divine soul in order to buy her some time. "I couldn't see the shadows of those people in the canopy of darkness. I have no idea who did it. But most of them cultivate in the energy of death, destruction, and darkness." Carmelita slowly closed her eyes, recalled for a moment, and said to Wallace, "Since they dared to attack you and use the canopy of darkness to conceal their presence and traces, they must not want you to know their identities. Don't think too much about it. Father will find them one by one. Wallace comforted Carmelita gently so that she would not have to worry about the situation before she was seriously injured. By the way, you were able to wake up this time because of that little guy called Brian. Wallace did not want Carmelita to wallow in the pain of Karina's death. Therefore, he changed the topic and brought up Han Shuo. He's fine? Haha, I should have known that he would be fine. He's more cunning than anyone else. Carmelita forced a smile and asked Wallace, is he in the City of Shadows? I want to see him. Wallace revealed a troubled expression. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, he is fine at the moment, but your injuries have not stabilized yet. It's better to wait for a while. It won't be too late to see him after you have purged the divine energy of darkness in your body. Carmelita knew that Wallace was concerned for her well-being. She nodded and softly replied, I understand. All right, rest well. Stabilizing your injuries as soon as possible is of utmost importance. I will take my leave now. Wallace stood up and walked out of the room smilingly. After arriving at a secret chamber in the Saint residence, Wallace asked Andre, who had been sitting there silently, how did it go? We don't have conclusive evidence. But according to what Brian said, the divine energy of darkness left in Carmelita's body, the fact that that guy has been out of the city for such a long time, and the clues we found, we can deduce that it is indeed him. Andre replied in a low voice with a gloomy face, we don't need any more evidence. We don't need to continue investigating the ins and outs of this matter. I trust your judgment. Wallace decisively made his decision. After taking a short pause, he said in a deep voice, send a message to Aobashi and the other two. Have them search for Avery's traces with all their might. Once they find his location, report to me immediately. We will arrest him immediately. Brother, we don't have any evidence. Won't we? Andre's spirit was lifted. But soon after, he bunched his brows as though he had just recalled the House of Lavers. It doesn't matter. Since we have already made our move, we don't have to worry about anything. Keep a close eye on the House of Lavers. Once it is proven that that guy is related to Avery, we will exterminate the entire House of Lavers. Wallace was indeed ruthless. Once he took action, he would not leave any leeway. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that the patriarch of the House of Lavers, Field, is involved in this matter. But I will do as you say. If Field really doesn't know about this, what should we do? Andre asked. If he really doesn't know anything, we will capture all of Avery's trusted aides in the Fifth Corps. When the time comes, I will personally explain this matter to Field and see what his attitude is. If he doesn't know what's good for him, we will eliminate the House of Lavers from the City of Shadows. Wallace said in a deep voice. Understood. Andre nodded. He knew that his big brother would not show any mercy once he took action. The reason why the House of Saint was able to stand tall in the City of Shadows for so many years was because they had such a decisive and ruthless patriarch. Oh right, before we take action against the House of Lavers, you will personally explain the ins and outs of this matter to the patriarchs of the other three major family clans. We must not disappoint the patriarchs of the other three major family clans. We must make them understand that the House of Lavers deserves all of this. Wallace instructed after thinking for a moment. Andre nodded and expressed that he understood. After thinking for a moment, just as Andre was about to leave, he suddenly asked, oh right, big brother, that youngster Brian has saved Carmelita's life twice. Shouldn't we express our gratitude? That youngster is not bad. Wallace praised when Andre mentioned Han Shuo. After thinking for a moment, he said in a somewhat vexed manner, that youngster has a firm will and a sharp spirit. On top of that, he is an expert in medicine refinement. He is indeed a rare talent. However, this youngster's strength is a little too weak. I'm afraid that if we give him too many benefits for the time being, he won't be able to accept them all of a sudden. Otherwise, why don't we just hand over the Fifth Corps to him? Andre's heart skipped a beat when he heard that Wallace intended to hand over the Fifth Corps to Han Shuo. He thought to himself, this is an opportunity for me to reach the heavens in a single bound. There are so many experts in the City of Shadows. Every single one of them would be jealous of the position vacated by Avery. Once Han Shuo becomes a chief of divine guards in the City of Shadows, As long as he possesses sufficient strength, he can establish his own family clan. But after thinking for a moment, Andre shook his head slightly and said in a bitter smile, "It's a pity that youngster is too weak. He won't be able to convince the others to take over the 5th Corps." "Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That kid has a good relationship with Carmelita. If he were to take over the 5th Corps, we would be able to save a lot of trouble. It's a pity that he's too weak." "Forget it, I'm just saying. We'll see how it goes when the time comes." Wallace shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to discuss this further with Andre. Han Shuo did not know that Wallace intended to hand over the coveted position of the 5th Corps to him. Had he known that Wallace intended to do so, he might have been willing to take the risk and prove his strength in order to seize this opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. He subconsciously let out 2 hollow laughs and did not dare to look into Andrina's eyes. "If you dare to have any filthy thoughts again, I will kill you." Andrina coldly groaned and warned. I wouldn't dare," Anaito hastily said. But as soon as those words left his mouth, he immediately realized that it was inappropriate. He thought to himself, why would I be afraid of a little girl? It doesn't make sense. Han Shuo paid no attention to the little disturbance between Anaito and Andrina. He was thinking about the medicinal pellets. Soon he arrived at the Kisa residence. After reporting his name, the guards of the Kisa residence coldly escorted Han Shuo to the Kisa residence. Those guards looked at Han Shuo as though they were looking at a swindler. This made Han Shuo feel very uncomfortable. "What's going on?" asked Han Shuo with his brows bunched when he saw Rugersi in a gymnasium inside one of the buildings in the Kisa residence. Rugersi was in charge of the 6th Corps of Divine Guards. He was an influential person in the City of Shadows. The last time he met Han Shuo, he was very respectful and courteous. But this time he did not show any courtesy. After coldly sizing up Han Shuo, Rugersi lightly groaned and said, "You sure are fast." Rugersi then pointed at a young man who was convulsing on the ground and said furiously, "You sold a good medicine. My nephew is in this state because he took your medicine of tranquility. Your medicine is so unstable and has such terrifying side effects. Why didn't you tell him in advance? You caused his cultivation to regress instead of advancing. And yet you still dare to come? I have sold so many of my medicines and many people have taken them. This is the first time such a situation has happened. I believe that this has nothing to do with my medicine. He must have taken it improperly. There must be some misunderstanding." Han Shuo swept a glance at that young man and said with his brows bunched, "There is no misunderstanding. I have interrogated him. He took the medicine according to the prescription of your medicine. There is no mistake. There must be something wrong with your medicine that caused this situation. How dare you deny it?" Rugersi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a gloomy voice, "I know that you have a close relationship with Carmelita. You even saved her life a few days ago. That is why I am speaking to you in such an amiable manner. Otherwise, don't even think of standing in front of me right now." Rugersi's attitude made Han Shuo even angrier. He coldly gazed at that young man who was trembling on the ground. He raised his head and said to Rugersi in a sarcastic tone, "So many people have taken my medicine. Why is it that none of them are affected except for him? How would I know? Maybe the others haven't acted up yet. How dare you be so arrogant when there is a problem with your medicine? If it weren't for the House of Saint, I would have taken you down right now." Rugersi could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He immediately bellowed in a low voice. Beside him, several divine guards from the 6th Corps had surrounded Han Shuo. The reason why Rugersi was so friendly to Han Shuo was because of the medicine. Now that he saw that the medicine had such a side effect, he immediately felt that he had been deceived. Therefore, his attitude towards Han Shuo, a mere low god, had completely changed. He did not immediately take action because he was apprehensive of the relationship between Han Shuo and the House of Saint. "Lord Rugersi, I hope that you will not act rashly before the matter is clarified. I am in charge of Mr. Bryan's safety under the orders of Lord Erebus and Lord Andre. I hope that your lordship will not make things difficult for our third corps, Anaito hastily said when he saw that Rugersi was about to take Mr. Bryan away. It was at this moment that Andrina, who was standing beside Han Shua, suddenly stepped forward. She stood in front of Han Shua and looked at Rugersi with hostility. Han Shua grabbed Andrina's little hand and pulled her back. If Andrina was allowed to do as she pleased without clarifying the situation, the good reputation of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy might very well be ruined. Han Shua was counting on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to earn him a large amount of crystal coins. He knew that he could not be reckless at this moment. In short, you must give my family clan an explanation. When Rugersi heard Annette mentioning Erebus and Andre's names, he didn't dare to act recklessly and shouted angrily. Rugersi was startled when he saw that Andrina had stepped forward. For a moment, he felt that Andrina was an extremely formidable opponent. However, that feeling vanished without a trace when Han Shua grabbed Andrina's little hand. Rugersi thought that it was just a momentary hallucination. He was in a fit of anger at the moment and did not think too much about it. Let me take a look at the situation first. Han Shua no longer paid any attention to Rugersi. He secretly decided that he would never sell any medicinal pellets to the House of Kisa again after this matter was clarified. Rugersi's attitude made him very unhappy. Chapter 7:18. Han Shua squatted down and placed his hand on the man's back to examine the condition of his body. The news that Han Shua had saved Carmelita 2 days ago had spread throughout the City of Shadows. Otherwise, Rugersi wouldn't have allowed Han Shua to do as he pleased. With Han Shua's hand on the man's back and Rugersi facing him, it was impossible for him to see what Han Shua was doing. Han Shua's demonic yuan was like tiny, formless snakes that slowly seeped into the man's body in an attempt to find the source of the disorder in his body. Han Shua was well aware of the composition and effects of the medicine of Jade Pearl. With the miraculous demonic yuan, he quickly figured out what was going on. Something's wrong. Han Shua bunched his brows and said in a deep voice, "What's causing the convulsions in his body is another type of medicine. I can guarantee that the medicine of Jade Pearl I refined does not contain that type of medicine." Did he swallow some other medicine? No, I didn't. The man opened his mouth with great difficulty. His voice was very weak. Kid, you aren't trying to shirk your responsibility, are you? Rugersi immediately rebuked his nephew. It was obvious that he trusted his nephew more. That's impossible. Han Shua coldly shouted. There is absolutely no other type of medicine in my medicine. There must be a problem. My lord. It was at this moment that another divine guard rushed over hastily. What is it? Rugersi was in a fit of rage. When he saw that the divine guard was flustered, he impatiently gave him a slap. The slap caused the divine guard's body to sway. When Rugersi finally stabilized his body, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he hastily explained, a divine guard was accidentally injured in the gymnasium. After consuming young Master Gregor's medicine of rejuvenation, not only did his injuries not stabilize, he immediately died. Han Shua's face jolted upon hearing those words. Rugersi immediately flew into a rage. He glared at Han Shua and said, "How dare you deny that your medicine isn't the problem? Once is fine, but twice. How dare you deny it? Arrest him." Lord Rugersi, Anaito shouted anxiously. He intended to remind Han Shua that Erebus and Andre were protecting him. Say no more. Even if Andre and Erebus were here, I would still pursue this matter. If there is any responsibility, I will bear all of it. Capture this brat immediately and break his arms and legs. Later, I will personally question Andre and Erebus about this matter. I want to see how they will defend such a swindler. Rugersi's face was cold. He was truly enraged. The 6th Corps Divine Guards no longer hesitated after hearing Rugersi's words. They immediately surrounded Han Shua. Several of the Divine Guards brandished their divine weapons and aimed them at Han Shua's neck. As soon as Han Shuo heard Rujersi's order to break his arms and legs first, he became furious. There was clearly something fishy about this matter. Rujersi did not listen to Han Shuo's explanation, and insisted that Han Shuo was a swindler. Such behavior had already violated some of the rules of the City of Shadows. However, Han Shuo wasn't worried that Rujersi would break his arms and legs. Given Han Shuo's monstrous regenerative ability, even if his internal organs were destroyed, he could quickly regenerate them, let alone broken bones. Besides, Han Shuo believed that once he unleashed his invincible omen body, would the attacks of those mid-god divine guards really have any effect on him? Han Shuo was not willing to endure such humiliation. He immediately gathered the energy in his body, ready to retaliate the moment those divine guards attacked him. Even if things escalated to the point where even the House of Saint could no longer protect him, Han Shuo didn't believe that he would have a bad life if he left the City of Shadows. At most it would take him a little more time. However, before Han Shuo could act, Andrina, who had been cold and indifferent all this while, suddenly moved. A dazzling radiance revolved around Han Shuo. After a series of crackling noises, all the divine weapons pointed at Han Shuo suddenly exploded. Those divine guards of the Sixth Corps who were holding the divine weapons were sent flying. Andrina, who was as cold as ice, stood proudly in front of Han Shuo. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at Rujersi. She did not utter a single word. Anaito, who was about to persuade Han Shuo not to act rashly, was stunned on the spot when he saw such an unforeseen event. He did not know what to do. Who are you? How dare you injure my Sixth Corps divine guards? You are making an enemy out of the City of Shadows. As the chief of the Sixth Corps of the City of Shadows, Rujersi was not an easy character to deal with. He was initially astonished by Andrina's strength, but soon, he came to his senses and skillfully accused Andrina of a major crime. Han Shuo, who was about to attack, was also stunned. He turned to look at Andrina, who was tightly shielding him. For a moment he did not know what to do. If you dare hurt him, I will kill you, Andrina said in a bone-chilling voice as she looked at Rujersi with her ice-cold eyes. Rujersi, who was about to make a move, suddenly felt that he was being affected by a strange magnetic field. In the next moment, a strong sense of crisis made him subconsciously want to take a few steps back. Looking at Angelina, who was threatening him, Rujersi felt a chill in his heart for no reason. He could not estimate the strength of this little girl. Let's go. After keeping silent for a moment, Han Shuo suddenly spoke. He shot a cold glance at the hesitant Rujersi and said, "Give me some time. I will get to the bottom of this matter. My medicines will not have any problems. I can guarantee that. Don't leave. He has injured so many divine guards," shouted a member of the House of Kisa who appeared out of nowhere. No one paid any attention to the member of the Sixth Corps. The divine guard stared at Rujersi and waited for his decision. At this moment, Han Shuo and Andrina had started walking towards the exit. However, they were on high alert, ready to deal with any attack from the House of Kisa at any moment. Rujersi stared at Andrina in silence for a long while. Suddenly, like a ferocious beast, he pounced at Andrina. This Rujersi was different from the person with the same name Andrina killed at Greenfire Swamp. He possessed early-stage high god strength and cultivated in the energy of death. While in midair, Rujersi's face suddenly turned as pale as a sheet. His entire body shrunk and shriveled in an instant. A bone suddenly appeared in his hand after a flash of phosphorescence. Soon after, the domain of divinity of death enveloped him. The bone turned into a beam of ghostly light as it shot towards Andrina. Andrina, who was protecting Han Shuo, stared at Rujersi with a cold glint in her eyes. She felt that Rujersi did not know how to appreciate her kindness. In an instant, her body turned translucent like a crystal. Even her little dress started glowing. Before anyone could see what happened, intense energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from her body. It was as though a whirlpool had suddenly sprung out from her body and collided with Rujersi. Bang! In the dazzling light there was an explosion. Rugersi had charged over at an extremely fast speed, but he retreated even faster. He landed on the ground in an instant with a face filled with disbelief. He turned to look at Andrina. The cold glint in her eyes grew even more intense. She stared fixedly at Rugersi and took a few deep breaths. Then, a dazzling radiance flashed from her body and she pounced at Rugersi once again. Andrina's attack was too fast. At this moment, Han Shuo was powerless to stop her even if he wanted to. Seeing that a battle of life and death was unavoidable, Han Shuo decided that he should call Akeley and leave the City of Shadows as soon as possible. At this moment, two silhouettes suddenly appeared out of nowhere and landed beside Rugersi in an instant. A loud rumble sounded from the dense darkness. By the time the darkness dispersed, two people were standing in front of Rugersi. Han Shuo was already familiar with Andre. However, what surprised him was why Andre would appear at this moment. The other effeminate man wearing ink-black armor cried out in surprise, "How powerful! Who is this little girl?" Upon finishing those words, the man looked at Andrina with an astonished expression. Andrina took a deep breath and instantly retreated to Han Shuo. She grabbed Han Shuo and said in a low voice, "There are 3 of them. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries. I'm no match for them." "Don't worry, they won't do anything," Han Shuo consoled. He bowed from afar and said, "Greetings, Lord Andre, Lord Erebus." As soon as the effeminate man spoke, Han Shuo could guess his identity. When Han Shuo was trapped by Bravst, he had heard Erebus's voice. Therefore, he would always pay extra attention to such powerful figures. Therefore, when Erebus cried out in surprise, Han Shuo immediately guessed his identity from his voice. Andre and Erebus were looking at Andrina in shock. They only came back to their senses when they heard Han Shuo's greeting from afar. They nodded at Han Shuo in greeting. Erebus smiled in a friendly manner. His effeminate face was filled with amusement. He nodded at Han Shuo and said, "Thank you for your potion. It's truly a magical thing." "What kind of *T magical potion is this? 2 members of my family have already been harmed by it. Erebus and Lord Andre, even if you are taking care of this kid, you have to give me justice," Rugersi said angrily as he panted heavily. It seemed that he had suffered a little in the fight with Andrina. "Brian, what's going on?" Andre had a very good impression of Han Shuo, especially after he discovered that the little girl beside Han Shuo was an unfathomably mysterious expert. He immediately raised the importance of Han Shuo by a notch. "2 members of the House of Kisa have taken my potion. Something happened to them. I only took a look at one of them and discovered that there was another kind of potion in his body. I am certain that it is not from my Xuanji pharmacy." Before I could explain the situation, another member of the House of Kisa got into trouble. Rugersi insisted that it was related to my potion, and refused to listen to my explanation. "He planned to break my limbs and capture me," explained Han Shuo. After Han Shuo finished his explanation, Andre, Erebus, Rugersi, and the divine guards of the House of Kisa were looking at Andrina, who was holding hands with Han Shuo. He instructed, "Go look for him. Call him here. He should have nothing to do with this. He is a member of our House of Kisa. There shouldn't be any problems." Rugersi was feeling uncertain when he said those words. It seemed that the current situation was telling him something. "That's hard to say." Erebus chuckled. He shot a glance at Andrina, who was standing beside Han Shuo, and remarked, "What an amazing little girl." A dozen or so minutes later, several divine guards rushed over with ugly faces. The leader of the divine guards hastily reported, "My lord, Grego has disappeared. All the crystal coins in his room have been taken away." Rugersi was no fool. His face immediately turned ugly and he angrily shouted, "What is Grego doing? As a member of the House of Kisa, why would he be messing around at this time? Hurry up and find him." "Rugersi, I think this is your House of Kisa's fault." Andre's face turned cold and he softly groaned. Rugersi was startled and immediately put on an embarrassed face. He turned to Han Shuo and said, Brian, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Brian, it's all right." Han Shuo put on a faint smile as though he didn't mind the matter at all. He stood up, bowed to Andre and Erebus, and straightforwardly announced, "From today onwards, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will no longer do business with your House of Kisa." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo pulled Andrina and walked out of the room. Rugersi was filled with regret. He knew that he had made a grave mistake this time when he saw Han Shuo leaving. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.